Chapter 105. Harry slept for almost an entire day. When he finally woke up, he felt the weight of discomfort pressing down on him. A low groan escaped his lips, and he heard a soft chuckle above him, fingers gently running through his hair. "Sleeping Beauty awakens," Draco teased in a fond whisper. The blonde was propped up on the pillows, with Harry's head resting on his chest. Without his glasses, everything appeared a bit fuzzy, but Harry thought he could see Draco smiling as he craned his neck up. "What time is it?" Harry rasped, his voice hoarse. His head throbbed, and his face, throat, and even ears ached, likely from all the crying, he realized belatedly. 6:30. Harry frowned. That didn't seem like much time. In the morning. Oh. Slowly, Harry sat up, rubbing his eyes and rolling his stiff shoulders. His body felt like it had been through a battle. "I've been out the whole day," he said, suddenly tense. "What did I miss? How is everyone? Sirius?" Draco cut him off with a gentle kiss, his thumb stroking the back of Harry's neck soothingly. "He's fine," Draco promised. "I woke up last night around 8, called him on the mirror, and had something to eat." At the mention of food, Harry's stomach rumbled loudly. Draco snickered. "Should we call for breakfast in bed?" The idea was tempting, very, very tempting. But now that Harry was awake and his awareness was slowly returning, he felt the urge to move. He had never slept so long in his life, and even though his limbs were sore, he knew they would feel better once he got up and walked around a bit. He wanted to see what had happened while he had been asleep. A whole day had passed, and there was still so much to be done. How could everyone let him sleep so long? "Let's go downstairs," he decided, reaching for his glasses and setting them on his face, just in time to catch Draco's frown. "Are you sure? It's early. People might not be up." "The elves will." Harry wanted to thank them for all their help during the battle. He knew that many more lives would have been lost without their intervention. Draco sighed, but didn't argue when Harry rolled out of bed, searching for some clothes. They were careful not to wake Neville and Ginny, who were fast asleep, and hadn't even bothered to raise the partition before passing out. The two boys dressed quietly and crept from the room. After a quick detour to the bathroom so Harry could wash his face and feel more human, they made their way downstairs to the common room. To Harry's surprise, Fleur was up, curled up in an armchair by the fire. She smiled widely at the sight of them. "Harry," she greeted, her voice quiet but filled with excitement. "It is good to see you well. You too, Draco." "Same to you," Harry replied earnestly, feeling a rush of relief at seeing her. "You're okay? And all the family?" "All Weasleys present and accounted for," she confirmed, a grin playing at her lips. "Percy lost a few fingers, and Arthur will need to rest for a few days. Bludgeoning hex to the ribs," she elaborated. "But everyone is alive. Blay, Angelina, and Sirius are alive. And my parents, though Papa is in the hospital wing. He lost a lot of blood." At Harry's look of concern, she shook her head. No, he is fine. I think he enjoys the chance for Maman's attention," she added teasingly. "Well, that's all right then," Harry said with a chuckle. That's really good." Hearing that the family made it through relatively unscathed lifted an enormous weight off his chest. With so many of them, he had worried it was too much to hope for everyone to survive. But they had trained well and had so much to live for. They were fighters. They left Fleur to her quiet morning, the summer sun already mostly risen. There weren't many people in the corridors at such an early hour, but the few they passed grinned widely at Harry, nodding their heads in acknowledgement. In the kitchens, the house elves erupted into joyful cries at the sight of Harry and Draco. Their excitement only intensified when Harry expressed his gratitude. Dobby wailed about how great a wizard Harry Potter was, and promptly fetched them tea, toast, and fruit, nothing too heavy for Harry's already bewildered system. After that, Harry knew there was one more place he had to visit. The Great Hall was no longer a sombre, makeshift mausoleum. The bodies had been moved, he wasn't sure where, and the house tables had been reset. To his surprise, many people were up and about, and as soon as Harry stepped through the door, they rose to their feet and applauded. Harry froze, feeling like a deer caught in headlights, his hand gripping Draco's tightly, completely unsure of how to respond. Why were they applauding him? They had all fought too. They had all worked just as hard. Just because he was the one who defeated Voldemort in the end. Fortunately, he spotted Sirius and Charlie at the Gryffindor table, and hurried toward them as the applause began to fade. Sirius beamed, opening his arms to wrap Harry in a warm hug once he sat down. "I'm surprised to see you two up," Draco remarked, glancing at Charlie, who simply shrugged. "I woke up a little after 5 and couldn't get back to sleep. Our schedules are going to be a bit off for the next few days anyway." He took a sip of what smelled like very strong coffee. "How are you feeling, pup?" Sirius asked, concern evident in his grey eyes. "Not too bad," Harry replied. He knew he wouldn't be playing Quidditch any time soon, but he couldn't feel any significant injuries. Draco had done an excellent job patching him up, and he said so, just to see the boy blush. "My magic feels weird," Harry admitted, struggling to describe the sensation. It felt both sluggish and wired, far more intense than he was used to. "Yeah, that'll likely even out in the next few days," Sirius explained. "You overdid it right after your maturation, and that always messes with your system. That's why—" Sirius chuckled at Harry's rueful expression. "They tell you not to do it," he said, shaking his head. "Didn't have much of a choice, did I?" Harry shot back. Sirius grew serious, ruffling Harry's hair affectionately. "You did wonderfully, kiddo," he murmured, his voice filled with pride. "I couldn't have asked for more from you." Those words brought a lump to Harry's throat, and he blinked away the tears that threatened to spill. How could Sirius say that when so many people had died? Draco poked him hard in the side. "Get that look off your face," he scolded. "You're not responsible for every person who walked on that battlefield, just like I'm not responsible for every person who needed healing out there. Agreed?" Harry couldn't argue with that. As the morning wore on, Sirius recounted everything that had happened since they parted the day before. The ministry had been mostly empty, making it easy to distinguish the genuine dark loyalists from those who had simply been too afraid to oppose them. The ministry was reclaimed, and Kingsley and Tonks, who Harry was relieved to hear was alive, had arranged for all the surviving Death Eaters from the battle to be contained in the ministry holding cells, their wands snapped if they hadn't already been destroyed. Harry found it amusing to learn that almost no Death Eaters had intact wands by the end of the battle. The Hogwarts Alliance had clearly taken that lesson to heart, those ruthless little blighters. News began to spread across the country, with owls from Hogwarts delivering letters to loved ones in hiding. It would take time for everyone to return to their homes, if they still had homes, and to pick up the pieces of their lives, but they had time now. They had peace. As the morning progressed, more people began to arrive. The tables filled with an assortment of breakfast foods, creating the atmosphere of a normal school morning, and Harry felt a sense of warmth and comfort. Ravenous from his extended sleep, Harry devoured a second breakfast while chatting with Cassius and Oliver. The keeper had apparently acquired some new scars from a flaying curse, but thankfully they were nothing permanent. He kept sending adoring glances at Cassius, recounting to anyone who would listen how the man had jumped in to save him from certain death. Harry was startled when the post arrived. For some reason, he had completely forgotten that such things still happened. Letters had become so rare over the past month, as everyone was too worried about interception. A copy of the Daily Prophet landed on the table in front of Sirius, and Harry groaned loudly at the front page. "Boy who lived becomes man who defeated. You know who dead, ministry reclaimed." "They couldn't come up with a better nickname," Harry complained, glaring at the paper. "Man who defeated. Merlin, that's even more of a mouthful than the last." "At least you're a man now," Charlie pointed out with amusement. "You won't have to live with being called a boy forever." That hardly felt like a glowing endorsement, and Harry continued to scowl, eyeing the picture of himself, bloodied and dishevelled amid the destruction, his wand at his side. When had someone even captured that photo? Who brings a camera to a battle? Sirius spread the paper out over the table so everyone could read it. Inside there was a lengthy article recounting the battle from someone who claimed to have been in the centre of the action, although Harry didn't recognize the name in the byline. To their credit, it was a fairly accurate account of events. Much of it was information that was brand new to Harry. He had been so focused at the time that he hadn't noticed much of what was happening around him. He hadn't known about the troll that had made it all the way to the castle walls, only to be slaughtered by the animated suits of armour, or the house elf that had bludgeoned Amicus Caro to death with a cast-iron pan. From the description of the elf, it was very likely Dobby. Harry hadn't realized his small friend was so bloodthirsty. The article went on for 8 pages about the battle, then shifted to a much shorter description of the reclaiming of the ministry. It seemed no one involved wanted to share details. At the end, a full page was dedicated to a request for all those employed by the ministry prior to the Dark Lord's insurrection to come into the office at their earliest convenience to reclaim their jobs and start dealing with the mess. To Harry's delight, it also stated that Amelia Bones had been appointed interim minister, with a formal election to follow as soon as possible. However, that delight quickly faded when he turned to the final pages of the paper and found the obituaries. It wasn't detailed, just a list of names divided into 2 sections, those who died fighting for the light and those who died wearing the garb of Death Eaters. The latter section was much larger, but it still made Harry's heart ache to see 29 names in the former section. He couldn't tear his eyes away from the neat printed letters. Colin Creevy, Hogwarts student, 16. Far too young. Harry was startled out of his reverie by a commotion at the staff table. A red-faced, crying man was being restrained by 2 of his companions as he tried to lunge at Professor Snape, who had just left the table. Rage flaring within him, Harry shot up, hurrying over. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" he roared, raising his wand in defense of Snape and placing himself between the 2. "Even you're defending him," the man spat. "How can he just sit there, easy as you please? He should be in the cells with all the other Death Eater scum. We all saw him yesterday, right at his master's side, the perfect little lapdog. We've known for years about his true loyalties, murdering piece of shit." The man tried to lunge again, but was held back. A word out, he noticed the crowd behind them, slowly gathering and echoing the man's sentiments. Harry's stomach twisted in knots. In all his relief, he had almost forgotten about this part. "Severus Snape has been spying on the dark for longer than I've been alive," Harry growled. "He was with Voldemort yesterday because that was exactly where I needed him to be. Did you ever think that maybe there were plans going on that you weren't privy to?" The man didn't back down. "He's got you fooled, hasn't he, Potter?" Wrapped around his slimy little finger, believing he was on your side all along. He's a traitorous little worm and deserves to rot for everything he's done. Everything he's done? Harry echoed, incredulity lacing his voice. Do you mean all the Death Eater raids he informed the Order about, giving them time to send help? Or the misinformation he fed to Voldemort for years? Or do you mean training me for the last 3 years, so I could actually survive long enough to take down the bastard? He sneered, watching the man go from bright red to pale in mere moments. I don't need to explain myself to you, he added hotly, but it's safe to say Severus Snape is the only reason I was able to kill Voldemort. Stop flinching! It's just a name, he's bloody dead, he snapped, noticing how many people still shuddered at the mention. There's more to this situation than you know, so don't start thinking you have the right to judge him when you know nothing. Hell, he's more of a hero than I am. The man continued to glare at Snape over Harry's shoulder. How do you know you can trust him? How can you put your faith in that greasy little turncoat? You say he wasn't the Dark Lord's, but he was Dumbledore's man for a bloody long time. How do you know he isn't going to kill you as soon as your back is turned? Harry opened his mouth to argue, but before he could get a word out, he sensed the tension in the air, thick and electric. With a sudden bang, the door to the hall swung open violently, revealing Remus Lupin, visibly furious. His eyes glowed a vibrant gold, and his lips curled back in a snarl. Even with his left arm in a sling to protect his healing collarbone, he radiated an intimidating presence. Anyone, he growled, striding down the aisle between the tables, who wants to get at Severus Snape is going to have to go through me. The man arguing with Harry recoiled in fear as Remus positioned himself protectively in front of Snape. We did not spend 18 bloody years hiding the truth for some whiny little idiot to condemn Severus for crimes he was forced to commit just to keep people alive. He puffed up, his expression fierce, glaring at the man as if he could lift a full-grown troll off a schoolchild, exactly like the predator he was, a werewolf everyone often forgot he could be. Then, straightening his back, he surveyed the hall with a challenging gaze, daring anyone else to oppose him. I did not fight this goddamn war just to lose the man I love to your prejudice. In a swift movement, he turned on his heel, fisted his good hand in the front of Snape's robes, and pulled him in for a fierce, passionate kiss. Harry could only stare in disbelief. Snape didn't even protest. He tilted his head for better access, his arms sliding around Remus's waist as the werewolf completely consumed his mouth, right there in front of everyone. Harry had known these men for years, was aware of their relationship and the truth of their lives, yet it suddenly struck him that he had never actually seen them kiss. Not more than a peck on the cheek, never in front of him, and they had always been so careful to avoid being caught around the house, unlike Sirius and Charlie, who didn't care at all. Watching them, Harry felt a strange sense of relief. If he had seen them, if they had always been like this back when he was in his 4th year, it might have led to some very confusing dreams for him. Damn! The hall fell into stunned silence until finally a wolf whistle pierced the air. "Put the man down, Moony," Sirius called out, barely containing his laughter. "There are children about." Harry was certain that if Remus's hands weren't otherwise occupied, he would have flipped off his best friend right there in front of everyone. Instead, he ended the kiss, pulling back slowly and gazing at Snape with such love that it made Harry's breath catch. "I've waited all this time," Remus said, his voice still carrying a hint of the wolf resonating throughout the hall. "They can't have you. You're mine." Snape, his lips swollen from the kiss, smirked. "Yes, I think you've made that quite clear," he replied wryly. Harry tore his eyes away, looking back at the man who had started the whole argument, now utterly gobsmacked. "Walk away," he warned, his voice low but the threat unmistakable. "Don't involve yourself in situations you know nothing about." Finally, the man slumped, allowing his companions to lead him back to the table. When Harry turned around, a smug grin spread across his face as he saw Remus and Snape still wrapped in a loose embrace. Snape looking more dishevelled than Harry had ever seen him in public. "Well, that's the cat out of the bag then," he remarked. Both men turned to look at him, Remus having the grace to appear just a bit embarrassed. "It was going to happen sooner or later," he said with a shrug, wincing as he remembered he was still healing. "Can't say I'm sorry about it." A quiet snort escaped Snape. "Of course you're not," he muttered, shooting his partner an exasperated look. "Damned fool Gryffindors." He didn't sound angry, just amused. Harry laughed and hugged the pair of them, unconcerned about all the eyes still on them. "I'm really glad you both made it out okay," he said fiercely. He felt someone press a kiss to his hair. "You and me both, cub," Remus murmured. "You and me both." After that rather eventful morning, Hogwarts finally began to clear out a bit. Everyone was growing tired of being cooped up in the castle for the last month, and Harry felt a quiet relief as he watched so many people packing up and heading out. He was really quite sick of being stared at. With little else to do, his body still weary and his mind somewhat scrambled from everything that had happened in the last 48 hours, Harry remained seated at the Gryffindor table, observing the world around him. Occasionally, someone stopped to talk. It seemed everyone wanted to thank him before they left the castle, but mostly he just sat with Draco, watching everyone else begin their day. He was just contemplating making himself useful in the hour or so before lunch, when he heard a throat clear behind him. Susan Bones smiled at him, her left eye covered by a patch made of yellow fabric dotted with tiny gold suns. "Susan!" he exclaimed, startled. "What happened?" "Cutting curse to the face," she relayed matter-of-factly. "Pomfrey healed the scar, but she couldn't save my eye. It's fine, though. It doesn't even hurt. I just keep bumping into things. My depth perception is shot to hell." She gave a dismissive shrug. "Theo jazzed up my patch a bit, though. Do you like it?" Looking at the cheerful patch and thinking of the somewhat dour Slytherin, Harry grinned. That was unexpectedly adorable of him. "It looks great, but that's awful. I'm sorry." "It's not that bad," Susan insisted. "Still got the other one, after all. Anyway, I was hoping to catch you. Aunt Amelia is going to call a Wizengamot meeting tomorrow. She wants every eligible seat claimed properly, so we can start cleaning this mess up." "Oh," Harry said. "Wow, that's quick," Harry said, surprised. Susan grinned back. "You did your part, now it's my turn. We won't have a full session, there's so much to do before we can start fixing the laws around here, but it'll be enough to get everyone sworn in and introduced. We need to make sure the old relics still sitting in their seats know we're coming for them." She flashed a shark-like smile, her eyes gleaming with eagerness. For a moment, Harry felt a twinge of sympathy for the current members of the Wizengamot. Then a thought struck him. "Have you asked McGonagall?" he inquired, frowning. "I mean, she should be fine with it, but half of us are still students. It could disrupt our studies. She should know that." Susan frowned too. "I hadn't thought of that," she admitted. "You don't think she'll make us assign proxies, do you?" "I doubt it. She knows we've been planning this for a while. I think she'd be happy to let us get on with it. Honestly, we've all shown that external distractions won't mess with our grades." That made Susan laugh. "Fair point." So why don't we gather everyone up and go find her in her office? Well, she hesitated, frowning. Maybe not everyone. Parvati. Harry grimaced, the sharp grief returning. How is she? About as you'd expect. Lavender's with her, which helps a bit, but I think she's planning to go home as soon as the meeting's over tomorrow. India home, not England home. Susan's lower lip trembled. Yeah, she should be with family. Harry couldn't imagine what it must be like to lose a twin. Sniffing quietly, Susan shook her head and forced a smile back onto her face. Shall we go now? Do you know where McGonagall is? Harry searched through the castle's wards. She's in her office. I'll let everyone know. Harry sought out his friends, the other student heirs, pushing his magic through the wards to send them a gentle prod along with a mental image of McGonagall's office. Susan blinked, looking at him with curiosity. That is bizarre. Could you always do that? I don't think so, but I can now, he replied, feeling a newfound closeness to the castle. Huh. I wonder if Hannah can do that. She shrugged. Not important. Let's go. Are you coming, Draco? Or is your mother going to keep holding proxy? When Harry stood, Draco followed suit. She'll keep proxy for all the other seats my father amassed. She's still tracking down heirs for most of them, but the Malfoy seat is mine. Perfect. Susan linked arms with Harry. She's terrifying your mum, so that works out well for us. Draco snickered. I'm telling her you said that. Please do. I meant it as a compliment. The three of them made their way to their headmistress's office, joining a small crowd of other heirs waiting at the door. Not everyone had arrived. Some, like Hannah, were still in the hospital wing. Please don't do that again, Harry, Ernie said with a weary sigh. I was in the shower and you frightened the life out of me. Sorry, Harry replied sheepishly. Emergencies only in the future, I promise. Susan squeezed his hand, then stepped up to the door and knocked. Come in, McGonagall called, her expression freezing when she saw the number of students awaiting her. She was seated at her desk, quill in hand, writing what looked like a stack of letters. Condolence letters, Harry realized with a sick twist in his stomach, for the families of students who had fallen in battle. If you're about to disrupt my day, Potter, you and your friends can come back in an hour, she said flatly. Harry snorted. We're not. At least, I don't think we are, he promised. We just need a quick word. All of them filed into the room, with Susan almost leading the way. Tripped over the chair opposite the desk, she gave McGonagall the same information she had shared with Harry about the meeting scheduled for the morning. All of us are eligible to claim our seats, and we fully intend to do so tomorrow. But Harry suggested we run it by you first, since it means we'll need to leave school occasionally and such. I know Dumbledore strongly encouraged students to keep proxies until they graduated. She made a face. But that really isn't going to sit well with us, headmistress. All due respect, of course. McGonagall's lips twitched. Indeed, she replied dryly. Well, Miss Bones, you'll be pleased to hear that I have no intention of interfering where I don't belong. I am your headmistress, not your guardian. As long as your responsibilities to your family do not begin to impede your studies, you'll have no trouble from me or any of the staff regarding this matter. Her eyes flashed. It's about time I took my own seat after all. That reminded Harry of something he hadn't even realized until that very moment. What about the Hogwarts seats? He blurted out. Technically they're ours, but they usually come with being head of the school. Sure, they all had other seats of their own, but if the Founder's magic has risen within you, it is for more reasons than just protecting this school from danger, McGonagall said evenly. Far be it from me to argue with that kind of magic. All 4 of you should claim your seats, as is your birthright. Though Miss Lovegood may need to come of age first, despite the interesting circumstances surrounding all this. Luna's making me her proxy, Daphne volunteered, if the hall allows it. Harry swallowed thickly, wondering if anyone had found Mr. Ollivander yet. That's settled then, McGonagall agreed, nodding firmly. I look forward to watching all of you turn the entire ministry on its head. A hint of amusement returned in the slightest curl of her lips. Now, if you have nothing else to discuss, I have quite a bit of work to get on with, Headmistress McGonagall said with a smile. The students left her office, parting ways in the corridor as they returned to their plans for the day. Harry leaned against Draco, pressing his forehead to the blonde's temple and inhaling deeply. "Do you need to lie down?" Draco asked, concern etched on his face. Harry shook his head. No, I feel a lot better, actually." Susan's task had been exactly what he needed to kickstart his brain again, reminding him that he couldn't afford to drift into uselessness now. In many ways, the battle had just begun. "Let's go find Sirius. There are some things I need to sort out." Draco frowned, confused, but didn't argue. Perhaps Harry had jumped the gun just a little. Between him and Sirius, they had compiled a list of Black family properties currently being used as safe houses and split it evenly between them. Many of the people in hiding were unlikely to trust a letter or the prophet. They wouldn't leave until they could be absolutely sure things were safe for them. So, the 2 of them left the castle together, each apparating separately to their first destinations. Technically, Harry's actions were illegal, but he suspected the ministry had bigger concerns at the moment. One by one, he knocked on doors and greeted families, spreading the good news. He was hugged, cried on, and thanked profusely, each house filled with people whose eyes shone at the prospect of finally rejoining the world. His last stop was the pottery, and by the time he arrived he felt a bit light-headed from all the apparition jumps. Maybe it wasn't the best idea to expend so much magical energy just a day after nearly emptying his core fighting Voldemort. But he was almost done. Just this one last visit, and then he could go home. As always, stepping through the pottery wards felt like a warm hug, the entire place welcoming him home. A thrill of excitement ran through him at the thought of soon making this place his actual home, filling it with all the furniture from the Potter vaults and transforming it into a space where he could spend the rest of his life, building a family. A few kids were running around the garden, making the most of the summer sunshine, and they skidded to a halt when they spotted Harry walking up the driveway. "Can you round everyone up and come inside?" Harry called out, catching Nashira's eye as she was the oldest of the group. "I need to talk to everyone." He hated the way her expression hardened, clearly bracing for bad news. As Harry entered the house, Essie and Tinker were immediately in front of him. "Hi, guys. Could you get everyone in the house to the ballroom, please? And everyone in the tents, too?" The pair nodded eagerly and disappeared, while Harry made his way straight to the largest room in the house. The occupants gathered quickly, their expressions wary as they looked at Harry, but hope began to creep into their eyes when they saw the smile on his face. He stood at the head of the room, waiting patiently until it seemed like everyone was inside. There had to be at least 70 people. Merlin, he hadn't realized they'd crammed so many in. "I'm guessing some of you have seen the prophet this morning," he began, watching several sets of shoulders tense up. "It's real. Lord Voldemort is dead. I killed him myself. The war is won." A collective intake of breath filled the room, followed by a few murmured prayers. "All of you are free to go if you wish. I'm going to keep the Fidelius charm in place for another week, just to give you time to sort yourselves out." If you need to stay a little longer, if your home isn't in the same condition you left it, that's absolutely fine. Take as long as you need to get back on your feet. There's no rush. He didn't want anyone to feel like he was pushing them out. "It's the truth," someone gasped, stunned. It's finally over?" Harry nodded. "We can't—" Harry took a deep breath and continued. "I can't guarantee there aren't a few Death Eaters lurking somewhere, but we've captured all those who showed up at Hogwarts to fight. We're also working on fixing things at the Ministry." He felt confident that with Amelia and Kingsley on the case, they would soon set everything right. They were thoroughly vetting the staff, checking for any undercover Death Eaters, and those corrupt enough to have aided the dark forces for their own gain. A small voice broke through the murmuring. "What about us?" It was Narcissa, standing with her twin siblings and a group of other kids, all underage, and all with parents who were either missing or deceased. "Kingsley Shacklebolt is in contact with the Muggle government," Harry explained to the children. "He's trying to track down families of Muggle-borns who might have gone into hiding without using magic. I'll be honest with you, we don't know how long it's going to take, but we're doing our best. If any of you have friends, cousins, or anyone else you'd like to reach out to, we can help you get in touch. You're all welcome to stay here for the summer." Most of them would return to Hogwarts in September, now that it was safe. Those who were too young for that would hopefully have their guardianship situation figured out by then. Looking at the children's faces, Harry realized that at least the older ones understood the grim possibility that their parents might not be found. Kingsley had mentioned that Muggles were quite adept at tracking deaths, especially those that occurred under suspicious circumstances in the past 18 months. Hopefully, they could provide some closure, if nothing else. "We're in your debt, Mr. Potter," Mr. Pershaw said solemnly, pushing his way to the front of the crowd. He dropped to one knee, holding his wand up in a gesture of respect. "If you need anything from the Pershaw family, anything at all, it would be an honor to assist you." At his words, several others knelt as well, offering their wands in solidarity. Harry coughed, feeling uncomfortable. "There's no need for this." "I didn't do any of that," he insisted, feeling uneasy under the weight of their gratitude. "I just did what was right. If you really want to honor that, help us rebuild. Help each other rebuild. Magical Britain is a small community after all. We need to stick together." Fortunately, his words were met with a murmur of approval, and the crowd rose to their feet once again. With Harry having delivered the good news, the occupants of the Pottery sprang into action, the whole house buzzing with excitement as everyone made plans to return home and reach out to their loved ones. Harry stepped back, smiling and assuring them he would be in touch if anyone needed anything. At the edge of the wards, he gathered his weary magic for one final apparition. The crack that signaled his return to Hogwarts was louder than usual, but as he found himself intact, Harry considered that a win. That is, until he took a step forward and the world suddenly lurched sideways. "Oh dear," he muttered, as a surprisingly strong arm linked through his, helping him stay upright. A delicate floral perfume wafted into his nostrils. Narcissa Malfoy smiled at him fondly, patting his cheek. "Overdone it a bit, have we?" she said knowingly. "I'll save the lecture for my son." Harry groaned. "Do we have to tell him?" As they began walking toward the castle, Narcissa laughed. He tried not to lean on her too obviously. "You'd better get used to it. My dragon is awfully protective of those he loves." "Understatement of the century," Harry replied, and she laughed again. "How are things at the manor?" he asked, recalling that Narcissa had gone to do much the same as he and Sirius had, reassuring those at her house who were even less likely to trust the word of the prophet. "They're delighted, of course, but Many of them now have family to mourn, even if they're quite relieved that family is dead. It's a difficult situation. Harry hummed in agreement, remembering how torn Draco had been when his father. Harry reflected on the complexities of family. It was possible to recognize someone as a foul, bigoted person, yet that didn't erase the bonds of family. The memories of both good and bad times lingered. At least they can start to move on now, he mused. As the castle came into view, Harry paused to take in the grounds. He hadn't really looked closely on his way out. He had been too focused on Sirius and their plans. The sight before him was haunting. It resembled a war zone. The grass was torn up, deep gouges from spellfire marred the earth, and darker patches, definitely dried blood, were scattered around. Even the lake appeared murkier, and Harry did a double take when he spotted a tentacle breaking the surface, holding what looked like a troll leg. At least the squid seemed to be enjoying itself. "It's nothing that can't be fixed," Narcissa said gently, following his gaze across the barren landscape. "I believe Professor Sprout and your friend Neville are already discussing the best ways to restore the grass to its former glory. There was even talk of a flower garden as a memorial." Harry swallowed hard. He would really appreciate that. "While I have you to myself, darling, I wanted to thank you," Narcissa continued. Harry looked at her, puzzled. "What for?" She let out a light, airy chuckle. "What for?" he asks. "Harry, my son is alive, my family is safe, and I am not facing persecution as a Death Eater. None of that would have happened without your involvement." "I didn't do all of that," Harry protested. "You stood up against the Death Eaters after Lucius died. You helped keep everyone safe too." "But I was only able to do so with the knowledge that I had Harry Potter in my corner. Your name carries a lot of weight, you know." He felt himself blush, uncomfortable with the reminder. "All I did was fall in love with Draco," he muttered, feeling a bit bashful. "The rest just sort of happened after that." Narcissa giggled. Narcissa squeezed Harry's arm, resting her head on his shoulder for a brief moment. "Indeed. May I just say I am very, very glad you did so, and not just because it led to my own safety." She looked up at him, her grey eyes softening and creasing at the corners. "I have never seen my son happier than when he is with you. That is all I ever wanted for him in the world, and more. To be loved as fiercely as he offers his own love. We Blacks can be rather intense with our emotions." Harry snorted. That was putting it lightly. "He deserves all that love and more. He deserves everything. Everything Harry could give him, and then some." "As do you," Narcissa said, causing his chest to tighten. "You are family, Harry, and I will do everything I can to aid you and my son in building the future you have worked so hard to reach. However that future may look, you have my support." A lump rose in Harry's throat, his heart swelling with an unexpected warmth. "I have a ring," he blurted out before he could stop himself. "From the Potter vaults. He thinks he's going to be the one to propose, but Narcissa chuckled, mischief dancing in her eyes. "Yes, I dare say that will ruffle his feathers a bit, getting beaten to the punch." Harry held his breath, stopping in his tracks as Narcissa took his hand and met his gaze. "You have my blessing, Harry. Not that I think you need it, but if there was any doubt in your mind, I cannot think of anyone better suited to my son than you." He swallowed hard, feeling a prickling in his eyes. "Thank you," he rasped. That's good to know." Narcissa was right. He would have done it regardless of her opinions, but he would much rather have her on board. "You silly thing," she tutted, kissing his forehead. "As if I would turn you away. Sirius and Andy would never speak to me again, for one." A choked laugh escaped him. Narcissa gently urged Harry forward once more. "Come on, darling. If I'm not mistaken, it looks like there might be a party brewing." Harry blinked, looking up at the castle. The illuminated windows glowed brightly in the gold-hued evening light. A party sounded nice, but a nap sounded even better. Fortunately, Harry got his nap. Draco took one look at his ashen face and marched him right up to bed, muttering all the while about foolish Gryffindor idiots who didn't know their own limits. Draco napped beside him, cuddling him close under the blankets, with the window open to let in a cool breeze and the soothing sound of birdsong. It was perfect. They woke just in time for a late dinner and headed down to the great hall, where they discovered the party was indeed in full swing. There were 2 tables left in the hall, both laden with mouth-watering food, and Harry eagerly took a seat beside Ginny, piling his plate high. "I like the hair," he complimented. She beamed at him. Where the night before it had been tufted and slightly charred, with the left side in all sorts of ragged lengths from whatever spell had caught her, it was now cleaned up and looked intentional. The side of her head was shaved to a soft red fuzz up to her side parting, contrasting beautifully with the fiery curtain of hair on her right side. It looked incredibly cool, and Harry wondered if she was about to start a new trend. "Tonks did it," Ginny enthused. "I actually really love it. I've been thinking about changing up my hair, you know. I wasn't planning on something quite as drastic as this, but it looks way better than I expected. And feel how soft it is." She grabbed his hand, lifting it to stroke the shaved side of her head. It was indeed velvet soft. "Fleur's mum got my ear grown back too." Harry hadn't even noticed that. The entire top half of her head was transformed. Harry noticed that Ginny's ear had regrown, though it wasn't quite the same shape as before. "Congrats," he said, gently tweaking her ear. Ginny scowled and ducked away, laughing. Looking around the room, Harry realized that nearly everyone who had sought refuge in the castle had now left, as the world was safe once more. He saw only his family and friends, along with those who had fought alongside them. A few familiar faces seemed to be waiting for loved ones to be released from the hospital wing, but overall the castle had returned to hosting just a handful of extra bodies. It was the core of the rebellion, still needing a base of operations as they figured out their next steps. Harry had never seen them all so happy. The hall was alive with laughter and lively conversation, and even those still recovering from injuries were in good spirits. They hadn't forgotten the costs of their struggles. Harry noticed more than one toast raised to fallen friends that evening, but alongside their mourning, they seized the opportunity to celebrate their victory, to remember why it had all been worth it. At one end of the table, the entire past Gryffindor Quidditch team, Harry's original team, was clustered together with their partners and Victor Crumb. Oliver Wood's exuberant hand gestures made Harry suspect they were discussing Quidditch. Charlie was with them too, his hand tangled with Sirius's on the tabletop. They were engaged in entirely different conversations, yet still connected, always in each other's orbit. Opposite Sirius, Remus was practically sitting in Snape's lap, glowing with joy at finally being able to express his love openly. He had his arm draped around Severus's back as he chatted with his best friend. Snape didn't usually do glowing with joy, but the slight smile on his face and his willingness to tolerate the noise spoke volumes to Harry. Most of the heirs were at another table, none of them bothering to think about going home when they all had to attend the Wizengamot in the morning. After everything they had been through, They had certainly earned this moment. They had fought in a battle that the adults insisted they were too young to handle, and they had not only survived, but won. They deserved to be proud of that. Surrounded by other students, both past and present members of the Hogwarts army, Harry reflected on how far they had all come since those early days of just casting a disarming charm and a simple protego. "Are you getting maudlin, Potter?" Draco asked, raising an eyebrow and pulling Harry from his thoughts. Harry smiled sheepishly and leaned into him. "Not maudlin," he insisted, "just relieved." Draco narrowed his gaze before pressing a kiss to Harry's lips, then to the glass in his hand. "Have a drink and stop thinking so much," he urged. "You've earned it." Harry knocked back the drink, coughing slightly at the fierce burn of high-quality fire whiskey. "Blimey, where'd that come from?" "Charlie," Draco replied, smirking as he topped up Harry's glass. "He stopped by the Dragon Reserve to check in with work, and I guess someone over there had a big stash of the good stuff and decided to share." That explained a lot. From Charlie's stories, dragon tamers were notoriously good at handling their alcohol. Harry looked down at the cup and then turned suspicious eyes on Draco. "Are you trying to get me drunk?" he drawled, watching as Draco's smirk widened, his eyes darkening. "A drink or two won't hurt," Draco replied, his tone even, but the spark of lust in his quicksilver gaze was unmistakable. Harry leaned in, nuzzling his temple against Draco's shoulder. "If you want me to, you know, against the wall again, you don't need to get me soused," he breathed huskily. "Or do you just want me getting all handsy with you so everyone in this room knows I'm taken?" As if they weren't already well aware. Under the table, Draco squeezed his thigh. "Why can't it be both?" he asked innocently. "I checked with the elves. All the bottles have been emptied." Heat pooled in Harry's gut. "Later then," he promised, planting a kiss on Draco's cheek before pulling back to take another swallow of his drink. There was no need to leave the party early. They could hold off for a few more hours. As the tables were cleared of food and more alcohol appeared from seemingly nowhere, seriously, this was a school. Where was it all coming from? Harry finally let himself relax and joined in the festivities. Fred and George, being their usual mischievous selves, produced a whole bunch of their indoor fireworks, prompting McGonagall to sigh exasperatedly and loudly declare how grateful she was that they had graduated. Everyone got up from the tables, mingling freely, adults and students alike, all united by their shared experiences, all reveling in the possibilities of the new future that awaited them. Across the hall, Susan and Justin were animatedly discussing their plans for the Wizengamot with a group of slightly terrified-looking first-years, while Theo stood proudly by Susan's side, his smile indicating he was both proud of his girlfriend and ready to defend her against anyone who dared oppose her. Not far from them, Luna had seemingly started a dance party without any music, joined by a handful of people who were tipsy enough to join in enthusiastically. Mrs. Weasley stood with her husband and a few other former ministry workers, casting increasingly concerned glances at her daughter, who appeared to have challenged Victor Crumb to a drinking match. Ginny had a dismayed Neville on one side and a surprisingly enthusiastic Hagrid on the other, the half-giant cheering her on as she downed cider at a pace that had Harry goggling. On one hand, he could understand Mrs. Weasley's worries. On the other hand, he figured Ginny had earned this moment. And Hagrid was supervising. She would be fine. Laughing to himself, Harry turned back to the group he was with, pressing his shoulder against George's. Draco and Blaise had wandered off to chat with Cassius and a few others about Slytherin matters, or perhaps wedding plans. Harry couldn't be certain. Meanwhile, their two Gryffindor boyfriends had teamed up. "Harry!" Sirius exclaimed, his voice booming as he stumbled over. By this point, he was thoroughly intoxicated, but who could blame him? The war was over, their family was safe, and his godfather had a bright future ahead. "Harry!" Sirius grabbed him by the shoulders, giving him a slight shake. You're the best, you know. I told Prongs when you were born, this kid is going to be brilliant, and I was right." He beamed with pride. "If him and Lily could see you now, they'd be so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. My godson, defeater of Voldemort," he shouted, and a cheer erupted around the hall. Harry felt his cheeks flush even as he smiled. "I love you so much, pup. You're my son. Not really my son. I never touched Jamie's girl, I swear it. But you're my son in here." He thumped his chest, right over his heart. Over Sirius's shoulder, Harry caught sight of Remus stifling his laughter against Snape's shoulder. "I love you too, Padfoot, and you're my dad in here too," Harry added, placing a hand on his own chest, refusing to acknowledge the tears threatening to spill from his eyes. Sirius blinked rapidly, his own eyes misting over. Then he leaned in and planted a big, wet kiss on Harry's forehead. Hey, Harry," he said, tugging on Harry's wrist as he stepped back. "You know Charlie?" He pointed at the dragon tamer, who was sitting on the edge of a table, watching his drunken boyfriend with an indulgent expression. "Yeah, I know him," Harry confirmed, trying not to laugh as Sirius's eyes sparkled with mischief. Looking between the two, Sirius released Harry's wrist and stepped right into the center of their little circle. "I am going to marry that man," he declared firmly, pointing emphatically at Charlie. He stumbled closer, poking Charlie in the chest. I'm going to marry you." Charlie's smile widened, his dimples appearing in full force. "Are you now?" he drawled, raising one red eyebrow. "Well, I have to say that was a terrible proposal, sweetheart. You're going to have to do better." Laughter erupted as they all took in Sirius's exaggerated pout. "I will," he promised, leaning against Charlie's chest, the redhead instinctively wrapping his arm around Sirius's waist. "I'll do better. I love you." "I love you too, Sirius," Charlie replied fondly, planting a kiss on the taller man's jaw. The smile that stretched across Sirius's face was the biggest of them all, and Harry couldn't help but grin widely in response. "I need another drink," Sirius declared, straightening up and swaying slightly as he did so. "I really don't think you do," Tonks chimed in with a laugh. Sirius whipped around to face her, pointing an accusing finger. "That's what a sober person would say," he exclaimed. "You need another drink, or any drink. I haven't seen you drink. Why aren't you drinking?" Now that he mentioned it, Harry realized he couldn't recall seeing anything but water in Tonks's hand all night. The aura blushed a furious red. "I just don't feel like it, all right?" she defended. "I don't have to drink at parties." "No, but you usually do," Charlie pointed out, narrowing his eyes at his best friend. "You're usually keeping pace with me. You didn't even get hurt. You have no excuse." Tonks went wide-eyed, her mouth opening and closing in soundless stutters. Suddenly, Charlie gasped. "Oh, fuck me," he yelped, much louder than intended, drawing the attention of half the room. The room buzzed with excitement. "Yes, please," Sirius replied without hesitation. "Are you serious?" Charlie asked, turning his wide-eyed gaze toward Tonks, completely ignoring his partner. "You're not—" "All right," Tonks exclaimed, her purple hair flushing a bright red. "Yes, fine, you got me. I'm not drinking because I'm pregnant." Harry nearly choked on his drink, and then he heard the sound of glass shattering. Everyone turned to see Kingsley Shacklebolt, who had been deep in conversation with Amelia and Narcissa, now staring at them with comically wide eyes. A puddle of beer was forming on the floor where he had dropped his glass in shock. I'm pregnant," Tonks confirmed softly this time. "I was going to say something later, privately, but these two idiots have to spill the beans." She shot an annoyed glare at Sirius and Charlie. Ignoring the shards of glass at his feet, Kingsley stepped forward, his eyes locked on Tonks. "You're pregnant?" he echoed, standing right in front of her. His gaze dropped to her stomach. There's a baby in there," she said, a tentative grin spreading across her face. "Or at least there will be once it grows a bit. I'm only 10 weeks along." "You went into battle at 10 weeks pregnant," Mrs. Weasley screeched as she hurried over, clearly alarmed by the news. "What were you thinking?" "I was thinking I needed to give it every chance I could to make this world a place worth raising a child in," Tonks defended herself. "I had a shield up. It was fine. The baby's totally fine. Pomfrey checked." She glanced back at Kingsley, who had gone pale at the reminder of Tonks' presence on the battlefield. "You should have told me before," he said, his voice low. Tonks met his gaze defiantly. "You would have made me stay in the castle," she argued. Kingsley didn't deny it. "I didn't even know she was seeing anyone," George muttered at Harry's side. The room fell into a stunned silence, but the sound of realization echoed in the air. Harry snorted, surprised that Kingsley still hadn't figured it out. Kingsley stepped closer, gently pressing his hand against Tonks's stomach, a gesture far more intimate than what one would expect from a co-worker or even a friend. "A baby? A baby?" A cautious smile crept onto Tonks' lips. "Is that okay?" Kingsley didn't hesitate. He pulled her into a tight embrace, lifting her off her feet and spinning her around, kissing her as if his very life depended on it. When he finally set her down, his smile was radiant, wider than Harry had ever seen on the usually stoic man. "It's fantastic," he declared with enthusiasm. "So that's why you didn't want the head aura job," Amelia realized, her brows knitting together in amusement. With his arm still around Tonks, Kingsley glanced over at her, looking a bit sheepish. Yes, well, about that." Harry laughed heartily, and suddenly Tonks was surrounded by friends, all eager to ask about the baby, Kingsley, and how long they had been keeping this news under wraps. George surveyed the faces of those around him, Harry, Sirius, Charlie, Remus, and Snape. "You knew," he exclaimed. "You all knew." "Tonks is family," Harry replied, an acknowledgement in itself. "You'll soon learn, Georgie boy, that the Black family is quite fond of their secrets," Charlie added, playfully squeezing Sirius around the waist with a conspiratorial grin. "I don't think I've had even a fraction of them. Hell, I probably never will. But there's a lot these little buggers have been keeping under our noses for the last few years." George looked almost disappointed to discover there had been plotting and secrets going on without him. Harry gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "I'll tell you what I can some other time," he promised. He wasn't even looking at George anymore. His attention had been drawn by movement across the room. With a toss of shining blonde hair and a careless push of his shirt sleeves up to his elbows, the heat in Harry's belly returned. "Look, George, I'll see you later. In the morning, yeah?" He didn't wait for George's bewildered response, striding across the hall and draping himself over Draco's lithe back, kissing a pale cheek. "Hi," he greeted, wrapping his arms around Draco from behind. He subtly tilted his hips, making Draco aware of the half-hard erection growing in his trousers. Having fun? I was, Draco confirmed, craning his neck to meet Harry's gaze. Did you need me for something? Harry grinned wolfishly. That's a very loaded question. Several Slytherins nearby snickered. Draco didn't seem remotely embarrassed by this clear, albeit rather sloppy, attempt at seduction. Harry had never felt more in love with him. At least let me pretend we have some sort of decorum, love, Draco sighed, which only made Harry grin wider and wiggle his eyebrows. Why bother? I'm fairly sure they would figure it out regardless. We did assume, Daphne chimed in with a long-suffering sigh. Draco's ears turned a little pink, but he was smiling. Go on, Malfoy, Cassius urged playfully. Take our saviour here off to celebrate somewhere private before he starts really trying to convince you to leave. Oh, I don't need convincing, Draco replied airily. I had just planned for a slightly more graceful exit. But Gryffindors. He exchanged an exasperated look with Cassius and Blaise, and Harry thought he should probably be offended by it. Are we going now, then? He asked eagerly, peeling himself off Draco's back just enough to tuck the blonde against his side. We are, Draco said, glancing at his friends. Good night, all. Be safe, you two, Daphne replied with a blatant leer. Harry tugged Draco away, ignoring the catcalls from the Slytherin crowd. The noise only grew louder when everyone else noticed the pair leaving. Good night, he called to the hall at large, his hand already sneaking up under the hem of Draco's shirt. Don't stay up too late. We could say the same to you, Bill retorted, prompting another round of laughter and wolf whistling. Harry smirked, unrepentant. You're all a bunch of hypocrites, he laughed, feeling the pleasant buzz of alcohol coursing through his veins. And I think I've earned this. With that he took Draco by the hand, tugged on the castle's magic, and walked headfirst into the wall next to the door. His next step landed him right in the Slytherin common room, emerging from the wall next to the fireplace. Draco followed closely behind, staring around in awe. What the heck, Potter? He said, stunned. Since when could you do that? I've been pulling passageways for ages, Harry replied, frowning in confusion. Passageways? Not transporting through walls? Draco gaped. Oh, that. Harry hadn't expected that either, but Hogwarts was full of surprises. Came of age with both hands on the wardstone, he explained with a shrug. The castle likes me. The blonde blinked, incredulous, then shook his head. This is what it's going to be like, isn't it, being with you? You're never going to be done with the ridiculousness. I hope not, Harry said cheerfully. Draco frowned briefly. Should we have told Neville and Ginny about coming down here, so they don't worry they'll walk in on us in Gryffindor? It was awfully sweet hearing Draco worry about such things, but Harry waved a careless hand. Nev's an heir. He'll check the wards and figure it out. They'll probably appreciate having the dorm room to themselves. Satisfied with that answer, Draco tugged on Harry's hand, heading toward the dorms. But Harry didn't budge. Don't tell me you were just teasing, Harry, Draco drawled, his eyes darkening. He released Harry's hand and adjusted his rolled-up sleeves, his forearms flexing in a way that Harry knew drove him wild. The smug bastard. Oh, I'm not teasing, Harry replied, reaching out to undo the top button of Draco's shirt. But you missed something, love. He unfastened another button, his fingers barely brushing against Draco's chest. What did I miss? Draco asked breathlessly, his hands sliding down to grab Harry's backside. Harry's smirk was pure Slytherin seduction. They cleared out the dorms, all the dorms. Draco still looked puzzled. We, my love, are currently the only two people present in the entire Slytherin dungeon. A spark of realization lit up Draco's eyes. And, as the heir of Slytherin, I can keep it that way. With barely a thought, he locked the common room entrance, ensuring that not even Snape could gain access. He finished unbuttoning Draco's shirt, pushing it off the blonde's narrow shoulders. "Why go to the dorms?" he drawled, trailing kisses up Draco's right shoulder, "when we can have some fun right here in the common room instead." Draco moaned softly, his hips grinding against Harry's thigh, his erection straining against his trousers. "I like the way you think, Potter," he gasped, tilting his head back to give Harry better access to bite gently at his neck, leaving vivid purple marks on his porcelain skin. Harry walked him backward, pushing him down onto the black leather sofa, straddling his lap and tightening his grip in that silky blonde hair. Draco's hands were on Harry's chest, practically ripping the buttons apart to reach bare skin, his mouth latching on hungrily. Harry gasped as Draco's lips found one of his peaked nipples, drawing a cry from him. With a quick motion, Harry shed his shirt, pulling back to undo the zipper of his jeans before the pressure became unbearable. He shimmed the jeans down his hips and kicked off his shoes, standing in just his boxers and socks in front of his boyfriend, his heart racing in his chest. "This is your show," he said, a playful glint in his eyes. "Your common room. What's first?" He wasn't naive. He knew this wouldn't be the last time they'd find themselves in this situation, nor would it be their only round that night. After nearly an entire day of sleeping, he was buzzing with energy, eager to spend the night exploring every inch of Draco's gorgeous body. "I believe," Draco drawled, rising to his feet, his fingers gripping Harry through his boxers, causing the Gryffindor to jerk in surprise at the rush of pleasure, "that I was promised a little fun against a wall." Harry moaned softly as Draco's fingers trailed up his stomach. "That sounds like a good warm-up. Then we're heading to that table over there, and I'm going to bend you over it and make you see stars." He gestured toward an ornate table in the corner of the room, likely a place where Slytherin students gathered to do homework. Harry smirked at the thought, picturing Draco trying to concentrate on his studies throughout the school year, while memories of their passionate encounters flooded his mind. "Sounds good," he breathed, but then added with a daring raise of his eyebrow, "but it sounds like you think you can last through me fucking you, and that sounds like a challenge to me." Draco smirked, pulling Harry close. "And a Gryffindor doesn't back down from a challenge, does he?" he teased, dipping his head to place a quick kiss on Harry's lips. "So get to it. Impress me, Potter." As always, those words ignited a fire within Harry. Harry looked up, scanning the wall for a suitable spot, and quickly decided to use the very same section they had entered through. He backed Draco against it, deftly undoing the buttons of his trousers. With a swift motion, he kicked aside the pants and underwear after yanking them down. The last time had been a bit awkward as they figured everything out, how to hold Draco up while finding the right angle without risking a fall when his knees buckled. But this time, Harry felt confident. He grabbed Draco by the waist and lifted him, gasping as their bodies pressed together, Draco's legs wrapping around his hips. They stood there, lost in a languid kiss, the heat of arousal coursing through both of them as Draco's hands gripped Harry's muscular shoulders. Harry braced himself against the wall, keeping one hand securely under Draco for support. If he needed to use a little magic, that was perfectly fine. He didn't want to risk dropping his partner. He began to move his hips against Draco's, both of them moaning in response. Harry was far too impatient for a long build-up, so he adjusted their position, lifting Draco a bit higher to align everything just right. "Lube," Draco reminded him, and Harry rolled his eyes. He reached out with his magic, his spell flying through the open door to Draco's dormitory, retrieving a vial of lube that had been left behind when Draco packed to move to the tower. He uncorked it with his teeth, allowing his magic to hold Draco up as he coated his fingers with the slick substance and found Draco's entrance. Even with the slightly awkward angle, Harry was now well acquainted with Draco's body, easily locating that sweet spot and curling his fingers to press against it. Draco's hands tightened on Harry's shoulders, a moan escaping his lips as his cock left a damp smear on his belly. "So sure about that challenge?" Harry teased, his breath warm against Draco's neck as he nibbled lightly on the sensitive skin. "Fucking get on." "Do it," Draco demanded, his heels digging into Harry's thighs, pulling him even closer. Happy to oblige, Harry slicked himself up, taking a steadying breath as he slid into his lover. Stars danced behind his closed eyelids as he was enveloped by Draco's tight warmth. Draco's breathy moan echoed in his ear, his fingernails digging into Harry's shoulders almost painfully. Harry tried to sneak his slick hand between them, but Draco slapped him away. "No touching," he scolded. "That's cheating." Harry grinned. Draco was already so close, wasn't he? The blonde didn't stand a chance. With one hand pressed against the stone wall, Harry set a fast pace, driving deep into Draco while the blonde gasped with every thrust. Opening his eyes, Harry watched the ecstasy unfold on Draco's face. Suddenly, it hit him. They were free. The war was over. He could have this forever. He thrust his hips harder, biting at Draco's shoulder as he chased both their orgasms. The angle was perfect, hitting right against Draco's prostate, and Harry could see the strain in his neck as he edged closer to release. Draco's skin flushed a rosy pink, his head tipping back against the wall, his cries echoing through the Slytherin common room. It was such an open area, so exposed, yet somehow private, just for them, at least for now, and maybe for the rest of the summer if they wanted. "Draco," Harry hissed, his voice a mix of urgency and passion. "Come on, love, come for me." He could feel Draco's heart racing, sweat glistening on the curve of his neck. So focused on Draco's pleasure, Harry barely noticed the rising tension within himself. His ears began to ring, the tight coil in his belly winding tighter, right on the edge of bliss. With one more thrust, the heat around him tightened even more. Draco's entire body spasmed, and it was too much. Harry followed him over the edge, lost in the moment. A wave of tension crashed over him, an orgasm washing through him with a powerful surge of pure bliss. He surrendered to the mind-shattering pleasure, focusing on not crushing or dropping Draco as his thoughts momentarily short-circuited. Eventually, the rush subsided, and he became aware of his own breathing, along with Draco's heavy breaths, as the blonde finally relaxed his grip on Harry's back. His thighs trembled, his knees felt weak, but Harry stood firm, a smug grin spreading across his face as he looked at his lover. Leaning in, he pressed his lips against Draco's, gasping at the sensation that shot through him from his still sensitive body. "I win," he declared, feeling the sticky aftermath on his abs. Draco scoffed. "Because losing was such a hardship for me," he replied, loosening the pressure of his legs around Harry just a little. Harry knew he had to pull out before the aftershocks overwhelmed him, leaning more heavily against Draco as the blonde's feet lowered to the ground. The buzz of alcohol still danced through his nerves, a lingering tipsiness that made his limbs feel pleasantly languid. "It's a good thing there are no portraits in here," he mused, pressing his nose to Draco's neck and inhaling the scent of sex and sweat. He felt Draco laugh. "Harry, "There are definitely portraits in here," he informed the Gryffindor. "They all just ran for it when you started taking my shirt off." With some effort, Harry pulled away, glancing over his shoulder at the common room. Now that he was paying attention, he noticed at least 4 frames with empty backdrops and landscapes. "Oh, oops." He turned back to Draco, who was leaning against the wall, naked and glistening, with remnants of their passion on his belly and thighs. His hair was tousled, and his lips were swollen, looking so stunning that Harry could hardly breathe. "Well, I don't think they'll be coming back any time soon," he commented, "so we can take a breather before round 2, and maybe even round 3, possibly 4, if he was feeling ambitious." "Just give me a minute," Draco murmured. "I can't feel my legs." With a burst of laughter, Harry stepped in closer, lifting Draco's legs to wrap around him once more. He carried the blonde back to the sofa, and they both collapsed into the surprisingly comfortable cushions. Draco's elbow pressed into Harry's side, and they were sticky. Leather wasn't the best for sweaty bare skin. But all Harry could feel was a tingling, electric happiness coursing through his entire body. It felt amazing to be alive. Chapter 106. It was a disgruntled crowd that dragged themselves to breakfast the next morning at 7:30. Even Amelia looked like she regretted calling such an early meeting. "Was I really drunk last night?" Sirius began, nursing a cup of coffee and clearly hungover. "Or did you two walk through a wall?" He eyed Harry and Draco warily, and Harry laughed. "You were really drunk, but also yes," Harry replied. "Yeah, I was wondering about that," Anthony Goldstein chimed in, raising skeptical eyebrows. "Apparently that's a thing he can do now," Draco said, reaching for a plate of bacon. "The castle likes him, so he told me." "It does," Harry confirmed with a shrug. "Neville, you should try it sometime. It'll make getting between classes a breeze." He was already thinking longingly of the extra time in bed it would give him in the mornings, without having to deal with all those stairs. "Is it too late to resign as headmistress?" McGonagall said, casting a heavenward glance. "I don't know if I can handle 1 more year of your shenanigans, Mr. Potter." "It'll be fine," Harry assured her breezily. He then stole half a bacon sandwich from Draco's plate. Now that he had a cup of tea in him, he felt slightly more human and willing to try some food. Sharp footsteps on stone made them all look up, several students gasping at the sight of Snape heading toward them. The man was dressed in his usual black teaching robes, his ever-present scowl etched on his face. However, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a handful of vials. The first 2 went to Harry and Draco. As was becoming habit, Harry uncorked the vial and drank the contents without even looking at it. "Harry, you don't even know what that is," Parvati gasped, then looked fearfully at Snape, as if he might put her in detention for suggesting he would poison his student. "Hangover potion," Harry said with a blissful smile, feeling the tension in his head ease and the rolling in his stomach subside. "Severus, you're my new favourite." "Oi!" Sirius protested, only to be tossed a vial of his own. "Okay, yeah, new favourite. Sorry, Moony." Remus wasn't there to argue, but Snape's lips twitched slightly at the exchange. "I only do that for Severus and Draco," Harry reassured, noticing the concerned looks around the table. "I don't just blindly drink anything I'm handed, I promise." He trusted those 2, not just to avoid giving him poison, but also to know exactly which potions were safe for him at any given time. Despite his usual scowl, Snape had brought enough potions for everyone who needed one, stoically ignoring any gratitude directed at him. "Did you just come to sober us all up so we don't embarrass ourselves at the ministry, Or did you need something? Charlie asked, one of the few at the table who was too accustomed to Snape to take offense at his demeanor. I am coming with you, Snape replied. Gringotts has confirmed that I am indeed still eligible for the Prince seat, and I am long overdue in claiming my birthright. Harry sensed that only he, along with perhaps Sirius and Narcissa, could see the tension in Snape's shoulders and the slight hesitation in his admission. He was nervous, revealing these secrets of his past to a group mostly made up of students. Susan gasped, her eyes lighting up with excitement. I wondered where Dumbledore's last seat came from. It's been you all along. Indeed, Snape said, inclining his head. I went straight from Hogwarts to my apprenticeship and then to teaching, so I was never given the opportunity to come forward. Dumbledore, he sneered, has been my proxy since my mother passed. It is high time that changed. Doesn't that mean Dumbledore's got no seats left? Ernie pointed out. Unless he's been... Have any proxies been willed in the last year? I think we're mostly present and accounted for, Narcissa confirmed. As far as I know, the only sitting Wizengamot members who died in battle were likely to have willed their seats to my late husband. Unless they updated their wills recently, I should be gaining quite a few more. She didn't seem particularly pleased about that outcome. I think some seats may have become vacant now, Draco mused, a dark edge to his voice. Crabbe and Goyle were the last of their families, and I believe the Lestranges have gone extinct too. We shall see, Narcissa replied primly, and on that note we had best get going. Do you have room for one more? Professor Slughorn slipped through the open door, hands resting on the lapels of his velvet jacket. I'm running rather late, my apologies, but I had my meal in my quarters, so if you're all on your way, may I accompany you? In the midst of the chaos, Harry had completely forgotten that Slughorn was also part of the Wizengamot. Of course, Horace, McGonagall agreed with a half-smile. I would be glad of the escort. Harry noticed that since the battle, the cane she'd used after being hit with all those stunners last year had started to reappear now and then. Seeing it twisted his stomach uncomfortably. It was a reminder that his formidable housemistress was not as indestructible and immortal as she had always seemed. Slughorn brightened, offering his arm to the headmistress, and together they all set off out of the hall. Harry walked hand in hand with Draco, looking around the group in quiet amazement. 29 seats between them, possibly more to come depending on how things went when all the Death Eaters were processed and all the wills enacted. Almost the entire Wizengamot was finally in capable hands. Harry had no illusion that they would all agree on everything, but he knew he could trust each of these individuals to make decisions with the best interests of the entire country in mind. I'm still very impressed that all of you managed to convince your former househeads to give up their seats to teenagers, Amelia remarked as they walked across the grounds, carefully sidestepping the remnants of battle. For those of you with only proxy guardians, that's one thing, but the rest... Mr. Macmillan, I must say, I'm astounded that your father is stepping down in your favour. Ernie shrugged, looking a bit bashful. We had a chat about it yesterday when I went to get them out of hiding. I think going through this war a second time has made him reconsider what he wants in life. He was surprisingly agreeable about the whole thing. He said that half our problems stemmed from the old traditionalists clinging to their seats too long, and that the ministry could use a few young revolutionaries. He grinned at his friends, and they all grinned back. The ministry was about to get plenty of those. Not every heir in the school had won over their guardians like Ernie had, though. Hannah's mother, understandably, was retaining her seat at least until Hannah was out of her hospital bed, and very likely until after she graduated as well. Blaze's mother wasn't retiring from the political scene any time soon, and Lord Patil wouldn't hear a word of it, especially fresh from losing his daughter. But it was a solid start. They had years, even decades, to get the rest on board. "Harry, my lad," Slughorn said quietly, prompting Harry to hang back a bit and fall into step beside the two professors. "That matter we discussed before term ended, has it all been dealt with appropriately, I trust?" His eyes held a decades-old wariness. It took Harry a moment to figure out what he was referring to. Of course he was concerned about the Horcruxes. "Yes, sir," Harry assured him. "All sorted, every last bit." Slughorn shook with relief. "Good, good lad. I had hope when I heard about Severus and the snake, but this old man's heart can rest easy now." "Now," Harry said, patting the man's arm. He chose to say nothing more, ignoring McGonagall's puzzled frown. The old professor might have made a grave mistake by sharing information with Tom Riddle, but Harry could see how heavily that regret had weighed on him ever since. It was a burden he was more than willing to help lift. As they passed through the gates, they gathered to apparate to the ministry. The flu network was still being restored, and Hogwarts had not yet been reconnected. "Harry," Amelia said evenly once they reached the ministry atrium, "after the meeting, you will come with me to complete the paperwork for your apparition license, yes?" It was only then that Harry realized he hadn't even pretended to need a side-along. "Oops." "Yes, ma'am," he replied. Susan stifled a snicker at his meek response. Looking around, Harry noticed this was his first time visiting the ministry while actual work was taking place. The last and only time he had been there, it had been deserted, and he had ended up destroying half of the Department of Mysteries. He hoped the Unspeakables weren't still upset about that. Now, the atrium buzzed with activity. It was likely not as busy as it should have been, given the number of people still absent from their jobs and the countless empty positions throughout the building. Still, it took a few moments for their whole group, apparating into the designated zone, to be noticed. "Good morning, Minister Bones," one woman called cheerfully as she walked past. "Morning, Minister," another greeted, then dropped her briefcase in shock. "My word, is that Harry Potter?" "Oh, Merlin, here we go," Harry groaned under his breath. The group closed ranks around him, but it was too late. People throughout the atrium were stopping in their tracks, trying to catch a glimpse of the 17-year-old saviour. "You'd best get used to it, pup," Sirius said apologetically, ruffling Harry's hair. Luckily, with Amelia leading the way, they could avoid drawing too much attention. The whole rigmarole of wand screenings heading straight for the lifts. There were so many people that they had to split between two lifts, and even that was a tight squeeze. Harry wondered if Susan, Neville and Daphne were recalling that fateful trip to the ministry with as much vivid detail as he was right now. "You know," Sirius said as the lift shuddered and screeched to life, "the last time we were crammed so tightly in one of these, Char, we snogged in front of your dad. You remember that?" Harry found himself jammed into the opposite corner, pressed against Draco's front. But he didn't need to look to know that Sirius was grinning smugly. He groaned, letting his head fall forward onto Draco's shoulder. "More information than we needed, Padfoot." "Just trying to ease the tension," Sirius defended. "Honestly, you'd think we were all headed into another battle. This is the easy part." They were spared from having to respond to that when the lift came to an uncomfortable halt, practically spitting them all out when the doors opened. Sirius was still grinning, winking at Harry when their eyes met. Harry had to admit it was a good distraction from the way they turned past the door to the Department of Mysteries and towards the Wizengamot meeting room. "This is where we leave you, then," Amelia declared softly, pausing at the door. "You all know what to do." She pressed a kiss to Susan's brow. Then she and the others who had already claimed their seats entered the hall. The Wizengamot would need to be in session before any further claims could be acknowledged. The wait was excruciating. Harry tried not to fidget, but Draco had to grab his hands to stop him from picking at his fingernails. He kissed Harry's palms, one at a time, then threaded their fingers together. Even Snape looked nervous, if you knew what to look for. Harry sidled over to the man, leaning slightly against him. "Think of how furious all those Death Eaters are going to be. Azkaban will be when they realize they've lost everything, and you're now a sitting lord," he murmured under his breath. Dark eyes shifted his way, and thin lips curled into a smirk. Finally, the moment arrived. The door handle glowed a bright green, signaling it was time to enter. Somehow, Harry found himself pushed to the front, urged to open the door. Honestly, his friends were being so dramatic. He squared his shoulders and stepped over the threshold. The magic of the Wizengamot meeting room felt ancient as Hogwarts, but different, more austere. This was not magic born from the blossoming power of children. It thrived on the restrained power of adults, trying their best to keep it to themselves. This magic had fed off the souls of criminals and judged countless individuals worthy of their family names. It was not a magic to be trifled with. Silence enveloped the room. When Harry looked up at the gathered Wizengamot, he ignored the startled faces and focused on Sirius's smiling eyes, crinkled at the corners. "As the last of my family line," Harry began in a firm, steady voice, "I, Harry James Potter, have come to claim the Potter, Peveril, and Slytherin seats of my birthright, and relieve Lord Black of his proxy duties for those houses." The names he listed caused several people to gasp, and Harry wondered why the fact that he was Slytherin's heir wasn't common knowledge by now. He felt the magic reaching into him, probing his core and his blood, confirming his right to make the claims he had just stated. Harry kept his breathing steady, fighting the instinct to resist the intrusion. 3 seats glowed with a bright white light beneath him. His robes shifted, transforming into the plum garb of a Wizengamot member, and the magic converged, electric cold, around his hand to form his lordship ring, capable of shifting between the 3 crests at his will. Harry knew this choice was significant. Whichever seat he took would shape the course of his destiny. Harry realized he would be addressed by the title of Lord Potter, even though he had the right to all 3 titles. He walked forward and offered Augusta Longbottom a warm smile as he took a seat beside her. "Welcome, Lord Potter," Amelia greeted him, inclining her head. Lord Potter. It was official. He was a lord now, with all the powers and responsibilities that came with it. If his presence had surprised the Wizengamot, Neville's next claim nearly sent some of them tumbling from their chairs. "With the permission of my grandmother, I, Neville Francis Longbottom, have come to claim the Longbottom and Gryffindor seats of my birthright. I also claim the proxy guardianship of the Hufflepuff seat, with full permission of the current heir Hufflepuff." Harry felt a swell of pride as Neville's voice rang out strong and unwavering, his head held high without a hint of fear or shyness. Beside Harry, Mrs. Longbottom stood. "I gladly pass this mantle to my grandson and relinquish all claim on the Longbottom seat." As she moved down the steps, her robes shifted into neat navy dress robes, while Neville's attire transformed to match. The tall Gryffindor kissed his grandmother on the cheek before taking his place at Harry's side, offering him a shaky grin. Harry responded with a discreet thumbs up. One by one the seats were claimed. Some were expected: Theo, Anthony, Draco. Draco claimed his seat as if he had been waiting his entire life for this moment, and Harry noticed Narcissa dabbing her eyes with a handkerchief. Daphne surprised many by claiming the proxy for the Ravenclaw and Ollivander seats, waving cheekily at her uncle across the room in the green-grass seat. Through it all, Percy Weasley diligently took notes on the proceedings in his new official role as Senior Under-Secretary to the Minister. Then Severus Snape stepped forward, becoming Lord Prince, ushering in the most profound silence of all. McGonagall remained quiet yet dignified as she claimed her seat. As the session continued, Susan Constance Bones stepped into the centre of the room, claiming the attention of everyone present. Many of the older members of the Wizengamot exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain why she was there, when her aunt clearly intended to maintain her position of power. With the permission of my aunt, I, Susan Constance Bones, have come to claim the Bones seat of my birthright. I gladly pass this mantle to my niece, and relinquish all claim on the Bones seat, Amelia replied formally. She remained seated in the minister's chair, showing no intention of moving. Beside her, Arasi Shafiq gasped in disbelief. "Minister Bones, this is highly irregular," he exclaimed as Susan took her seat. "You do realize that if you fail to win the election, you will no longer have a place within the Wizengamot." "I am aware, Lord Shafiq," Amelia responded calmly. Harry couldn't help but admire her confidence in making such a bold, irreversible move. "I also," Amelia began, but her words were cut off as the door opened once more. A sharp intake of breath from Draco was the only sound that broke the tense silence as two girls stepped hesitantly into the room. Are we too late?" Pansy Parkinson asked, nervously wringing her hands. There were issues with the flu. Beside her, Millicent Bulstrode stood with a blank expression, her tension palpable. Both Slytherins had been absent since the term ended, pretending to be loyal to Voldemort, to avoid disinheritance and a bleak future. There had been whispers that they had fled to Germany, to Millie's betrothed, but far worse fates were feared for them. When Harry glanced at Draco, he noticed his boyfriend's knuckles turning white as he gripped the arms of his chair. "You are just in time, ladies," Amelia assured them with a warm smile. One by one, the seats for Parkinson and Bulstrode were claimed. "As I was saying," Amelia continued, "I also recently discovered that prior to her incarceration, Dolores Umbridge, Lady Selwyn, willed her seat specifically to the Minister for Magic." Her lips curled into a knowing smile as she prepared to elaborate. Amelia Grace Bones raised an eyebrow. "Therefore, with the permission of its bloodline, I hereby claim proxy guardianship of the Selwyn seat for as long as I serve as minister." Harry wasn't the only one who couldn't hold back a snicker at her declaration. Amelia turned serious. "As we can see, the magical family lines of Crabbe, Goyle, Lestrange, Travers and Crouch have ended, as judged by the Wizengamot Chamber. Gringotts Bank has been notified and will handle the house assets appropriately. Lady Malfoy, your proxy guardianship of the 4 lines you have held is now concluded. We thank you for your diligent care." Narcissa nodded in acknowledgement. Harry was taken aback by the mention of the Crouch name. Surely the family would have died out with Barty Jr. Evidently, there had been another magical heir hidden among the ranks of the Death Eaters. The intermingling of these families was staggering. It was a horrifying testament to the damage Voldemort had inflicted. 5 families had gone completely extinct during his reign, and many others survived only through undiscovered illegitimate children and squib descendants. Several families had just one possible representative left, right in this very chamber. Rebuilding would take time, and some things would be lost forever. Such was the nature of war. I call this Wizengamot session to order, as all appropriate inheritance announcements have been acknowledged, Amelia declared, her voice echoing through the stone chamber. The expression that followed was one Harry recognized all too well. He had seen it on Susan dozens of times, the glint of mischief and a barely contained smile. It usually preceded a bold move or unexpected revelation. He braced himself, wondering what was coming next. With that said, I pass the floor to the new Lady Bones, Amelia continued. She has brought a number of concerns to my attention, and I believe they are best explained by her. Then Amelia sat down. Susan stood behind her desk, wearing a pale lavender eye patch that displayed the Bones family crest. Theo was really getting quite good at the details now. "Thank you, Minister Bones," Susan said, nodding in acknowledgement. She then reached into her pocket and pulled out a small cube that quickly transformed into an enormous stack of parchment. As soon as she set it on the table, it replicated itself for every member of the Wizengamot to read. Harry grinned as he reached for his, recognizing the familiar handwriting. "These are just our immediate concerns," Susan announced to the chamber, managing to maintain an impressively straight face, despite the barely contained glee from her fellow student members of the Wizengamot. "The further concerns can wait until the new minister is elected and things are less dire. But as you can see, there is a lot to be done here." The adults in the room stared in awe at this 17-year-old girl, just 2 days removed from a battlefield, already telling the ministry what needed to be done. Amelia Bones leaned back in her chair, beaming with pride. Several days had passed since the battle, and celebrations were sweeping the nation. Wixen emerged from hiding and returned from overseas, filling magical Britain with people eager to celebrate the true defeat of the Dark Lord. Diagon Alley was thriving once again. The twins and Lee had been working non-stop on the incoming fireworks orders, while Blaze and the 3 ex-Gryffindor chasers managed the shop itself. Mr. Ollivander had been found in a dungeon in Hampshire and returned to his shop as if nothing had ever happened. Even Fortescue's had reopened. The ministry, as chaotic as it was overwhelmed with the need to contain the festivities and prevent muggles from noticing. It certainly kept everyone busy. Harry thought it was good for them to have things to do. Without all that, he dreaded to think of how he would just be drifting. Harry found himself reflecting on the deaths of his friends, pondering how they might have been prevented. Parvati had left for India, promising to stay in touch during the last few weeks of summer. He hadn't seen Dennis Creevy since the battle, but he knew the boy had returned home with his Muggle parents, who had been sheltered in one of the Black family's safe houses. Perhaps that was for the best. With a rare afternoon free, Harry stayed behind while Sirius and Charlie took Narcissa to Gringotts for inheritance testing with the displaced Muggleborns. He considered joining them, but decided against it. He didn't want to overwhelm Narcissa and the twins if their suspicions turned out to be true. There would be time to meet them properly later. Now, he and Draco were the only students left permanently in the castle. However, with the entire extended Black family still residing there, it wasn't unusual to find visitors searching for one or another of them. Amelia was around regularly, discussing the handover of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement with Kingsley, who still seemed to be processing the news that he was going to be a father soon. Harry appreciated the quiet. Crowds had never been his strong suit, and while it was initially enjoyable to have his loved ones surrounding him, filled with relief and joy, it quickly became suffocating. The Chamber of Secrets had once again become a necessary refuge, though now he had to contend with Salazar pestering him about sorting out journals to accidentally discover and release into the world. This time, he didn't need that kind of solitude. He wasn't hiding. He was simply enjoying the view from the astronomy tower. Neville and Professor Sprout had worked hard to regrow the grass, and aside from a few dips that hadn't been there before, it was hard to tell what had happened. Plans for a flower garden were underway, accompanied by rumors of a memorial statue. Harry wanted no part in that, but he had warned both McGonagall and Amelia that if the statue was in any way, shape or form, Harry thought to himself that if anyone dared to create a statue designed to look like him or his lightning bolt scar, he would turn the castle to rubble. But for now it was a lovely evening, warm and breezy, with the sun reflecting off the glassy surface of the lake. He hadn't seen the giant squid since the day after the battle. Perhaps it was resting after its large meal of troll parts. "So this is where you wandered off to," Draco said, popping his head up through the trapdoor with a smile. "Hey, you," Harry replied, shifting happily to make room on his stone ledge for Draco to settle beside him. Draco straddled the ledge, one leg dangling over the edge, allowing Harry to lean back against him. Harry felt secure. Draco could transform into an owl, and he trusted his own connection to Hogwarts would keep him safe, even if they did fall. They cuddled together at the edge of the tower, the sprawling grounds below them. "Have you been looking for me long?" Harry asked, a hint of apology creeping into his voice. "Not really. I checked the obvious places, then went and asked Hannah. I thought you might be down in the chamber," Draco replied, rubbing Harry's shoulder. Harry suddenly remembered that Hannah was still in her private room in the hospital wing. All the other patients with long-term injuries from the battle had been moved to St. Mungo's, but due to the delicate state of her back and her uncertain connection to Hogwarts, it was decided that she would recover best in the castle. A specialist in dark curses had come to see her and had removed the last of the magic from her body. Now it was just a matter of time while the potions helped to regrow her bones, nerves and muscles, at least as much as they could manage. Harry's thoughts then turned to Teddy Boot, who was in a holding cell and soon to be sent to Azkaban after surrendering at the end of the battle. He hoped Terry rotted there. "Want to tell me what's got you so worried?" Draco asked knowingly, intertwining his fingers with Harry's. Harry sighed, sinking deeper against his warm boyfriend. "Dumbledore," he admitted. "No. I haven't heard a whisper from him since January. I would have thought he'd have shown his face by now, just to claim that Voldemort's still not dead and that I need to be murdered to save the world." Harry grimaced, feeling Draco tense beside him. "He's probably just gone and died somewhere from that curse on his arm," Draco said diplomatically, his thumb soothingly running over the back of Harry's hand. "Uncle Sev did say he wouldn't have much more than a year left." Harry wanted to believe that, he really did, but he couldn't shake the worry that something deeper was at play. Dumbledore still had the Hallows after all. Could he even die with that kind of power? The thought made him feel sick to his stomach. Lips pressed gently against the back of his neck, and Draco's voice broke through his spiraling thoughts. "Stop worrying about things that will likely never happen," he insisted, the soft nuzzle of his nose at the base of Harry's skull melting Harry's tension away. "If he's not dead, he probably will be soon. And if he does show up, you're the most powerful wizard in the country, and he's just an old man on his last legs. I doubt he'll be much of a challenge for you." The unquestioning confidence in Draco's voice brought a smile to Harry's face. He made a fair point. Surely if Dumbledore had some sort of mystical death powers, he would have come for Harry by now. He would have revealed himself, trying to convince the wizarding world to treat him like some kind of divine figure. The gentle nuzzle turned into a firmer press of lips, and Harry suddenly became aware of an insistent pressure against his lower back. "Is that a wand in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me?" he teased lightly, catching Draco's quiet snicker. "Such a cliché. Why am I so in love with you?" Draco mockingly despaired, playfully biting at Harry's earlobe. "I just figured, while we're up here and everyone else is busy, you always hear such scandalous—" "Imagine the tales we could uncover in the astronomy tower. We could see what all the fuss is about," Draco suggested. Harry turned to face him, raising an eyebrow. "Now who's the cliché?" he retorted, a hint of amusement in his voice. But Draco wasn't deterred. He leaned in and captured Harry's lips in a kiss. "Come on, you know you want to," he coaxed, his fingers gently stroking Harry's thigh, tracing the inseam of his jeans. "I'm pretty sure all the scandalous tales happen at night, you know, when the stars are out." Draco remained unfazed. "We can always come back later. We could pretend we're breaking curfew, sneaking around like it's fourth year all over again." "I can't believe we never came up here back then, honestly." Harry shook his head. Too high a risk of getting caught. But that wasn't a concern anymore, not with his ability to sink into the very stones of Hogwarts and pop out wherever he pleased. "I suppose we can tick this place off the list," he agreed, stepping off the ledge and pulling Draco further into the room, away from the risk of an unexpected drop ruining the moment. He tugged on Draco's belt playfully. "It would be better if we were in uniform, though, more authentic." "I'll show you authentic," Draco murmured, rubbing against Harry through his jeans. Perhaps they really were going to take a nostalgia trip back to fourth year, grinding against each other fully clothed and snogging until their lips felt numb. Harry was completely on board with that. Then Draco paused, locking eyes with Harry. "Hang on. Did you say you have a list?" "No," Harry replied quickly, but the narrowing of Draco's grey eyes made him falter. "I mean, not on paper or anything, just, you know, we've got a year left in this castle. I can travel through walls and control the wards. That leaves plenty of places for me to, well, you know." He moved his hands to Draco's backside, gripping him firmly and grinding their bodies together. "It's not really a list." Draco leaned back against the wall, the line of his pale neck exposed beneath his undone shirt, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Harry let out a needy whine as Draco tugged at his collar. "You make a fair point," Draco said, rolling the words slowly over his tongue while he slipped a hand under Harry's t-shirt. He tangled his fingers in Harry's hair, giving it a playful yank as he kissed down his jaw. "But if there's going to be a list, we start over on September 1st. It doesn't count if school's not in session." That seemed fair enough. A shiver of anticipation raced down Harry's spine as he imagined all the places they could explore and possibly have sex without getting caught. God, McGonagall was going to hate them. "Deal," he agreed, pushing his leg between Draco's thighs. "Let's just call this a practice run." The next school year was going to be terrible. Severus could feel it in his bones already. He dreaded dealing with all the students who had seen Remus kiss him in the middle of the Great Hall. He could already hear the whispers about his star-crossed love and his tortured soul as a spy for the light. Somehow, between Harry and Remus, the public had convinced themselves that Severus's entire personality was part of a ruse to keep Voldemort oblivious to his true loyalties. They were trying to be nice to him, expecting him to be nice in return. The world had truly gone mad. He stalked into his quarters and paused at the sight of Remus sprawled out on his sofa, dozing. Guilt washed over him when the werewolf startled awake. "Oh, Severus, you're back. What time is it?" Remus asked. "Not long past 4. Why do you look like someone cracked your favorite cauldron?" Severus scowled, but didn't hesitate to sit beside Remus when he lifted his legs pointedly. He settled them back in his lap, one knee bent over Severus. "I just had to deal with a staff meeting in which no less than 6 of my colleagues tried to thank me for my contribution to the war, apologizing for thinking I was truly—" "How cruel, all these years," Severus grumbled. A slow smile crept onto Remus's face, and Severus shot him a glare. "Pomona tried to hug me, Remus." Remus burst into laughter, which only fueled Severus's irritation. "I'm sorry," he managed between laughs, though his eyes sparkled with mischief. "Really, I am." "You don't look it, you damned wolf," Severus retorted, propping his feet up on the coffee table. Remus smiled wider and reached for Severus's hand, gently massaging the tense fingers that had spent countless hours gripping a knife or stirring rod. It's absolutely baffling that these people think it was all a lie. Pomona taught you. She knows you've been your own personal storm cloud since the day you left the womb." "Yes, well, she seems to think that the love of a good man has softened me, but I've been hiding it all this time to avoid suspicion," Severus replied, rolling his eyes. Remus scoffed at that. "I'm not nearly a good enough man for that," he remarked ruefully. "If it makes you feel better, Sev, I'm sure they'll soon stop believing you've changed in any way since the war ended. Once they see you terrifying all the students into submission again. If I can even look those students in the eye knowing they watched you, well, you know." Remus barked out a laugh, grinning like a cat that caught the canary. "Okay, I'm not sorry about that one. I couldn't help myself. That's been a fantasy of mine since I was 14 years old." Severus would never admit that he, too, had sometimes dreamed of making such a public claim on Remus Lupin. "I just don't know what to do with all these people suddenly expecting me to smile, joke, or hug." He spat the last word like a curse. "People I hardly know, even. Going to the ministry has become impossible." He had gone a few times, first to sort out various family matters. Severus found himself tangled in a whirlwind of responsibilities. First, dealing with affairs related to the war, then testifying against some Death Eaters, and finally assisting the Department of Education with plans to reintegrate the Hogwarts students who had spent the past year in hiding. Minerva had inexplicably made him her deputy, and he couldn't shake the feeling that she did it just to make his life miserable. "I blame your brat godson more than I blame you," he grumbled. "Harry Potter, the so-called beacon of light and goodness, the epitome of Gryffindor bravery. If the public was mistaken about Severus, they were even more misguided about Harry. One day they would discover that beneath that heroic facade was a cunning little Slytherin. For now, they believed that the hidden mentorship bond between the two meant Severus was some kind of warm, jovial father figure. Merlin forbid the man who defeated be trained by someone as miserly and severe as Severus truly was. "Our brat godson," Remus corrected him with a playful smirk. "I keep telling you we share him now." "And I keep telling you you can keep him," Severus retorted, almost automatically. He glanced at Remus, studying the lines on his face. Scars, yes, but also the creases at the corners of his mouth and eyes, the furrow of his brow. Those were laugh lines, smile lines. Despite having little to laugh about for the past 12 years, Remus remained positive, caring, and compassionate. For the umpteenth time, Severus found himself questioning what a man like Remus was doing with someone like him. "Would you prefer it if I were nicer?" he asked suddenly, cringing at the awkwardness of his words. In public, that is. I realize now that our association is known and there will be unavoidable social events. I have no desire to tarnish your reputation by being my usual self." Without warning, Remus used his grip on Severus's hand to pull himself into a sitting position, his legs still draped over the potions master's lap. "Severus," he began. Severus braced himself for the worst. "Severus, you have been an irascible bastard since the very moment I met you, and that's exactly the man I fell in love with." The Slytherin blinked, and Remus's honey-coloured eyes softened. "I don't care what people think of me or how they judge me for being with you. Quite frankly, it's none of their business. I don't care if they think you're some soulless old bat. I know you inside and out, back to front and all over. I've seen you at your worst and at your best. I've witnessed how you are with the people you actually care about. You are entirely capable of warmth and love. I see it every day when you look at me. As long as you don't hide that part of yourself away from me, or our friends, or the boys, or—" He paused, biting his lip. "Or our kids. The general public doesn't matter." Severus's breath hitched. I doubt myself sometimes. My capabilities." His ability to express positive emotion still felt elusive. He had a habit of resorting to cutting words when he got upset, even with those he loved, especially with those he loved. "Then it's a good thing you've got me here to have confidence in you," Remus pointed out, cupping Severus' jaw. "I'm sure it's awful having all these people crossing your boundaries and making assumptions about your personality. But it'll pass. Just keep being your usual grouchy self, and they'll soon realize you're exactly the same as you always were, except you're a bit less biased towards Slytherins and a lot less biased against Harry Potter." He grinned teasingly. "And all that changes for us is that I can finally laugh openly at your snarky little remarks instead of keeping a straight face. Honestly, anyone who thinks you don't have a sense of humor is just too thick to realize it." Severus raised an eyebrow, his hand resting on Remus's thigh. "I didn't realize you found me so amusing." Remus smiled, ready to respond. He looked back at Severus, mischief dancing in his eyes, just like it had when they were teenagers. "Distractingly so, sometimes," he admitted. "All those order meetings and the staff meetings when I worked here. I'm pretty sure Phileas thought I had bronchitis. I was constantly coughing to hide my laughter." That gaze shifted, igniting a warmth that curled around Severus' insides. "And let's not forget that I'm unendingly and overwhelmingly turned on by the sight of you absolutely tearing someone apart with that razor-sharp tongue of yours," he drawled, a hint of a growl creeping into his voice. "It's quite a problem, really." Severus' eyes widened in surprise, though he shouldn't have been taken aback. Remus Lupin seemed to have been crafted by the universe specifically for him in every way, so why not also have him be attracted to what usually made Severus so despised? Merlin, to think he actually got to spend the rest of his life beside this man. Harry should have suspected that Susan had tricked him with her promise of, "You do the hard part, Harry, and I'll take care of the rest." She had placated him, encouraging him to handle her little Dark Lord problem, assuring him he could rest once that was done, and then dragging him into this. Now that they were part of the Wizengamot, there was so much to do. The actual rebuilding of the ministry wasn't their concern, certainly not Harry's problem, though he knew Susan was helping her aunt out. Occasionally, Kingsley would approach Harry for a quick chat to get his opinion on matters, but that hardly counted as working on it. The man asked the same questions of Sirius, Narcissa, Remus, even Severus. Beyond that, there were just so many laws. He had known this, logically, He had spent more time than he cared to admit over the last 3.5 years, poring over books filled with those laws, uncovering all the ridiculous ones that still somehow remained in place. Susan had made it. It all sounded so easy, like they could simply create a comprehensive list of all the terrible laws, discard the truly barbaric ones, and revise the less egregious ones to be genuinely decent. But she hadn't mentioned the arguing. In the Wizengamot chamber, every single law had to be discussed. It didn't matter that Susan had clearly outlined her reasoning for the other members to review at their leisure. It also didn't matter that there was more than enough support within their alliance for the laws to pass anyway. Each one had to be brought to the table, and everyone was allowed to voice their opinions before a vote could even be taken. And everyone had opinions. This had really thrown the older members of the Wizengamot off balance, as it was the first time there had been any significant resistance against one of Susan's proposals, the suggestion to abolish the dreadful creature laws that prevented dark creatures from holding jobs, and to dismantle the werewolf registration committee. Arasi Shafiq had aggressively questioned Susan, trying to force her to back down, and he certainly hadn't expected Daphne Greengrass to stand up and challenge his criticisms. Nor had he anticipated Harry to be right behind her. The students quickly realized that the old guard, as they called them, believed Susan was the only politically savvy one among them, while the rest were just following along like sheep, agreeing with whatever their friend proposed. They didn't understand that all of them had spent years helping Susan research these laws and think through corrections that wouldn't completely terrify the wizarding world with radical changes. Each of them knew these proposals inside and out, having put more thought into every single one than Harry suspected the previous Wizengamot had dedicated to an entire year's worth of meetings. Susan might be their spokesperson, the one leading the charge, but that didn't mean the rest of them were fools. They were young, yes, but they were all capable. They understood enough about the world to know which problems needed the most urgent attention. Personally, Harry couldn't wait for the Wizengamot and the Ministry to meet Justin Finch-Fletchley. They thought Susan was a challenge on her own, but they were about to learn otherwise. Still, Harry felt a bit misled by Susan Bones and her promises that restructuring the wizarding world would be less work than defeating Voldemort. Finally, they finished reading in a small conference room off Amelia's office. The document was a counter-proposal to their changes regarding rituals for celebration, drafted by Tiberius Ogden. While he made some decent points, Merlin, it was a dry read. "I think we can call it a day," Susan declared, rubbing her face. She wasn't supposed to spend too much time reading. Her eye wasn't used to the strain, and it often led to headaches. Theo would shoot daggers at anyone who let his girlfriend work herself into a headache. "Please God, yes," Harry blurted, making the redhead giggle. "We've got some easier laws next, right? Nothing likely to get their backs up like this." He hadn't realized that something as simple as bringing back the traditional Yule, Samhain, and Beltane rituals into legality would be so divisive. Half the purebloods had been practicing them in secret for years anyway. It wasn't as if they were trying to revive blood rituals. "Yeah, don't worry. The next few are just about abolishing those ridiculous ancient laws on flying carpet regulations." Harry sighed in relief as he packed the papers into his new dragonhide briefcase. It was a belated birthday gift from Charlie, ethically sourced from a dragon that had died of natural causes. The briefcase was bigger on the inside, locked to everyone but him, and the naturally spell-resistant hide could serve as a shield in a pinch. Harry couldn't help but wonder what it said about him that, even with the Dark Lord gone, his family still expected him to get into situations that would require an unexpected shield. Once he was all packed up and ready to go, Susan slipped a note under Amelia's office door. "Tell her we're heading back to Hogwarts for the afternoon," Harry said, and the two of them made their way to the lift. Even a week after the battle, with Harry frequenting the ministry almost daily, he still attracted stares as if he were the second coming of Merlin. As they stepped into the atrium, they immediately sensed something was off. A commotion echoed down the busy hall. In an instant, both of them had their wands drawn, creeping toward the source of the noise. Harry's heart stopped when he saw him. It was Dumbledore. The old man looked every bit of his 115 years, his frail body draped in a lurid, star-spangled red robe, and his gaunt face mostly obscured by his ragged beard. Harry's gaze narrowed in on the ring on Dumbledore's finger, the resurrection stone. When had he gotten that reset? Severus had told him the original ring housing it was destroyed. "I must see Minister Bones immediately," Dumbledore insisted, facing a security guard who seemed unimpressed. "Minister Bones is busy," the guard replied flatly. "And quite frankly, Mr. Dumbledore, given what I've heard about you, you should be glad you're not under arrest." "But that's just it!" Dumbledore exclaimed. "I need to speak with Minister Bones and clear this up. It's a big misunderstanding, really, a silly thing that got out of hand." "You kidnapped Harry Potter," the guard shot back, raising his eyebrows. "It was a ruse," Dumbledore said, his voice rising with urgency. "An attempt to distract Voldemort while Harry and I took the necessary steps to rid him of his immortality. There was never any true division between Harry and me." He chuckled, offering that familiar grandfatherly smile. "But, as often happens, the story took on a life of its own, and Harry had to continue playing his part, or else the whole thing would fail." Harry was done listening. Fury surged in his belly as he turned to Susan, whose jaw was dropped in disbelief. Harry clenched his fists tightly. "Get your aunt," he murmured, "and send a message to Mrs. Frobisher." The evidence of Dumbledore's crimes that she had been sitting on for the last few months was about to see the light of day. Susan sped off, and Harry strode forward, the crowd parting as they recognized him. "All a ruse, was it?" he called out, drawing Dumbledore's attention. "That's the first I've heard of it." The old man's blue eyes flashed with anger for just a moment before returning to their usual twinkling warmth. "Harry, my boy, it's so good to see you alive and well." "Really? Because the last time we met, you had me tied to a bed with my magic bound, telling me how you needed to kill me to excise the evil within me from the world." "You don't understand, Harry," Dumbledore insisted. "I was misguided. I believed the piece of Voldemort within you could only be removed by your death." "And what about all that nonsense about him taking over my mind and turning me into his little minion? You bound my magic as a baby to try and snuff it out." "Everything I did, Harry, I did for your own good," Dumbledore said earnestly. Harry scoffed. "That's the biggest load of nonsense I've ever heard. You did it for your own selfish gains. You got a taste of power after killing Grindelwald and decided you liked it. You manipulated the children of Hogwarts without them even realizing it, turning them against each other, against anything dark, anything traditional, anything different. You made them turn to you, praising you as some savior of the light, when really you were destroying the magical world from the inside out. You saw the rise of Voldemort as your chance to cement yourself as the savior once more, to have everyone worship you as the most powerful wizard of the age." Harry smirked, watching Dumbledore stutter soundlessly. "And then there was a prophecy, declaring a child destined to be the one to defeat the Dark Lord. Not you. You plotted and you planned. You took your chance when my parents were killed. You bound my magic, placed me with abusive muggles, and left me entirely oblivious to my true place in the world. Then you introduced me to magic through the most prejudiced, good people possible, letting me hear all about how terrible and evil Slytherin House is, enough to make me argue with the Sorting Hat about being placed there. Harry couldn't hold back any longer. All the things he had bottled up inside came pouring out in a furious tirade. And if that wasn't bad enough, you manipulated people I thought were my friends into spying on me, ensuring I made the right choices. You drowned me in compulsions until I threw myself into the dangers you orchestrated with a smile on my face, ignoring every bit of the world except for the parts you deemed acceptable for me. Was it fun for you, making your little plans to test how far I would go without getting myself killed? Making me hate myself, making me believe I had nothing, making me think my life was only worthwhile as a sacrifice for others? You decided from the moment you saw that scar on my head that I had to die. You turned me into a living bomb, chaining my magic so tightly that I'd level all of Hogwarts when I came of age, unless you chose to release it. All so I could fulfill my destiny, while you swooped in to take care of the rest, claiming my death was a tragic accident and acting like your every word is gospel. Harry trembled with rage as he stared at Dumbledore, feeling spent. What else was there to say? None of it would change anything. None of it would make Dumbledore feel even a speck of remorse for what he had put Harry through, for what he had put all of them through. "Harry," Dumbledore said, his mouth drawn into a frown, his eyes serious. "I see now that you are not as free of his influence as I thought. All of these lies fed to you, this poison against me. Can't you see how he still lurks within you? His soul bound to yours." Dumbledore shook his head sadly. "As long as he remains as a chance for his return, a chance to ruin the peace we've all worked so hard to achieve." The old man drew his wand, and Harry tensed. "I am truly sorry it has come to this, my boy, but sometimes difficult decisions must be made. It's for the greater good." The first spell hurtled towards Harry, scattering the crowd of onlookers. He ducked, firing back with one of his own immediately. He could hardly believe this was happening, hardly believe Dumbledore was trying to kill him in the middle of the ministry. What did he hope to achieve? Even if he succeeded, all people would see was him murdering their savior. Dumbledore had to be mad if he thought he could repair his reputation after that. But Dumbledore was giving it everything he had. This was nothing like their duel with Voldemort in this very space just over a year ago. That duel had been a display of power, a brag, a mockery. It hadn't been about harm, but about making the other feel inferior. This time, however, Dumbledore was aiming to kill. But he was not the man he had been a year ago, and Harry was not the same boy he had once been either. Draco was right. The power difference between them was almost laughable. Dumbledore was clearly trying his hardest, while Harry felt he wasn't even struggling. Considering that Dumbledore wielded the Death Stick, the Elder Wand, it showed just how far he had fallen. Or perhaps the wand recognized Harry as a Peverell, and refused to exert itself against someone touched by death. Either way, Harry knew he had to end this before someone else got hurt. There were at least 40 other people still in the atrium, and Dumbledore didn't seem to care who he hit in the process, as long as Harry was dead. "Expelliarmus!" Harry shouted, hoping to disarm the man so the auras could handle him. The spell struck Dumbledore with enough force to knock him to the ground. The wand jumped straight into Harry's left hand. The moment it touched his skin, it felt like a live wire coursing with power through his body. "Albus Dumbledore, you are under arrest," Tonks called out over the murmurs of the crowd. She strode forward, flanked by a pair of aurors, while Dumbledore gasped, crumpled on the floor. "No, you can't, you don't understand. The boy must die," he pleaded, clutching at his chest and craning his neck to look at Harry. Shock filled his face as he saw the Elder Wand in Harry's hand. "No, my wand." The last word escaped him as a breathy croak, and Harry witnessed the exact moment life faded from Albus Dumbledore's body. The Elder Wand seemed to shiver in his grip, warm against his palm. In the middle of the atrium, Dumbledore slumped down, utterly still. Not waiting for Tonks to move, Harry approached him. He needed to know. He needed to see if there was any truth to this master of death business. Surely, as a Peverell, as Lord Peverell, he would feel some connection if it existed. Harry dropped to his knees at Dumbledore's side, staring into the man's blank eyes. Almost in a trance, he reached out and placed a hand on Dumbledore's thin chest. He wasn't breathing. There was no magic left in him, not even a tiny fading spark, just nothing. "He's dead," Harry announced dully, looking up at Tonks. I suppose the shock was too much for him, that curse in his hand. He let the sentence trail off, allowing the public to interpret it as they wished. They couldn't say he had killed Dumbledore. Everyone had seen it was a simple, disarming charm he had cast. How much damage had he done with such a simple spell over the years? No one moved. No one seemed to know what to do next. Dumbledore had been raving madness to his very last breath, but now... Before all that, Dumbledore had been a beacon of hope for them all. How was one supposed to react to such a loss? Looking down at the body, Harry's gaze was drawn to something shiny. There, on Dumbledore's withered hand, resting on his chest, shone the resurrection stone, set in its plain silver ring. Once a Horcrux, it was now both so much less and yet so much more. It felt as if another force was guiding Harry's actions. Discreetly, as if he were merely adjusting Dumbledore's robe, he reached forward and slipped the ring off the blackened, shriveled finger. He tried to suppress a shudder as he touched the cursed flesh. That dark magic was long inert now. Pulling back, he dropped the ring into his pocket and stood up. "I'm going back to the school," he said, looking at Tonks, barely registering anyone else in the room. Tonks reached out as if to hug him, to say something comforting, but let her hand fall awkwardly between them. "Okay, we'll sort things out here." That was all Harry wanted. No one stopped him as he strode toward the flue, picking up the briefcase he had dropped during the fight. Silence surrounded him as he grabbed a handful of green powder, tossed it into the flames, and called for the school, disappearing in a whirl of ash and fire. The flue spat him out into the great hall. Harry took one look at the people gathered there, Sirius, Narcissa, Draco, and Charlie, staring at him with confusion, their eyes drawn to the blank expression on his face and the familiar second wand in his hand. Without a word, he turned on his heel and walked straight into the war beside the fireplace. He needed to be alone. However, alone was not quite how things turned out. In his emotional state, the castle interpreted his request for privacy in its usual way, taking him down to the Chamber of Secrets. It was the one place no other living person could reach, not even Neville. Like Harry, he could now walk through walls in Hogwarts, but even the castle knew that this was Harry's sanctuary. The castle wouldn't take him to Slytherin's chamber without permission, and no other living person was down there. However, the portrait of Salazar Slytherin had plenty to say about Harry's sudden arrival. In a way, the castle had done the right thing. Harry needed someone to talk to, but he needed someone who would understand, someone who wouldn't judge him. He needed someone who had seen too much of the world to be concerned with his tangled feelings about the death of his old headmaster, which had technically been at his hand. What if that's what the prophecy meant all along, Harry wondered, lying on his back on the sofa in Salazar's office and staring up at the ceiling? What if defeating a Dark Lord meant both of them? I know Dumbledore wasn't exactly a Dark Lord, but he was certainly cruel and manipulative enough to count for something. "Does it change anything if it did?" Salazar pointed out. "They're both dead now. You still live. That is all that matters." "But he was everything to so many people. For a while he was everything to me." Dumbledore had been the most incredible person in the world to 11-year-old Harry. He had saved him from the Dursleys and brought him into this wondrous world of magic, warmth, and home. Then Harry had discovered the truth, and everything had fallen apart. "Often our idols shatter the pedestals we put them on," Salazar said wisely. "Your Albus Dumbledore, while I'm sure he was a very powerful and capable wizard in his time, was just a man. And men are far too easily corruptible." He frowned down at his young heir. "You have hated this man for longer than you have loved him. You've spent months preparing to destroy his reputation so that he could rot in Azkaban. Now he is dead and gone, no longer holding any power over your life. You should be happy." Harry snorted bitterly. He wasn't sure what he felt right now, but happiness certainly wasn't it. "Are you upset because he did not suffer?" Salazar asked, his tone free of judgment. "Is it because he won't live to see you dismantle the world's view of him? From what I gather, you had already begun that process long before today. He spent the last few months of his life in hiding because of you. He witnessed the consequences of his actions, even if only partially. He saw you succeed without him, saw you loved and happy despite everything he tried to ruin. He endured the loss of his dignity, the loss of his magic, the loss of his influence, all in a very public way. Does that make you feel better?" Part of Harry hated that it did. "I don't know what I want," he admitted. "I don't know what I feel. I didn't expect it to go this way." This didn't feel like closure or relief. He just felt hollow. "That's normal," Salazar replied, surprisingly gentle. "I dare say you have every right to be confused, but I believe that the best remedy is time and comfort, from actual living humans." Harry shot him a look, but Salazar held his gaze, unwavering. "Go back up to the castle, Harry. Find your family and that young man of yours. Allow them to help you through this. You may find they understand more than you think." Harry opened his mouth to argue, but paused. Dumbledore had ruined more lives than just his. He had cursed Remus with a spell that made him hate his werewolf side, using him as an example of the kind of creatures that needed taming, even if they meant well. He had let Sirius languish in Azkaban for 12 years because he couldn't stand to have someone around who cared more about Harry than the war. He had forced Snape into doing terrible things in the name of spying, and allowed the teenage marauders to harass and nearly kill him under the guise of friendly house rivalry. Maybe they would understand a little of what he was feeling. "Fine, you win," he muttered. Harry glared at the smug portrait. "I'm going," he announced. "Your life will be much easier once you learn to accept that I am always right," Salazar replied. a typical Slytherin remark that made Harry snort as he stepped through the wall. He reappeared in the Great Hall exactly where he had left it. Immediately Sirius jumped to his feet and enveloped him in a hug. "Oh, thank goodness, there you are." He pulled Harry close, kissing the top of his head. "Susan came and told us what happened. Harry, I'm so sorry you had to go through that, love. I truly am." Harry clutched the front of his godfather's shirt, his throat tightening and his eyes itching as if tears were about to fall. But they didn't come. He couldn't steady his swirling emotions long enough for his body to decide to cry. Sirius held him tightly, murmuring comforting words and running his fingers through Harry's hair. "Everything is going to be all right, kiddo," he promised. "It's all over now. Everything's done. You can rest." Choking on a ragged breath, Harry did just that, burying his face in Sirius's chest and allowing himself to relax into the embrace. Sirius kept him upright, guiding him over to the nearest bench, cradling him like a small child. Harry didn't even notice when Sirius lifted his wand and sent off a Patronus. He did notice, however, when several more sets of footsteps entered the hall. He raised his head to see the whole family, Charlie, the two Malfoys, Remus and Snape, hurrying over, stopping just short of the embracing pair. "Harry," Draco began, worry etched on his face, Are you all right?" "We looked everywhere," Remus said, concern in his voice. "Where did you even go?" Draco and Snape exchanged knowing glances, but Harry simply shook his head. Now wasn't the time to drop that bombshell. "Doesn't matter," he murmured. I needed some space." "Of course, yeah," Draco replied, understanding in his tone. "Are you okay?" Sirius asked, concern etched on his face. Harry couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of the question. "Tell you what, pup," Sirius murmured, resting his chin on Harry's head. "I think it's time we all went home. We've been living in this castle long enough. You need some distance from this place before you're back here for the next 4 months. It would do my old heart some good if we didn't have to live in a place where you can walk through the walls whenever you please," Remus added, managing to bring a smile to Harry's face despite the heaviness in his heart. Home sounded appealing. I need to go pack then," Harry said, trying to wiggle free from Sirius's embrace, but the dark-haired man held him tight. "The elves can handle it," Sirius insisted. "Your friend Dobby can help." "I'll send word to Minerva," Snape volunteered. It was clear they wanted to get Harry home before he changed his mind and wandered off through another wall to a place they couldn't follow. Guilt gnawed at him for that. He knew it wasn't fair to them. He shouldn't have put them through that worry. But he pushed those feelings aside as Sirius pulled him to his feet and guided him toward the door. One of these days, Harry would have to figure out if his manipulation of the wards extended to apparating through them. Walking all the way to the gates was such a hassle, but not today. He wasn't in the right emotional state for that kind of experimentation. As he caught sight of Seren Dew towering ahead of him, relief washed over him. This was a place untouched by the war, a sanctuary, a comfort, a home. Kerry greeted them at the door, her face lighting up with a beaming smile. "Kerry is glad to have masters and mistress home," she chirped. "We're glad too, Kerry. Would you mind bringing a round of hot chocolates up to the family living room, please?" Sirius requested. "And when you have a moment, could you head to Hogwarts and help Dobby pack up all our things? We left rather abruptly." Sirius nodded and disappeared, leaving Harry to drag his feet up the stairs, still tucked under Sirius's arm. In the living room, they collapsed onto the sofa together, and Sirius effortlessly shifted to cuddle Harry, who stretched out across the cushions. A quick spell from Draco removed both of their shoes, and the blonde offered a gentle smile. Harry hoped Draco wasn't upset or taking it personally that he was so attached to Sirius. He just needed a parent right now. Kerry arrived with steaming mugs of hot chocolate, and Harry sat up carefully to avoid spilling any. Holding the warm mug in both hands, he took a sip of the sweet liquid, feeling it spread warmth all the way down to his stomach. His shoulders relaxed, and for the first time his mind could think about something other than Dumbledore's eyes losing their twinkle, locked with his. He looked up and saw Remus smiling at him. "Chocolate cures everything," he said knowingly. Harry snorted. I can't believe he's gone," he admitted, shaking his head. I didn't mean to." "No one blames you, pup," Sirius said immediately. "Everyone there saw you use a disarming charm. He was just old and suffering under that curse." "It's a miracle he lasted as long as he did," Severus confirmed. Harry wondered how it would have been if Dumbledore had died in whatever hole he was hiding in. How long would it have taken for any of them to find out? Would it have felt better than this? "End of an era," Charlie murmured, "and a new one begins." He smiled encouragingly at Harry. "Good thing we've got so many of us making sure it's a bloody good one, eh?" His words eased something deep within Harry's chest, the worry that he might become like Dumbledore, or worse, like Voldemort. Too powerful, too unquestioned, too unfettered, too loved. It was a different kind of love, he decided. He had the kind that mattered. Harry reflected on the kind of love he had, one that wasn't just blind devotion. It was the kind that would call him out when he was being a jerk, holding him accountable. This wasn't about one person trying to build a new empire. It was a whole team coming together to create a community. He sipped his hot chocolate, leaning against his godfather, waiting for someone to ask him to name his feelings, to let it all out. But they remained silent, simply enjoying each other's company and offering their presence to ease Harry's heart. If he wanted to speak, he knew they would listen, but they wouldn't push him. When Kerry came to collect their empty mugs, Sirius quietly announced that it was bedtime. That realization hit Harry. He had spent a long time in Salazar's office. No wonder his friends were worried. Each one of them hugged him good night, even Snape. The tall Slytherin paused, placing his hands on Harry's shoulders. "You have freed me from 2 masters now," he murmured, meeting Harry's gaze. His voice was thick with emotion. "I don't know if you understand how impossible I believe that to be. You are a marvel, Harry Potter, but you are not an island." He pressed a gentle kiss to Harry's forehead and turned him around into Draco's waiting arms. "Don't let that old fool's nonsense get in your head," Snape said, his voice raised slightly. "He is just a footnote in history now." Harry nodded solemnly, allowing Draco to lead him to bed. It felt like a lifetime since he had last been in his room at Celendu. So much had changed. He felt like a different person. Yet some things remained the same, like Draco fussing over him as he got into his pajamas and rolling into the center of the bed to pull Harry close, their legs tangling together. "I love you," Draco whispered, his lips brushing against Harry's hair. "Whatever you need, I'm here, no matter what." For some reason, those words hit home and loosened something deep inside Harry. He released the vice grip within his chest, shaking free all the emotions that had been tangled inside him. At last, the tears began to flow. Chapter 107. Harry's first thought in the morning was to wonder where he was. His second thought was that he really needed to stop falling asleep crying in Draco's arms. It was starting to become a habit. Draco was still asleep when Harry woke up, and he lay in bed for a while, grateful to be back in his own room. He hadn't realized how suffocating the castle had begun to feel, his mind still in war mode long after the battle had ended. Here he could relax. He could start returning to normality. He snorted quietly. What did normality even mean for Harry James Potter? He watched Draco, whose face was relaxed in slumber. He observed the steady rise and fall of his chest, the way his arm reached out toward Harry even while unconscious. Draco was so incredibly handsome, with high cheekbones and a strong jaw. What had once been pointy as an 11-year-old had now evened out into features that photographers would weep over. His narrow, sculpted shoulders and the smooth slope of his back led down to a Quidditch player's arse and toned, pale thighs. He was certainly the prettiest person Harry had ever seen, but he drooled in his sleep, and despite all his excessive skincare rituals, or perhaps because Harry kept making him forget about them, there was a smattering of acne flaring on the right side of his chin. His nose was a little crooked, a remnant of being broken by his father's hand as a child. He was mostly limbs, all of which seemed to jab into Harry while they slept. Every night he kicked the covers to the bottom of the bed, except when it was cold, when he would steal them all for himself. There were marks on his skin now, war wounds he hadn't had time to heal properly, silvery scars only noticeable up close. He wasn't flawless, he wasn't perfect, but Harry loved every last bit of him. Perhaps this was normality, watching Draco sleep beside him, relishing the quiet. Calm feeling washed over him as he got up and headed downstairs, where Keddy would have breakfast ready. Maybe he would go for a fly afterward. It felt like ages since he had last been on his broom. With tryouts for the England national team just a few weeks away, he knew he needed to practice. Oliver would be furious if he didn't bring his best to the tryouts. All those things, Quidditch, friends and family, were part of his new normal. Even going back to school felt like a return to normalcy. Attending Wizengamot meetings was becoming routine as well. He had a life now, and with Dumbledore gone, he could finally stop worrying about the ghosts of his past and truly live. Grinning, he gently skimmed a hand over Draco's back, shaking his shoulder softly. A rush of fondness surged through him as Draco's perfect pink mouth twisted into a frown, his eyes blinking open in sleepy disgruntlement. But the annoyance quickly faded when he saw Harry. "You're smiling," Draco murmured, reaching up to trace his thumbs over Harry's lips. "That's not what I expected." Harry chuckled and leaned in for a quick kiss. "I feel okay, I think," he replied. "I think it's going to be a good day." Draco rolled onto his back, stretching with a spine-cracking arch that made his t-shirt ride up, revealing the V of his hip bone. "Well, if the Saviour has decreed it, it shall be so," he declared with mock grandeur. "What are we doing on this fine day of ours?" "Breakfast first," Harry said, "then Quidditch. After that, we'll see how it goes." He gave a playful leer, and Draco smirked up at him with a mischievous glint in his eye. "I like the sound of all those things. Guess we better get up." As they made their way downstairs, Harry's good mood took a slight hit when he spotted the headline in the Daily Prophet announcing Dumbledore's death, promising a full account inside. But then a second, smaller headline caught his attention and lifted his spirits. The ministerial vote would be happening on the 30th of August. He leaned in closer to get a better look at the article. Snape glanced over the top of his newspaper and said, "Amelia will win. The only one running against her is that fool Hawthorne from the Order." Harry recalled Hawthorne vaguely. He was one of Dumbledore's followers, the one who had accompanied Alastor Moody after the attack on Hogsmeade. Hawthorne didn't stand a chance against Amelia Bones. With that thought in mind, Harry took a seat and was immediately greeted with a stack of pancakes and a cup of tea. "Master Harry isn't getting pancakes on his birthday," Kerry announced cheerfully, "but better late than never." Her large eyes sparkled with hope, awaiting his reaction. Harry smiled back. "Brilliant, thanks, Kerry. I've missed your cooking." That seemed to delight her, as she quietly wiggled with joy before hurrying back to the stove. As they enjoyed breakfast, they chatted about inconsequential matters. Harry felt a wave of gratitude that they weren't looking at him as if he were about to break. He had already devoted enough pain and grief to Albus Dumbledore during his life. The man didn't deserve any more suffering now that he was gone. "What's everyone up to today?" he asked, glancing around the table. "Actually, Pup, I wanted to ask you about that," Sirius began, his voice shaky with nerves as he reached across to take Charlie's hand. Both of them wore serious expressions, and Harry straightened in his seat. "We, got confirmation yesterday that Mr. and Mrs. Forrester were killed in what was likely a raid. Muggles are calling it a gas leak. That was often the cover-up." Sirius exchanged a heavy look with Charlie before turning back to Harry. Charlie and we're going to put in the paperwork to adopt the kids," Charlie finished for him. "They've been confirmed as Pruitts by Gringotts, so that should help things move along." Harry already knew that. The tests had been conducted days ago, involving 16 kids in total, and each one traced back to a wizarding family. Charlie explained that somewhere down the line his great-aunt Muriel had a squib sister no one had ever mentioned, who had been quietly put up for adoption as a child. "They aren't ready to leave the pottery yet," Sirius added quickly. "I don't think Nash wants to until Frankie has somewhere to go. Honestly, that might take a while." They had discovered that the boy was a Yaxley, and there wasn't a single scrap of that family left elsewhere. As a mouthy little Slytherin with a chip on his shoulder, he didn't exactly have friends with families willing to take him in. But Charlie and I thought we'd go over this afternoon and ask the three of them if they'd like to be family. After that, we thought we might head to Grimmauld for a family dinner. Just us, not the extended family. The house is empty now, and it's somewhere familiar to them. A good place for all of you to get to know each other better. Sirius looked tentative, hope flickering on his face, as if Harry might throw a fit and refuse. As if Harry hadn't been rooting for this since the day Sirius had called him on the mirror and told him about the 3 kids with curly red hair and familiar blue eyes. "That sounds like a brilliant idea," Harry said enthusiastically, watching as Sirius lit up. "Why don't you invite Frankie along too? They won't want to leave him behind, and we've got enough snakes in the family that he won't be overrun. Maybe he'll warm up to Draco," he suggested, grinning. The pair looked surprised. "We hadn't thought of that, but yeah, why not? The more the merrier, right? I'm pretty sure Narcissa and Frankie are attached at the hip by this point. We'll have to acclimatize him to the family eventually," Charlie said with a snort. "Definitely a good idea to start with the Black side of the family," Remus chimed in. "The Weasley side will send them all running for sure." Charlie mock glared. "They happen to think the twins are—" "Brilliant. Thank you very much," Harry said. "They would," Severus replied, rolling his eyes. "I dread to think what kind of trouble you two will turn those twins into, even without Fred and George to assist. Perhaps I should plan to retire from teaching by then." Come on, Uncle Sev, Draco cajoled. You survived teaching us. How much worse can it get? The potions master levelled his driest, deadpan stare at his godson. You have not graduated yet. At the other end of the table, Narcissa stifled a giggle behind her napkin. Well, I think that all sounds like a marvellous idea, she agreed. Just let me know what time to be home. I'm having tea with Miss Ashford this morning to discuss her further education. That's the new Rosier heir, right? Draco asked. Indeed. Poor dear has no idea what to expect from such things, raised as a muggle-born. Hogwarts teaches nothing about pure-blood culture. It's disgraceful. Yeah, we're working on that, Harry assured him. It's on Susan's list. Narcissa's lips quirked in amusement. Lady Bones has quite the list indeed. That was an understatement as far as Harry was concerned. Well, Mother, I'm sure you'll enjoy having a young lady to teach about etiquette, comportment, and all the family gossip, Draco said, his eyes flashing in jest. You always did wish for a daughter. I wished for a child who might sit still long enough to listen, Narcissa chided playfully. Instead, I got a boy who spent all his lessons staring at the fireplace, waiting for Uncle Severus to come teach him potions. Both Draco and Severus flushed pink across their cheeks, though a pleased smile flickered on the potions master's face. That's adorable, Harry declared, grinning at the pair of them. Draco and I are going to play Quidditch this morning, if that's all right. We'll be around, Remus confirmed, though with the way Draco's healing, magic is coming along. Perhaps you don't need us in case of emergency, Draco said. Harry replied wryly, We will if the emergency is Draco crashing into the ground. Such faith in my flying skills, Draco retorted. I have faith in your flying. I have less faith in your ability to recognize that you're not going to outlast me in a dive. With that, Draco jabbed Harry in the side and stole his last bite of pancake. You're going to regret that comment, Potter, Draco warned. Oh, Merlin, Sirius muttered. Out come the last names. Quit flirting and go outside. I've had enough of watching the two of you make eyes at each other. Harry laughed, holding back a comment about how hypocritical his godfather was, considering he and Charlie were the biggest flirts of them all. Master's Quidditch things are in the shed, Kerry piped up. Dobby put them there last night. Perfect, thanks. Harry paused for a moment. I think my practice snitch is still in my trunk. I'm going to run up and grab it. I'll meet you outside? Draco nodded, brushing a kiss across Harry's cheek before the Gryffindor could dash up to his room. Focused on finding the snitch so he could enjoy the sunshine and get up in the air, Harry almost missed what was on the bed. He skidded to a halt, eyes widening. The bed was made, a habit formed after years of having to make Dudleys, and there, in the centre, was a folded-up cloak. His invisibility cloak. He stepped closer, realizing the cloak wasn't alone. On top of it lay the Elder Wand and the Resurrection Stone in its new ring, both items that had been in his pocket the night before, items he had completely forgotten about in his grief. But how did they get there? With a hesitant hand, Harry reached out, brushing his fingers over the silky fabric. He had truly thought he would never see it again, that it was lost to Dumbledore forever. This hallow can only be freely given, never stolen. Harry jumped at the voice echoing in his head. His eyes widened. Was that? The truth that all the legends forgot is that the Hallows combined mean nothing in the hands of one who fears death. A true master does not fear their subject after all. Yes, death itself was speaking to him, or he had gone mad. Not madness, little master. I don't want to be your master, Harry thought, pushing back against the entity. I never asked for any of this. Exactly. I knew when I created these Hallows that they would drive mortals mad. They would send souls to my domain, driven by greed and lust for power. And I knew, when I offered these Hallows to 3 young men, that their family would be the perfect vessel for the magic I offered. It takes more than just ownership of the Hallows, little master. It takes Peveril blood, and a soul that has seen death up close, yet does not shy away, does not seek to delay it. A soul I have been waiting for a very long time. Harry stared at the bedspread, at the cloak, stone, and wand lying innocently on top. You knew it would be me when you made them. How is that possible? Time means little in death, little master. The voice sounded almost amused. Now you have the Hallows, the strength of the Death Stick, the power of the Resurrection Stone, the protection of the Invisibility Cloak. I am at your command. What will you do? Harry had no idea what that even entailed, but the thought of some mystical destiny or important power that was solely his to control felt overwhelmingly exhausting. I'm going to go play Quidditch with my boyfriend, he said aloud, gathering up the wand, cloak, and stone, then tossing them into the bottom of his wardrobe. And I'll deal with all that later. As he hunted for his snitch, he heard Death chuckle in the back of his mind. A wise choice, little master. He grabbed his snitch and didn't look back. Back at the wardrobe, Harry was on his way out, and he didn't need time to think. He knew exactly what he would do with the 3 powerful items. He planned to keep it a secret, eventually pass the cloak on to his eldest child, as tradition dictated, and die peacefully of old age without anyone ever knowing about the whole affair. That kind of power was not something he wanted to reintroduce to the world. Death had enjoyed its fun, letting the Hallows circulate, but it was time to put an end to that. He sprinted across the grounds and spotted Draco waiting by the broom shed, both their brooms in hand. "You took your time. Forgotten what it's like to use stairs like us common folk?" Draco teased. Harry responded by kissing him with enough force to make him take a steadying step backward, pulling back to a look of surprise. "What was that for?" Draco asked, clearly taken aback. "I just love you," Harry replied, a wide smile spreading across his face. "Now let's fly." He grabbed his broom and kicked off into the air with a whoop of joy. Normality. As a child, Harry often wondered what it would be like to have siblings. When he was very young, he thought Dudley would be like a brother, but that hope quickly faded. Then, when he met the Weasleys and spent time at their house, listening to Ron's stories about his older brothers, jealousy settled in once more. Of course, these days he had more honorary siblings than he could count, but it wasn't quite the same as playing with Narcissa and the twins. Amita, Amy for short, and Tahan, both 8 years old and finally coming out of their shells after the difficult year they had endured, were absolutely demolishing Harry at the board game they had picked out, and he was loving every second of it. "I'm starting to regret having you on my team," Narcissa said plainly, running a hand through her hair. "Look, I don't play many board games, all right?" Harry defended himself. "I've been a bit rusty." "Busy with other things?" Narcissa raised an eyebrow at him, as if to say, "That's not an excuse." "Harry, they're 8, and they're winning. Maybe we'll do better in the next round." From across the room, Sirius let out a bark of laughter. He was curled up against Charlie's side, watching the 4 kids play their game with shining eyes, as if he'd never seen anything better in his life. The family dinner had been as easy as breathing, with the kids fitting into the whole affair like they had been part of it from day one. Although the adoption papers hadn't been signed yet, Harry expected it wouldn't be long. "We would do better if you would stop being so nice to them," Narcissa complained, moving her game piece along the board. "You've had so many opportunities to knock them back, and you never do. I don't want to make them cry." As if on cue, the twins looked at him with identical wobbling lower lips and wide, sad eyes. Narcissa scoffed. "God, you're useless," she huffed, then grinned. "You're going to have to learn to stand up to them if you really want to do this whole sibling thing. They'll walk all over you otherwise." "She's not wrong, kid," Charlie agreed, smirking at Harry. "The little ones are always cute and adorable, and then they turn out to be terrifying once they realize you're weak to them. Look at me and Ginny." Harry snorted. It was true. Charlie could never say no to Ginny, and the youngest Weasley knew it. "Draco, help!" he begged, turning hopeful eyes on his boyfriend. "Sorry, love. Only child. Quite like it that way," came Draco's calm response. Narcissa placed a hand on Harry's arm, a tentative smile on her face. "How about next round we team up? Me and Tahan against you and Amy. It's always easier if we split them up." Her smile turned a little guilty. "I might have thrown you in at the deep end with this round." Harry shook his head, looking to the gay. The twins had innocent smiles, but mischief gleamed in their eyes. "I'm not sure I want siblings anymore," Harry declared with a playful edge. "Not if you're going to gang up on me all the time." Amy giggled and threw herself into his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. "We're sorry," she said, though she didn't sound the least bit apologetic. "Nash said you were a Slytherin even though you're a Gryffindor, so we thought you'd be all mean, like Frankie is." "Oi!" Frankie exclaimed, looking over with offence written all over his face. He was sitting with Remus, Severus and Draco, practically shadowing his housemaster all evening. "Wanting to win isn't being mean, you little brat. I won't go easy just because you're 8. Narcissa shot Harry a pointed look, as if to say, "That's how it should be." Harry sighed and wrapped his arm around Amy's waist. "Okay then, I can be mean. But if anyone cries, I'm blaming Nash," he warned, grinning down at his new teammate. "Let's kick their asses, yeah?" It might be a steep learning curve, but Harry was more than willing to figure it out. Diagon Alley was a place Harry hadn't visited in over a year, and he knew he had to face it. The thought of being in such a crowded area, where people might not respect his boundaries as much as those at the Ministry, made his skin crawl. But he knew he had to go eventually. He didn't want to wait until the book lists arrived, or the alley would be even more crowded than usual. So he made his plans, roped Sirius into joining him to avoid backing out, kissed Draco goodbye, and then apparated to London. The sheer volume of the bustling, wizarding shopping area made his pulse quicken. Sirius squeezed his shoulder, concern etched on his face. "You all right, kiddo?" "Yeah, fine, just—" Harry grimaced, looking ahead at the crowd. A throng of people surrounded them. "If you spend half this visit carrying a fox in your arms, I apologize in advance," Harry said. Sirius laughed, ruffling his hair. "No judgment from me, especially after all the times I became Padfoot to avoid people." He then put his arm around Harry's shoulders and led him into the crowd. Bringing Sirius along had its perks. He actually had some shopping to do, so Harry wouldn't just be wandering aimlessly, getting more and more anxious. Sirius wanted to buy some presents for the kids to help them feel more welcome when they eventually moved out of the pottery, and it was Harry's job to keep him from going overboard. "Do you know if Nash likes flying at all, pup?" Sirius asked, his eyes landing on quality Quidditch supplies. "I thought about getting the twins some kid brooms, and I'd like to get her one too, but I don't know if she'd even like it." Harry couldn't help but smile at Sirius's fretting. "She hasn't flown much since her first-year lessons, but I think she'd like to do more. Just definitely not a firebolt, okay?" They didn't need to buy a 14-year-old with very little flying experience the fastest broom on the market.
Right, yeah, of course, Sirius agreed, nodding absent-mindedly as his mind drifted to the prospect of purchasing Quidditch supplies for the kids.
And you should get something for Frankie, too, Harry smirked. Or maybe Moony and Sev can get him something. Sirius finally tore his gaze away from the shop and turned to Harry, a knowing sparkle in his eyes. You noticed that too, then? During the entire family dinner, Frankie had been utterly captivated by the Slytherin half of the family, particularly Snape, and Remus along with him. Far from being as standoffish as he usually was with students, Snape had happily engaged in potions discussions with the boy all night, meeting all of Frankie's snide remarks with equally sharp retorts of his own. Harry had a sneaking suspicion that finding a foster family for the boy wouldn't be as difficult as they had feared. Nor would Narcissa have to worry about losing her best friend. Remus had that look on his face, and you know Severus is a total pushover for him, Sirius added, amusement in his voice. No one would ever believe it, but it was true, no matter how much the potions master denied it. Remus Lupin was Severus's sun, moon, and stars, and he would do whatever it took to make him happy, even adopt a cynical 14-year-old Slytherin orphan. Harry suspected, having seen the pair interact, that Snape wouldn't need much convincing at all. They were starting to attract attention now. Whispers of their names began to trickle through the crowd. Sirius was almost as famous as Harry these days, the pure-blood lord, the last bastion of the oldest family in magical Britain, abandoned by the justice system for so long and finally reintroduced to the world. Although Sirius had been free for a year, it hadn't exactly been a year filled with shopping sprees and social outings. The two of them together were quite the sight. Maybe Harry should have brought Charlie instead. But Sirius was remarkably good at letting the murmurs and exclamations slide off his back. He chatted with Harry about the pros and cons of the Clean Sweep 9 as a starter broom for Narcissa, trying to persuade him that they absolutely needed tiny, adorable, matching Quidditch uniforms for the twins. No house colours until they're sorted, Harry insisted firmly, shaking his head at the child-sized Gryffindor uniforms. You don't want to pressure them. Then he smirked. Besides, you know Ollie will have Puddlemere kits sent over for all of them the moment Charlie tells him the good news. That man is just waiting for a bunch of kids to spoil rotten. He's already sent a bunch of Quidditch-themed onesies to Tonks. Oliver Wood, despite his intimidating stature and professional Quidditch background, had a soft spot for kids. Harry noticed that Cassius was the textbook definition of broody these days, and he couldn't help but wonder how long it would be before Cassius sought out a surrogate. Fair point, Sirius said, relenting as he darted across the shop to check out junior Quidditch ball sets. Harry didn't argue. He liked the idea of helping teach the kids how to play. After all, they would have plenty of instructors in the family for any position they chose. After leaving quality Quidditch supplies, they headed to Flourish and Blots. Harry wasn't quite sure why they needed to go there when they already had an Owl order catalogue and a bigger library than Hogwarts itself. With his personal book collection, which he was more than happy to share, the kids wouldn't lack for reading material. As was inevitable with a marauder and the son of a marauder, they soon found themselves at Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes. Harry hadn't seen the twins or their usual crew lately, as they had all been busy with the shop. Sure enough, the place was packed, with both adults and kids oohing and eyeing over the twins' latest creations. "There he is!" Fred exclaimed, popping up on Harry's left. "Our favourite little brother." George appeared on Sirius's right. "And our newest favourite big brother," he teased, winking at the dog Animagus. We heard you were around. We were worried for a minute that you might not come to visit." "As if I'd do that," Harry rolled his eyes. "Have you got time to chat?" "Lee and Lissy are on it, and Blaise is around here somewhere," George assured him dismissively. "We've got all the time in the world for you, Harrykins." "And we've got some presents for you to take home," Fred added, "for the new recruits." Harry chuckled at that description. Sometimes it did feel like the family was something you got recruited into, rather than the traditional way of adding new members, a bunch of waifs and strays, all picking up more of the same. They browsed the shop, excitement buzzing in the air. As they walked through the bustling shops, Harry realized that for the first time he hardly drew any attention. The shoppers were too engrossed in the merchandise to notice Harry Potter among them. After a while, they found themselves chatting with the Weasley twins, promising to organize a big family dinner once things settled down. They caught up on the latest gossip about the extended Weasley family. "Did you hear? Bill and Fleur bought a cottage off the coast of Norfolk," one of the twins exclaimed. "And Mr. Weasley might be up for a promotion to head of the entire misuse of Muggle artifacts department." "That's brilliant," Harry responded, beaming. Arthur Weasley truly deserved it. "It's not confirmed yet. They're still shifting things around at the Ministry, as I'm sure you know, Lord Potter," George teased, ruffling Harry's hair. "But Percy says it's a sure bet, and he would know." According to Amelia Bones, Percy was the most valuable asset the entire Ministry had, a fact that never failed to turn him beet red whenever she mentioned it in earshot. In the days following Dumbledore's death, Percy and Amelia had been working with Mrs. Frobisher and a reporter from the Daily Prophet to expose the Ministry's corruption, along with Dumbledore's misdeeds and the connections of those involved. Cornelius Fudge was gaining a reputation as the worst minister in history, making Harry wonder if the man would ever dare to show his face in public again. To be honest, Harry wouldn't mind if he didn't. Percy, on the other hand, was thriving in his role as Amelia's senior under-secretary. He handled all her organizational needs with enthusiasm, never flinching at the sight of a massive and incredibly dull stack of parchment to sift through. Plus, he had all his siblings back, which Harry knew he must appreciate. They paused to chat with Lee and Alicia, but the pair was busy at the till and didn't have much time to spare. Just then, Blaise popped up briefly, kissing George before announcing that he was heading out. He turned to Harry, saying that he and Draco had made plans to gather the others. As the school year approached, Harry knew he was expected to join his Slytherin classmates. But eventually, they had to return to their responsibilities. After exchanging hugs and promising to catch up in a quieter setting soon, Harry and Sirius stepped out of the shop, only to bump into three familiar faces they didn't want to see. Ron, Hermione, and Mrs. Weasley were standing outside the twins' shop, peering in with conflicted expressions. The colour drained from their faces when they spotted Harry and Sirius. "Harry!" Hermione gasped, her brown eyes widening. "Hermione," he replied evenly, nodding his head. "Good to see you're fully healed." Yeah, thanks." An awkward silence settled over the group, and Harry was just about to walk away when Mrs. Weasley reached out to him. "Harry, dear, we wanted to apologize," she began, her eyes filling with tears. "I feel so awful about everything. Albus convinced me it was all for the best, and like a fool, I believed him." "We're really sorry, Harry," Hermione added sadly. "Yeah, mate, we shouldn't have treated you like that," Ron said gruffly, clearly uncomfortable with the emotional exchange. Harry crossed his arms over his chest, trying to ignore the racing of his heart. "I accept your apologies," he said, watching as relief washed over their faces. "But I can't forgive you." The trio tensed at his words. Hermione bit her lip. "Harry, I was just a kid," he interrupted. "A scared, lonely kid who had never had friends before, never had a proper family, and had no idea what any of that was supposed to look like. And yeah, maybe you two were kids as well, but you should have known better than to fake friendship with someone just because an old man told you it was for the good of the wizarding world." "We weren't faking, not really," Hermione protested. Harry raised an eyebrow. "I'm supposed to believe that, am I? Along with all the other lies you fed me over the years. You called me a blood purist." "Hermione," she flinched, squeezing Ron's hand. Even now, Harry couldn't silence the voice in the back of his mind that insisted they were only trying to befriend him because he had won, because he was famous. It seemed clear to him that Hermione had realized she had burned bridges with nearly every future influential member of the Wizengamot. If she didn't get back in his good graces, she could say goodbye to her dream of taking the ministry by storm. He looked up at Mrs. Weasley, his heart clenching with a different kind of betrayal. "And you, Mrs. Weasley, you were an adult. You were a mother. You looked at me, half-starved and terrified of doing something wrong in your house, because I didn't know what the punishment would be, and you pretended to welcome me into your family. I'm lucky your husband and the rest of your kids were genuine. If all of it had been a lie, I don't think I would have survived." He swallowed hard, feeling the gentle press of Sirius at his shoulder, offering quiet support. "You let me go back to the Dursleys every summer when you knew I wasn't happy there, all because Dumbledore told you to. You tried to control me, to keep me oblivious just like he wanted, and guilted me into thinking the whole world was my responsibility. Then you believed an old man who told you I was evil because of something in my scar, that I had to die for Voldemort to be destroyed, without even thinking to talk to me about it. And that's not even mentioning how awful you were to Sirius, in his own house no less." Mrs. Weasley's gaze flickered to the dog Animagus, filling with guilt. "I'm aware that our families are connected in more ways than one," Harry continued. "I won't be able to avoid the three of you. I'm not going to make anyone choose between me and you, which is more grace than you ever gave me." He added sharply, "I can be civil, friendly even, at family gatherings. But you're delusional if you think I'll ever trust the three of you again. If I were you, Mrs. Weasley, I'd take a closer look at your relationship with the rest of your children before you lose them forever." Harry tried to steady his breath as he exhaled slowly, glancing back at Sirius. "Let's go home, yeah?" He was completely done with being out in public. "Sure thing, pup," Sirius replied quietly. He nodded politely to the trio, and then guided Harry toward the apparition point. Harry's heart continued to race long after they had walked away. "Was I too harsh, Pads?" he asked as they strolled across the lawn of Serendu in blissful silence. Sirius scoffed. "If anything, you were far more polite than they deserved," he muttered, scowling. "Clearly there's not quite enough black in you to hold a proper grudge," he teased with a wink. "I don't want to cause problems with the family," Harry insisted. He knew things were going to be awkward. It would take a long time before any of the Weasley kids felt truly comfortable around their mum and youngest brother. But Harry wasn't going to be the one to force them to cut ties with their own family, not for his sake. He could be polite and tolerate them at family gatherings. He'd prefer to never think about them again, but that was family, he supposed. There were always a few members you wished you didn't have to deal with. "It's not going to be easy," Sirius agreed, loosening his ponytail and shaking out his hair. "Charlie, he doesn't really know how to feel about his mum. She still doesn't like me. Doesn't like us together. Not sure she ever will, he said with a shrug. But that's her problem, not ours. She's the one who needs to decide if her hurt feelings are worth losing her son over. Sirius pulled Harry into a rough half-hug, kissing his temple. We'll get through this. Figure it out in time. Maybe they'll come to their senses, maybe they won't. Either way, there are plenty of other people around who love you, kiddo. You don't need them. He was right. Harry had so much family, real, honest family, and it was growing bigger every day. He didn't have to cling to the first people who showed him any sort of attention or affection anymore. "Hey, Sirius," he said, coming to a stop. Sirius tilted his head, resembling his canine counterpart. "I don't know if I ever said it, but thank you so much for bringing me here after third year, for giving me somewhere safe, a place where I could figure out who I really was, giving me a home, giving me everything." If he hadn't had Serendu, he likely wouldn't have lasted this long. Sirius's expression softened as he placed his hands on Harry's shoulders. "Oh, kiddo, you never need to thank me for that." He wrapped his arms around Harry, pulling him into a tight embrace. "That's what godfathers are for, you silly fox." Tears began to well up in Harry's eyes. Merlin, he had been crying so much lately. He hoped that would stop soon. "I love you, Padfoot, Dad." He felt the hitch in Sirius's breath. "You're going to be an amazing parent to those kids. Any kids." Harry knew he and Charlie would have at least one baby eventually. Sirius sniffled and looked Harry in the eye. "And they couldn't ask for a better big brother," he said, pressing their foreheads together. "Now come on. How about you and I put all this away and go for a fly, yeah? If I'm going to be teaching my kids to play Quidditch, I'll need to dust off my skills a bit." Harry grinned at him. Sounds good. He couldn't wait to see the twins react to their new brooms. With all his friendships out in the open, all his family freely able to show they cared for each other, Harry felt a warmth spreading through him. Harry's social calendar had never been more packed. They had finally organized the party he and Neville had talked about right before the battle. It wasn't at the Pottery, there were still too many kids living there, waiting for foster families, but at Longbottom Manor. There would be presents, cake, fireworks, and everything the two boys could have dreamed of. Aside from that, Harry found himself constantly out of the house. He was busy working on ministry and Wizengamot matters with the usual crowd and Justin Finch-Fletchley. He met up for lunch, dinner or drinks with members of the Hogwarts alumni, both past and present. There were family dinners, Weasley gatherings, pick-up Quidditch matches and sibling outings. It would have been exhausting if it weren't the best weeks of his life. So, when an owl flew through the window of Serendu, carrying mail, it wasn't unusual. What was unusual was the number of envelopes, one for each of them, made of heavy, high-quality parchment. The owl dropped the stack and flew away, no replies needed. Harry frowned and reached for the envelope with his name on it. "This isn't a Hogwarts thing, is it?" he asked, glancing up at Snape. "Not as far as I'm aware." Wondering if it might be a ministry matter, some order of Merlin or other such nonsense, Harry hesitated as he thumbed open the envelope. He pulled out the thick, pale gold cardstock inside. "Lord Cassius Warrington and Oliver Wood cordially invite you to join them in celebrating their nuptials on the afternoon of Tuesday, the 29th of August. Ceremony to begin at 1 p.m. "Oh," Harry breathed, a slow smile spreading across his face. There was a second piece of cardstock behind the first, detailing the venue's apparition and flu access. It also requested an RSVP at their earliest convenience, although on Harry's card the not attending option had been scribbled out. A note in Oliver's cramped handwriting declared, "You're coming whether you like it or not, Potter." "How wonderful," Harry said, his excitement bubbling over. Narcissa's face lit up as she exclaimed, "I was wondering if they would have time before you all go back to school." "Ollie will want to have his honeymoon before the season starts," Harry pointed out, grinning. "This is brilliant. Has anyone got a quill?" Sirius summoned one from the next room, and as each of them took turns ticking the attending boxes on their RSVP slips, the papers glowed, and the green ink transformed into a bright gold, confirming their attendance. "We'll have to look for a wedding present," Draco said, catching Harry's hand. "And get some new dress robes." Harry groaned quietly. "I suppose I can't just stick with the ones I've got." "Absolutely not. You wore those to Bill and Fleur's wedding." "There were like 30 people at Bill and Fleur's wedding," Harry protested, but Draco remained firm. "Yes, and every single one of them will be at this one too. Not to mention, there were pictures. I refuse to be seen with you in the same dress robes at 2 weddings in the same social circle." There it was, the haughty aristocratic snobbery that Harry could never truly understand, and yet Draco would never completely shed. "I think all of us could use some new dress robes," Narcissa interjected, her steel-grey eyes sparkling with determination that dared anyone to argue. "We'll make a family outing of it. I'll make an appointment with our tailor." Harry glanced across the table at Remus, the only person who might offer him any sympathy on the matter. But Remus was too engrossed in Snape's confirmed attendance on the RSVP, clearly lost in daydreams of attending such a public event together. Gross. Harry looked down at his own invitation, smiling at the tiny golden Quidditch hoops in the bottom corners. That reminded him. He had a plan to put into motion. With a little help from Ginny and Neville, a recommendation from Narcissa, and an autographed copy of the Prophet article detailing his defeat of Voldemort, Harry managed to organize a "What are you up to, Potter?" Draco asked suspiciously one morning when Harry announced their dinner plans. He reminded Draco to wear nice robes and be ready to leave by 6:15. Harry just grinned impishly, leaning in to kiss his boyfriend and giving him a playful pat on the backside before he apparated to the ministry. He made sure to return home with plenty of time to shower, change, and wrestle his hair into submission. It was clearly worth the effort. When Harry knocked on Draco's bedroom door, Draco inhaled sharply as he opened it, his eyes darkening with arousal as he took in Harry's appearance. Harry wore forest green robes open over a crisp white shirt, with a neatly knotted green tie at his throat. "What do you think?" Harry asked, holding his arms wide for inspection and grinning. "Can you stand to be seen with me in public?" Draco pursed his lips as if considering it. "I suppose," he sighed, stepping closer to press a kiss to Harry's cheek. "Will you tell me where you're taking me now?" "You'll find out when we get there," Harry insisted, offering his arm with a gallant bow. "You look stunning, by the way. I'm going to be the envy of everyone in the room." Draco's ice-blue robes were tailored to perfection, and his darker blue shirt contrasted beautifully with a pale grey tie that made his eyes stand out even more. He truly looked like the Ice Prince of Slytherin. As they walked downstairs arm in arm, Harry groaned at the sight that awaited them. Sirius and Narcissa stood by the door, ready to send them off as if it were their very first date. Technically, Harry supposed it was. They had certainly gone about everything a little backwards. "Don't stay out too late," Sirius mock-warned, wagging his finger. "And you look after my son, Malfoy, or I'll have your head." "Have him back by midnight, Harry, darling," Narcissa added, a smirk tugging at her lips. "My boy is a gentleman, and I won't have you ruining his reputation." Harry snorted. "We all know that ship has sailed," he joked, ignoring Draco's indignant expression. "You two are the worst, and we love you. Now we'll be going." He tugged on Draco's arm, heading for the door, while the two waved dramatically at them as they walked down the drive. "Sometimes I think it was a bad idea bringing those two cousins back together," Draco said dryly. Harry hummed in agreement. At least they didn't bring Andy into it. The three Blacks together were a force to be reckoned with. Holding Draco close under the pretense of needing to side along him to their destination, Harry apparated, smiling as Draco peered around curiously. "We're in Diagon," Draco realized. Harry nodded. "Yep, come on." In those wonderful 3 weeks before his 3rd year, amidst the chaos of his life being turned upside down, Harry had become quite familiar with many of the offshoot alleys of Diagon. Before that, he had thought the main high street was all there was. This little section of the alley was filled with restaurants, cafes, and even a dance club, something Harry definitely wanted to investigate once the fuss around him had died down. He and Draco were still too young for Muggle clubs. The fake IDs he'd conjured to get them into the sex shop beside Infinite earlier in the week probably wouldn't pass muster with a club bouncer. Mostly because Harry had only a vague idea of what a Muggle ID was supposed to look like. Maybe Farley could help him out. After all, Gringotts did Muggle documents too. The street was narrow, with tall buildings looming on either side. A few people were out and about, enjoying their evenings, other couples on dates, some families and groups of friends. Many nodded in greeting to the pair, some giggled and eyed them appreciatively, but none bothered them, for which Harry was extremely grateful. Draco actually gaped when Harry turned toward the door of their destination for the night. "The Golden Harp," he exclaimed quietly. "How did you manage to get us a table here? This place is booked out months in advance." "Harry Potter," Harry pointed out with a shrug. He wasn't afraid to use his fame sometimes, especially when it meant spoiling his boyfriend. The host straightened at the sight of them, offering a sharp bow. "Lord Potter, Lord Malfoy," he greeted demurely. "Right this way, please." One of the reasons Harry had chosen this place, aside from Narcissa raving about the menu, was the low-level privacy wards on every table. They weren't strong enough to prevent people from recognizing who was seated there. After all, what was the point of dining at a fancy restaurant if you didn't want to be seen? But they were enough to discourage any unwanted approaches or eavesdropping. Harry and Draco could enjoy a nice dinner together without worrying about the press or fans. "You really have pulled out all the stops, haven't you?" Draco remarked, his pale brows rising at the sight of a bottle of his favorite white wine chilling at the table already. "Are you trying to romance me, Potter?" A wicked grin tugged at his lips. "Well, I figured after nearly 3 years it's about time I put some effort in," Harry joked in reply, smiling briefly at the waitress as she poured their wine and water. "Consider this an apology for all those dates we haven't been able to have in public." Draco's face softened, a rosy blush rising in his cheeks. "You don't need to apologize for that," he insisted. "It was as much my doing as yours." "Then consider it the start of me showering you with love, devotion, and all the expensive things you deserve," Harry replied with a wink. "I always said I'd spoil you rotten once I got the chance." Draco couldn't quite hide the tiny, pleased smile that formed on his lips. Harry chuckled, trying to mask his nervousness with humor. "Dangerous thing to say to a Malfoy," he warned. "We have expensive tastes." "Fairly sure I can handle the cost," Draco replied confidently. Harry had more money than either of them could spend in 100 lifetimes, even if Draco wanted to eat meals like this every night. As he scanned the menu, Harry tried not to show how anxious he felt. It wasn't because of the date or even his plans for later in the evening. He had never actually been to a wizarding restaurant before, at least not one as posh as this. He had only dined at a handful of Muggle restaurants during that summer before his 4th year, when Sirius and Remus introduced him to all the things he had missed out on. This place was definitely a big step up from the 3 broomsticks. Whether or not Draco sensed his unease, the blonde's calm demeanor helped Harry relax. Draco ordered first, allowing Harry to simply tap his wand to make his desired dish appear on the plate in front of him. After that, it felt perfectly natural to slip into conversation, so much so that Harry almost forgot where they were, until their waitress stopped by to check if everything was to their liking. The sweet wine warmed him from the inside, mingling with the happy flutter in his belly that came from being out with Draco like this. "We should do this more often," he suggested, as they browsed the dessert menu. "Maybe not here," he gestured around at the elegant surroundings, "but going out together. Sometimes it feels like the only time I really get to be alone with you is when we're in bed." He felt his cheeks flush at saying something so personal in public, glancing around to ensure no one could hear them through the protective spells. Draco reached across the table, taking Harry's hand with a fond smile. "I know what you mean. I love our family, but they can be a lot." He grimaced playfully, chuckling. "I grew up as an only child, mostly with Crabbe and Goyle for company." Harry glanced around, taking in the bustling atmosphere, filled with chatter and laughter. "It's a bit overwhelming, isn't it? All these people, the company, the house elves. I'm still not used to it," he admitted. "Think how I feel. I grew up in a bloody cupboard," Harry replied with a wry smile. It was wonderful for him to be part of a family as large and welcoming as Draco's, to have friends they could finally spend time with without the masks, pretenses, or emergencies that usually surrounded them. Yet, a part of Harry missed the days when they would sneak into classrooms to meet, playing bluff and pretending they were the only 2 people in the world. "It'll be harder at Hogwarts," Draco mused, running his thumb over Harry's knuckles. "But there's always the chamber for privacy. And the wards certainly work in our favor," he added, his eyes sparkling with amusement. "A lack of privacy is to be expected at school, though." His smile turned boyish, almost tentative. "I like the idea of doing more things just for us when we can." Harry grinned back, his heart racing. "That's settled then." They locked eyes, love shining between them, their goofy smiles lingering longer than either would admit. Then a loud laugh from another table broke their moment, and both boys blushed, quickly turning back to the dessert menus. By the time they left, the sun was setting, and Harry didn't even flinch at the exorbitant price on the bill. It was worth every single knut just to see Draco smile like that. "Our parents are going to be unbearable when we get home," Draco sighed, fondness creeping into his voice. "I don't want this evening to end just yet." "I've got an idea," Harry said, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as if it were a spontaneous thought, despite having spent the last few days agonizing over every little detail. "Come here." He wrapped his arms around Draco's waist and caught his lips in a soft kiss before apparating them away. They materialized in the middle of the Hogwarts Quidditch pitch, the stands glowing in vibrant orange and gold light as the sun dipped below the horizon. Draco gaped at the breathtaking view. "Walking through walls, apparating into Hogwarts. Anything else you can do?" Draco asked mildly. Harry chuckled. "Possibly. Haven't figured it out yet." He squeezed Draco once before stepping back. "Dobby," he called, and the house elf appeared in an instant. Would you go get mine and Draco's brooms, please?" The elf nodded enthusiastically and vanished, only to reappear moments later with the brooms in hand. "Harry, we're not dressed for Quidditch," Draco complained as he received his Nimbus 2001. Harry loosened his tie and unbuttoned the top of his shirt, tucking the silk into his robe pocket. "We're not playing a full match, love," he teased, deftly working on Draco's tie. Unable to resist, he leaned in and placed a soft kiss against the pale column of Draco's throat once the collar was loose. The gasp that escaped Draco quickened Harry's pulse. "Come on, fly with me." Draco let out a shaky breath. "If you insist." A competitive glint sparkled in his eyes as he pulled away. "Catch me then." With that, he swung a leg over his broom and kicked off into the air. Harry laughed loudly, shooting into the sky just moments after his boyfriend. The exhilaration of the wind in his hair mixed with the wine in his stomach, and the excitement coursing through him as he quickly matched Draco's pace. "Want to make this interesting?" he called out, pulling a snitch from his pocket and holding it up in a taunting gesture. "Where did you get that?" Draco asked, shaking his head in bewilderment. "Never mind. You're on, Potter. Usual wager?" He licked his lips pointedly. Having an erection while on a broomstick was not the most comfortable experience in the world, but after years of flying with Draco Malfoy, Harry had become quite adept at handling it. He shifted slightly to relieve the pressure, a grin spreading across his face. "Usual wager." The winner got to decide on bedroom activities that night. He released the snitch, counted to 15 with his eyes locked on Draco's, and then they both sped off. Searching for a snitch in the light of the setting sun was a bit trickier, especially during a sunset as breathtaking as this one. The sky was a glorious riot of colour, so stunning that Harry couldn't have planned it if he had tried. But both of them were excellent seekers, and the snitch was perhaps a little enchanted. Harry turned sharply as Draco dove, racing after his boyfriend. He drew closer, the two of them neck and neck, but he didn't push that extra burst of speed that would have let him beat Draco to the fluttering gold ball. Instead, he watched as Draco's pale fingers clamped around it, pulling up from the dive. Draco grinned to himself before turning to look suspiciously at Harry as they descended to land. "You let me win that one," he accused. "Come on, Harry, it's no fun if you let me win." "Yeah, well," Harry replied, feeling just a bit shaky, his stomach full of butterflies and his heart racing. "I sort of needed you to catch that snitch." Confused, Draco glanced down at the snitch in his palm. There was a quiet click, and it split in the middle, revealing something nestled inside. A ring sat in a little velvet indent, a silver band made of 3 interwoven strands, swirling up around a flawless emerald with a smaller, perfect white diamond on each side. Masculine, yet beautiful, just like Draco. When Draco looked back up, Harry was in front of him on one knee, his eyes shining with hope. Harry watched the rapid cycle of emotions play across Draco's face. Confusion, shock, joy. His jaw dropping slightly as his hands began to tremble while he held the snitch steady. Harry swallowed his nerves and cleared his throat. "You are the best thing that's ever happened to me, Draco Malfoy," he declared earnestly, his voice wavering with emotion. "Magic, Hogwarts, all of it. None of it compares to the moment I looked at you across an empty classroom at 1 in the morning and realized I couldn't live without you in my life. I know we had a bit of a rocky start, to say the least," he chuckled softly, and Draco's lips twitched. "But we've come a long way since we were 11. We've seen far more than anyone our age should ever see, and done things we never should have had to do. Through it all the drama, the danger, and the ridiculous mess that seems to follow me around, you were right there by my side, calling me an idiot Gryffindor, and telling me you loved me in the same breath. You made all my problems seem so easy to manage as long as I had you. And I know, without a doubt, that I want you right there for the rest of our lives. I fought a war so I could have a future, Draco, and I want you to be that future. So, will you marry me?" Draco stared at him, and Harry couldn't breathe. His pulse thudded in his ears, fears gripping him. Was it too soon? Were they too young? Did Draco want to wait? That thought was abruptly cut off as he was tackled to the ground, pressed against the grass by Draco's weight. The blonde beamed down at him, tears shining in his gorgeous silver eyes. "You foolish Gryffindor," he rasped, and Harry's heart jolted. "Yes, of course I'll marry you." "Oh," Harry breathed, the words echoing in his head. "Yes." Draco said yes. "That's good then." Draco laughed through more tears, leaning down to press their foreheads together. "Disaster of a wizard," he murmured affectionately, the same words he'd said years ago, right before he'd kissed Harry for the first time. "You couldn't possibly think I'd say no, did you?" Harry shrugged sheepishly. "I mean, you might have." Draco hadn't wanted to assume anything. With a snort, he pulled back, kneeling on the grass next to Harry, who was reclined comfortably. They both had grass stains on their robes, but neither of them cared. "You've had me ruined for anyone but you since I was 14, you prat," Draco whispered, his gaze returning to the ring still nestled safely inside the snitch. "It's absolutely beautiful, Harry. Is it an heirloom?" Harry nodded, too dazed to find his voice. Draco gently ran a finger over the ring, then looked at Harry with an imperious expression. "Are you going to put this on me, or what?" Harry scrambled to sit up, taking the ring out with shaking hands. He fumbled for a moment before it slid perfectly onto Draco's left ring finger. There it was, his engagement ring on Draco Malfoy's finger. A claim for the whole world to see. This perfect, amazing man was going to be his forever. Harry hooked a hand around the back of Draco's neck and pulled him into a hard kiss, pouring all of his love and relief into the embrace, hoping Draco understood just how happy he was at that moment. Suddenly, a loud whistling noise erupted, and a firework exploded overhead, showering them in golden sparks that formed a heart in the sky. Cheers and whistles filled the air, and the two boys startled apart, whipping around to see a crowd in the lowest stands. Their parents and godparents were there, along with Ginny, Neville, and all the older Weasley boys with their partners. The Gryffindor Quidditch team joined in, along with Susan, Theo, Luna, Daphne, Pansy, Millie, and all their other Hogwarts friends. The Tonks family was present too, with Kingsley's hand resting gently on the barely there swell of Tonks's stomach as she whooped and cheered, her hair cycling through the colours of the rainbow in her joy. Even McGonagall was there, applauding with a smile on her face, and if Harry wasn't mistaken, tears in her eyes. "Did you—" Draco started to speak, but Harry shook his head. "I didn't plan that," he insisted, his cheeks flushing bright red. "I thought it was just us." Having an audience was definitely not part of his grand idea. Harry and Draco quickly scrambled to their feet, trying to make themselves look a little more presentable. "How long have you all been there?" Harry called out, baffled that he hadn't noticed them. He held the school wards, after all. But then so did Neville, Luna, and McGonagall. Harry was willing to bet anything that Hannah was up in the castle, using her magic to keep their family hidden from him. "Long enough," Sirius shouted back cheerfully. "Nice speech, kiddo." Harry's face burned even hotter. "How did you even know about this?" He had hardly told anyone. He hadn't even mentioned it to Narcissa, only saying he wanted to take Draco on a date. Charlie's laugh rang out the loudest, and Harry watched as he reached over to ruffle Ginny's long hair. "Our little sister can't keep a secret for anything, Potter. You should know that by now." Ginny waved at him, unrepentant, and Harry groaned. At his side, Draco chuckled, letting Harry bury his face in his neck. "Think of it this way," he consoled, running a hand through Harry's hair, his big smile pressing against Harry's temple. "At least now we don't have to send out a notice." Harry snorted, inhaling the familiar scent of wood polish, spice, and the faint hint of sweat, his amortentia, the smell of the person he loved most in the world. He couldn't be mad about the unexpected audience, not really. He was simply too happy that Draco had said yes. Chapter 108. From that point onward, Harry was on cloud 9 for the rest of the summer. Every morning he woke up and caught sight of the glint of silver and green on Draco's hand, and his heart did gymnastics inside his chest. Draco started teasing him about it, mocking the ridiculous smile that greeted him each morning. But Harry was just as guilty. The teasing at breakfast was far worse anyway. At least he wasn't the only one being a big old sap. Sirius and Charlie had officially begun the process to adopt the 3 Forrester children. Harry suspected their own engagement would come soon. Hopefully it would be a better proposal than Sirius's drunken declaration after the war ended. Everyone stayed busy over the next week or so as school approached, and everything needed to be in place. The Department of Education arranged for examiners to come to the school for a week, to oversee any owls or newts the students wished to take. Most of the just-graduated 7th years preferred to come to Hogwarts during their summer holidays, rather than prolong their education any further. A few would be repeating at least part of 7th year, but for the most part they all just wanted to escape the castle and step into the world. Harry couldn't blame them. He was just as eager to be done with school, even though he loved Hogwarts. Cho Chang was one of the students looking to get her newts out of the way, and Harry happened to be in the castle on the day she took her Dada exam. When she saw him in the corridor after her practical exam, she took one look at him and burst into tears. "Did it go that badly?" he asked. She playfully whacked him on the arm, laughing even as she cried. Then she wrapped her arms around his waist, squeezing him tightly. "I probably got an O, and I never would have done it without you," she told him, her dark eyes shining as she looked up at him. Harry looked down at Cho, a hint of sadness in his eyes. "I wish he were here to see it, to see everything we've accomplished." He felt that familiar ache in his chest, a reminder of the void left by Cedric Diggory's death. It was a pain that would never truly fade. "He'd be so proud of you," he reassured her, resting his chin on her head as she sniffled into his shirt. From what he had heard about the battle, Cho had been incredible, facing off against 3 Death Eaters on her own and disarming them all. "What's next for you then?" he asked, gently releasing her. She wiped her eyes and smiled. "A charms mastery if I get my O," she said enthusiastically. "There's a charms mistress in Seoul that I really want to study under. The magic over there is so different from what we use here, and I want to see how the two can combine." She shrugged, looking a bit shy. "Until then, just life, you know. I've moved in with Cedric's boys. Mum hates it, but I'm an adult now, so she can't say no." Her grin turned mischievous. "An unmarried young woman living with 3 single men. It's her worst nightmare." Harry chuckled. "And that didn't influence your decision at all, I'm sure," he teased, laughing at her innocent expression. "What are you doing here, anyway?" Cho asked, tilting her head curiously. "Visiting Hannah. McGonagall asked to see me, though I'm not sure what for. When I heard exams were happening, I thought I'd swing by." He brightened as he spotted his ex-teammate. "Oh, hi, Katie," he called out as she emerged from the exam room. "How'd it go?" To her credit, Katie didn't seem fazed by Cho's puffy red eyes.
Aced it, she replied proudly, a beaming smile on her face. Thanks, Harry. See you at the wedding? He nodded. Absolutely. Bye, Cho. Cho waved as the two of them watched Katie walk away. I'd best get moving, Harry said, glancing back at her. Then, Cho mused, letting out a long breath, you'll keep in touch, won't you? Of course, he assured her, though I am not sure Hedwig would appreciate me sending her to Seoul. They would have to figure out the International Postal Service. Give the boys my love. I'll see you around. With one last smile, they parted ways. Harry slipped his hands into his pockets and wandered toward what had once been Dumbledore's office. McGonagall had finally braved the gargoyle and whatever lay behind it, taking Snape with her in case there were traps. Harry hadn't seen the office yet, and was excited to get up there. He had promised not to walk through her walls unless it was an emergency. Besides, it was nice to take the long way sometimes. However, McGonagall was still meeting with Snape and Remus. Harry had a strong suspicion about the whole matter, so he decided to take a detour toward the hospital wing. To his surprise, he didn't need to go back to the private room to find Hannah. She was in the main ward, sitting up in a wheelchair. "Hannah," he exclaimed, surprised. "You're out of bed. That's brilliant." Her grin was vibrant, though there was a shadow of pain in her eyes. "Just today," she confirmed. "Not for too long. I have to retrain my muscles and everything, so sitting up is a bit exhausting, but baby steps. I'm hoping to be able to do at least some of my classes when school starts up." "I'm so happy for you," Harry said, squeezing her hand. "I bet Ernie's happy too." Something in Hannah's smile changed. "I'm sure he will be, but, Harry, Ernie and I broke up." The bottom dropped out of his stomach. "What?" An awful thought hit him. It wasn't because of... He gestured vaguely toward her wheelchair, wondering if he had vastly misjudged Ernie Macmillan's character. Hannah shook her head insistently. No, not at all." "Not at all," she assured him. "We actually broke up before this even happened." "Sort of." Harry looked at her, bewildered. "What do you mean?" "Well, we had a conversation one night about our future, what we wanted to do if we both made it through the battle. We realized that we had very different ideas of what we wanted our lives to look like." She fiddled with the end of her honey-blonde braid resting on her shoulder. "Ernie wants to travel. He's considering a career with Gringotts like Bill Weasley, but he doesn't want to stay at just one branch. And even before the whole heir of Hufflepuff thing, I knew I wouldn't go far from Hogwarts." She shrugged. "I've always been a homebody. I don't need to see the world, which is good because that would be a little harder these days," she added ruefully. "I've been learning a lot from Madame Pomfrey while living in here. I don't know if I want to be a healer necessarily, and it's going to be a long time before I'm ready for any serious training. But I like the idea of being her assistant of sorts, helping with the usual school shenanigans, making sure the students are all right, helping Hogwarts feel like their home away from home." Harry could absolutely picture it. Hannah working in the hospital wing, her sunny smiles brightening the day of any student with a bludger-related injury or a hex gone wrong. Always available with a kind word, a listening ear for the homesick, the bullied, and the troubled. He understood her desire not to leave the castle too. "It feels like a part of you, doesn't it?" he mused knowingly. She nodded. "Does that feeling go away when you're not here?" Harry shrugged, contemplating his answer. "Not really. It's quieter for sure. I can't feel everyone like I can when I'm inside the wards." He thought about how, if he were back at Serendu, he wouldn't be able to pinpoint McGonagall or Pomfrey or anyone at the school. But it's always there.
waiting for me to come back. If there was ever an emergency at the school, Harry would know about it, no matter how far he travelled. He felt a soul-deep connection to Hogwarts now. "That makes sense," he said. The silence that stretched between them was comfortable, an acknowledgement of the bond they shared, one that only two others could truly begin to understand. "It'll be good to have at least one of us in the castle full-time," he added. "Yeah, though I'll eat my wand if Neville doesn't take over when Sprout retires." "Oh, that's a given," Harry agreed easily. Hannah shifted slightly, grimacing in pain, and Harry realized how long they'd been talking. "I'll let you get on," he said, patting her hand. "It's really great to see you up and about. And I'm sorry about you and Ernie." "It's fine, really. We're still friends. Maybe we'll get back together one day once he's done traveling. But maybe we won't." She shot him a teasing grin. "We can't all find our soulmates in fourth year, you know." He laughed, a smile coming unbidden to his lips as he thought of his boyfriend, fiancé. "I suppose. Now go take a pain potion and lie down for Merlin's sake." His playful fussing made her laugh, but she obediently wheeled herself back to her room, the magical chair responding to her thoughts. Harry checked the wards, confirming that Snape and Remus had left McGonagall's office. They were headed down to the potions classroom. Interesting. He grinned to himself on his way up, wondering whether the pair would try to keep secrets. When he reached the gargoyle, his stomach twisted instinctively. He had experienced so much pain in this office. Things would be better now. "Perseverance," he declared, and the gargoyle hopped aside, revealing the revolving staircase. The first thing he noticed was the distinct colour change. No longer did stepping into the office give him a headache. The carpet was a deep. The office was adorned in charcoal grey, with cheerful red and green tartan wallpaper, brightening the little wall space that wasn't taken up by bookshelves. But the true stars of the room were the books, an extensive collection covering all sorts of magic, not just transfiguration. The shelves were dotted with trinkets and intriguing statues, each likely holding its own fascinating story. Then Harry noticed the familiar perch in the corner, now occupied once more. "Fawkes!" he exclaimed. The phoenix trilled happily, fluttering his wings in greeting. "It seems Fawkes has decided to remain with the school," McGonagall explained, a slight smile playing on her lips from behind her desk. It was the same desk from her old office. Nothing of Dumbledore's had remained, marking a completely fresh start. "I don't know where he was this past year, but he returned shortly after I reclaimed the office. In quite a state, too. I dread to think what Albus might have done to the poor creature." As Harry looked closer, he noticed that Fawkes seemed a little worse for wear, as if he were overdue for a burning day. "I'm sure he'll perk up," Harry reassured her. Turning to the headmistress, he noticed a cup of tea and a tartan biscuit tin waiting for him on the side table next to the chair. "What did you want to see me about, Professor?" he asked, settling into his seat. McGonagall let him get comfortable, studying him over the rim of her glasses. "Firstly, book lists will be sent out tomorrow morning, and I thought I'd save an owl the journey," she said, handing him a roll of parchment. Harry smirked. "You figured out staffing, then?" he ventured, trying to sound innocent, though he already knew she had found a transfiguration professor to take over now that she was full-time headmistress. But that wasn't the only position that needed filling. "Professor Slughorn has returned to retirement," she informed him, "and Professor Snape has agreed to come back as potions professor." Harry raised an eyebrow, a slow grin forming on his face. "And Remus Lupin has agreed to return as Defense Against the Dark Arts professor." "Also, the new head of Gryffindor House," McGonagall said. "I knew it,"
Harry hissed in triumph, his face lighting up with a beaming smile. "That's brilliant!" He remembered how amazing Remus had been as a teacher, and knew many students would be thrilled to see him back. "No issues with his furry little problem?" Harry asked, his curiosity piqued. "Thanks to the quick work of you and your friends, along with the determination of young Lady Bones, any complaints don't have a leg to stand on," McGonagall replied, a satisfied look on her face. "He has an excellent track record and will be on Wolfsbane during the full moon. Any classes he needs to miss will either become self-study, be covered by another staff member, or have a guest instructor brought in." Already Harry was excited about the inevitable chaos that would come with guest Professor Sirius Black. "And astronomy?" he dared to ask, vividly recalling Professor Sinestra laid out on the great hall floor. McGonagall pursed her lips. "I've contacted an ex-pupil of the school who has a mastery in the subject, and she has agreed to teach at least the first year." "That's good," Harry said, sipping his tea and tucking the book list into his pocket. "So what else is there? I know you didn't call me here just for a piece of parchment." McGonagall's cheek twitched as she tried to suppress a smile. "Quite right. There is one more thing I didn't feel comfortable sending by post." She leaned forward and placed the head boy badge on the desk. Harry stared at it. What?" His green eyes widened in disbelief. "But I'm me. I spent most of the last 6 years in detention, sneaking around after curfew, and getting into all sorts of trouble. Are you mad?" The smile broke through her facade just a little. "You also spent those years saving lives, foiling Albus Dumbledore's plans, preparing your fellow students for a war everyone denied was coming, and maintaining straight O's throughout. Not to mention your success on the Quidditch pitch, and the incredible respect you've earned from both your peers and—" "Your professors have high hopes for you," she said, her dark green eyes sparkling as Harry stared at her, wide-eyed. "You've certainly earned some of your detentions," she added, giving him a pointed look. "But we both know that many of those were given for ulterior motives." Instinctively, Harry rubbed the back of his hand, where the scars from the blood quill still stood out starkly. "At first, I thought you might not want the badge," she admitted. "I worried that giving you such responsibility after you've just shed a significant burden might take away from your enjoyment of your final year. But then," she said, her gaze narrowing knowingly, "I considered how much trouble you might get into if I didn't give you some kind of responsibility to keep you entertained." Harry feigned offense. "Professor, I'm hurt that you think I would ever cause trouble out of boredom." McGonagall simply stared at him, the flat gaze of someone who had survived both the Marauders and the Weasley twins. "That look didn't work for your father or your mother, and it certainly won't work for you." Harry laughed, letting the pout drop. He reached for a biscuit, and when he looked back up, he noticed McGonagall's expression had shifted to something surprisingly earnest. "You have talent, Harry," she said softly. "You possess more magical power than any of us know how to handle, and now that you're willing to use it, you have a mind that will easily tackle the Newt curriculum. There's little Hogwarts can offer you to truly stretch that talent, aside from your own self-study projects, and I suspect that won't be enough to keep you out of mischief. But you love this school, and have ideas about how we can improve it, ideas that I would very much like to hear. I'm appointing Miss Bones as head girl, and between the three of us, I believe we can begin to restore Hogwarts to the shining institution of magical education it deserves to be." Hearing his head of house speak so plainly and so highly of him made a knot form in Harry's chest. Harry felt a knot form in his chest. He had always thought of himself as a bit of a troublesome student, often caught up in his own antics and frequently ending up in the hospital wing. The fact that McGonagall, known for her stern demeanour, held such a positive view of him meant a lot. "If you would rather not," she continued, "if you'd prefer to enjoy your final year with little more than Quidditch and exams to occupy your mind, I would completely understand. If anyone deserves a break, it's you. That's why I wanted to speak with you today. You have a choice, Harry. You always have a choice in this school. I apologize that hasn't been the case in the past." The knot tightened, making it hard for him to breathe. His hands trembled around his teacup. You really think I'll make a good head boy?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. McGonagall smiled at him. "I believe you would make an excellent head boy indeed. You have a good head on your shoulders, and the younger students look up to you." "But that's just because of the whole boy who lived thing," he replied, feeling the heat rise in his cheeks. One of McGonagall's eyebrows arched skeptically. "Indeed? So it's not because of how you've always believed in the students of this school when no one else has? Or because you refuse to let house rivalries and stereotypes cloud your judgment? Or because you've become known for always helping your fellow students, no matter who they are?" With each word, Harry felt himself turning redder, while McGonagall's expression grew more smug. "No, I'm sure it's got nothing to do with any of that." All right, you've made your point," he muttered, ducking his head. He almost reached out to take the badge, but then paused, a thought striking him. "Professor, on the subject of responsibilities, there's something you should know, something that might change your decision. If you're worried about your Wizengamot duties, I remind you that many of your fellow students share the same burden. That won't be a—" "No, it's not that, Harry hesitated. He hadn't shared this with anyone yet, but he felt he could confide in McGonagall. After all, she was the woman who had secretly bought him his very first broomstick. It might not even happen yet, and only about 3 people in the world know about this, so please don't spread it around." He noticed the curiosity etched on her face, her brow furrowed in anticipation. "I have a tryout in a few days. For Seeker." He swallowed hard. "For the English national team." What happened next was a rare sight. Minerva McGonagall, genuinely and utterly surprised. "Victor organized it when he was over for the wedding and stuff," he added, trying to downplay the significance of the moment. She let out an incredulous snort at his casual summary of the final battle. "They're probably just giving me a chance because I'm the savior and all," he continued. "And Victor said I'm good. I doubt I'll make it, but if I do, I'll need to leave school sometimes for training and things. I don't know what the schedule will be like. If that's going to be a problem, with me not being around all the time, then you should give the head boy badge to someone else." Lips pursed, shock still gleaming in her eyes, McGonagall reached for a biscuit. "I would not count yourself out yet, Potter," she said. "Indeed, I would consider Mr. Crumb an authority on such matters. If he says you have a chance, then you certainly have a chance. I cannot see that being a problem with your head boy duties. There are prefects and the head girl, after all, should you be unavailable." With a subtle twitch of her fingers, she nudged the badge closer to him. "It's yours if you want it, Harry." He took a deep breath, picked up the badge and stared at it for a moment before tucking it safely away in his pocket. "I won't let you down, Professor," he promised, nodding defiantly. Her eyes crinkled with a hint of a smile. At the corners, her smile hidden behind her teacup. "I know you won't, Mr. Potter." Then she coughed delicately. "As headmistress,
It is unseemly of me to profess any bias for one Hogwarts house over another. But English national team or not, I fully expect that trophy to reside in Remus Lupin's office by the end of the year." She looked at him expectantly, and Harry laughed. "I'll try my best." "See that you do." Assuming that was the end of the meeting, Harry made as if to stand, but McGonagall cleared her throat. "One more thing, Potter." She rummaged through her desk, pulling out a small stack of paperwork. "I expect to see this properly dealt with before the beginning of the school year. From both of you." She handed it over. Across the top of the parchment were the words, "Animagus registration forms." Sure enough, there were 2 sets. Harry laughed, tucking them into his pocket. "We will," he vowed. There was no need to keep it secret now, after all. "Good lad." This time, she didn't stop him when he stood, vanishing biscuit crumbs from his jeans. "I know better than to expect a complete absence of mischief from you, Mr. Potter," McGonagall said with a hint of exasperation. "But please do try not to make me want to retire after my first year in office." Harry grinned, offering an elaborate salute. "Aye, aye, headmistress." Then, just to be a brat, he walked straight through the wall and out of her office. With book lists came book shopping, and Harry and Draco knew they couldn't avoid it. It was almost a rite of passage at this point to go to Diagon Alley the day the lists arrived and wrestle through the crowds to get their supplies for another school year. Truly, they didn't need much. Once again, Snape had seen to their potion supplies, and all of the books Remus had set were ones they already owned. But Harry needed a copy of Snape's approved Newt-level potions text. The man still regarded advanced potion-making with disdain. They also had a few extra books to pick up for their final year of ancient runes. However, they insisted they were old enough to go by themselves. Sirius, Remus, and Charlie were taking Narcissa and Frankie later in the afternoon, and Harry didn't want to intrude on that. The pair apparated to London, planning to get in and out of Diagon Alley quickly, so Harry could take Draco clothes shopping in the Muggle world afterward. Draco was quite excited about the prospect, and Harry couldn't argue with the need to update his own wardrobe. As expected, the alley was bustling with activity. Harry intertwined his fingers with Draco's to ensure they wouldn't get lost in the crowd. He spotted several familiar faces and waved cheerfully to friends he would soon see back at school. He wondered if they found it as strange as he did, preparing their school robes and house ties as if they hadn't fought a war less than a month ago in the very castle they were returning to. They would get used to it in time. After acquiring their books, Draco eagerly requested to visit Slug and Jiggers for some non-class-related supplies. While Harry was happy to let him go, he didn't particularly want to join him. "I'll sit at Fortescue's and wait for you there. We can grab an ice cream before we leave," Harry suggested. He still had a soft spot for Florian Fortescue after spending weeks doing his history of magic homework with the ice cream maker's help. Plus, the ice cream was excellent. They parted ways, and Harry made his way to the ice cream shop, contemplating flavor options in his head. "Harry?" He turned, groaning quietly, ready to tell whichever eager reporter had spotted him that he would very much like to be left alone. But it wasn't a reporter. It was Dennis Creevey. Harry froze at the sight of the soon-to-be fourth year. Dennis had grown a little in the past few weeks. Dennis looked skinnier than before, his eyes still holding a hint of hollowness. He resembled his brother so much that it made Harry's throat go dry. "Harry," Dennis said, a bit breathlessly, "I was hoping I'd see you today." "Hi, Dennis. How are you?" For a brief moment the boy's face crumpled before he managed to pull it back together. "I'm getting by. It's hard. But, you know," he offered a self-deprecating shrug, "we all have to keep going." "Dennis, I'm so sorry. Don't, Harry," Dennis insisted. "We both knew what we were doing. Colin, he wanted to fight because of you, yes, but also because of me, and because of our parents, and all the other Muggles and Muggle-borns who were being killed. It wasn't your fault." His lips quirked into a bitter smile. "Sometimes I think that if I'd just stayed in the castle like everyone told me, if I hadn't been there for Colin to want to protect. But you can't go down that road. Colin made his choices, and we've got to accept them, even if it's hard." He swallowed, his lip wobbling slightly. Harry reached out and squeezed the boy's shoulder. "That's more mature than you'd expect," Dennis half-joked. "Dad's had me seeing a therapist, a squib woman, so I don't have to lie. It helps. I'm glad, Dennis, really." He looked so very young, and Harry hated how much Dennis had already been through. It would do him good to talk it out. God, Harry realized, he was the same age as Narcissa, just a kid. But after everything he had experienced, he would never truly be a kid again. "Thanks. Listen, Harry, I have something for you. These last few weeks, Colin had all these pictures he'd taken, and he never got the chance to develop them. The ones from Bill Weasley's wedding, but also just a whole bunch from around the castle before everything. I've got a load for everyone at school," Dennis continued. "Would you make sure these get to the right people?" Dennis asked, pulling a translucent blue plastic folder from his satchel. It was the kind Harry used to use in Muggle school, and it was bursting with photographs. Colin would want everyone to have them. Seeing people enjoy his photos always made him so happy. Harry had honestly forgotten about Bill and Fleur's wedding photos. In the aftermath, they seemed like such a trivial thing to care about. But he knew the couple would be grateful to have them. "I'm sure they'll love them," he reassured Dennis, who smiled back. "I hope so. Colin was always better at developing magical photos than I am, but I hope I did all right. They're going to be brilliant, Dennis." As the crowd shifted, Harry noticed two figures in the distance, Mr. and Mrs. Creevey, watching them with sad, knowing expressions. Would they blame him for their son's loss? He couldn't bring himself to ask. "I've got to go," Dennis said, glancing back at his parents. "I'm glad I saw you, though. See you at school?" Harry clapped the boy on the shoulder and nodded. "Yeah, sure. See you then." Dennis disappeared into the crowd, and Harry looked down at the folder. Through the blue tint of the plastic, he spotted the first photo, Bill and Fleur, caught in a candid moment at their reception, smiling at each other as if the rest of the world didn't exist. Every few seconds, Bill would peck Fleur on the cheek, and she would giggle. Harry tucked the folder away, swallowing hard. There would be even more ghosts to face come September. He hoped he was ready. By August 23rd, Harry still hadn't told anyone but McGonagall about his tryout. He had hidden the letter from Victor with all the details, and when the day arrived, he simply told his family he had things to do. He kissed his pouting boyfriend and left the house, ready for his Quidditch adventure. With his gear and firebolt shrunken in his pocket, Harry followed the apparition coordinates and found himself in a plain white room. A photograph of the last England team to win the Cup from 1922 hung proudly on the wall. It had certainly been a while since that victory. The door opened, and Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him as Oliver Wood peeked his head in, beaming widely. "You didn't bring your boy with you?" Oliver asked, a teasing glint in his eyes.
"I can do things without Draco." "Sometimes," Harry replied, his voice a bit weak, which only made Oliver laugh. "What are you doing here?" Oliver said, pulling Harry into a hug. Harry stood on his toes, and Oliver ruffled his hair affectionately. "Got to come scout out the competition, haven't I?" Oliver teased, making Harry's eyes widen in surprise. "You signed, then?" Harry asked, a hint of excitement creeping into his voice. "You, Mr. Potter, are looking at the brand-new starting keeper for the Scottish national team," Oliver confirmed proudly. Harry couldn't help but hug him again. "Ollie, that's amazing." Oliver blushed slightly, but then slung an arm around Harry's shoulder, leading him down a carpeted corridor. "The rest of the team might give me some lip for supporting the enemy, but I thought a friendly face might ease the way a bit," he said. Harry felt a rush of affection for his former captain. Though he was still incredibly nervous, having Oliver there definitely helped. As they emerged through a wide tunnel onto the pitch, Harry was in awe. The stands were designed to look like castle battlements, with flags flying from every turret. Even the tunnel on the opposite side of the pitch had a portcullis. "Mr. Potter!" Startled, Harry turned to see a tall man who appeared to be in his mid-50s, with salt and pepper hair and a matching beard. He was broad-shouldered, definitely a beater by the looks of him. "I'm Andrew Morris, but you can call me Andy. I'm the team manager. Over there is Claudia Harper, she's our coach, and up in the stands are a few of our investors. Don't worry about them." Harry swallowed hard, wishing Andy hadn't pointed them out. Now all Harry could do was worry about them. "We've kept this pretty hush-hush for obvious reasons," Andy continued, "so I haven't mentioned anything to the rest of the team yet. As a seeker, there's less of a need to test your cohesion with the team as a whole. If today goes well, we can introduce you and see how you all fly together." He smiled, relaxed and friendly. But of course, no seeker can properly show off their skills without having another seeker to face off against. Someone will be coming by soon to give you a bit of a challenge. Until then, we're just going to send you up with Claudia to run some drills and see how you fly. Sound good? Harry nodded, relieved. That sounded much easier than he'd anticipated. He had been worried that these tryouts would resemble school tryouts, with dozens of other hopefuls all flying in front of each other. Claudia shook his hand, grinning cheerfully. She reminded him a bit of Tonks, with her bright, dyed red hair in a pixie cut and several piercings in her ears. "Hiya, Harry. Really great to meet you. We've heard loads about you. Oliver hasn't stopped talking about you since I told him this was set up," she said, shooting a glance at the Scotsman, who just gave Harry a thumbs up. "And since he's turned traitor and gone to the Scots, even though legally he's half and could have gone either way," she added with a pointed glare, "hopefully having you join us will make up for it. You ready to fly?" Harry resized his broom, put on his goggles and guards, and then they were off. He knew that professional Quidditch was much faster than school Quidditch. He'd seen the World Cup final. The quaffle had been little more than a blur. But he hadn't realized how incredible it would feel to fly at that level. They started out easy, laps, with Claudia calling out instructions, names of moves, changes in direction, assessing how quickly he reacted to things. Things progressively became more challenging. The drills grew more challenging, but Harry kept up the pace, grinning to himself as sweat began to cling his t-shirt to his back. To his relief, once he was in the air, ignoring the few spectators in the stands became easy, much like tuning out the crowds at school matches. When Claudia was satisfied with his performance, she pulled out a beater's bat and a single bludger. Despite her petite frame, she could certainly send that bludger flying. But Harry had faced more than his fair share of cursed bludgers trying to take him down, so he wasn't fazed. They tossed the quaffle back and forth for a bit, which Claudia called a cool-down. After that, they landed, and Harry caught sight of the hook-nosed figure chatting with Andy and Ollie at the edge of the pitch. "Victor!" The Bulgarian turned, a grin spreading across his face. "Hello, Harry. You seem to be off to a good start." He clasped Harry's arm and gave him a hearty pat on the back. "What brings you to the country?" "I had some other business here, and I couldn't miss this opportunity," Victor explained. "I'm glad. You're all warmed up for me." His dark eyes sparkled with challenge, and Harry stared in disbelief. "You're who I'm going to fly against?" He had expected maybe an ex-team seeker or another member of the training staff. "I've waited a long time for a chance to reclaim my pride," Victor joked. "When Andy offered, I couldn't say no." Their seekers' match from fourth year felt like ages ago. Harry grinned. "Just don't cry if I beat you a second time." Victor let out a hearty laugh. "You two ready then?" Andy asked, bouncing on the balls of his feet like an excited child. Harry wondered how much Victor had heard about their last face-off. Victor pulled out his own fireboat 4 years later, and it was still the fastest broom on the market. "Give me a minute to warm up," he said, kicking off into the sky. Harry watched Victor, folding his arms across his chest. "I see how it is," he mock-complained. "I get put through my paces until I feel like I've already played a full match, and he comes in all fresh-faced and ready to go." At his side, Claudia laughed. "We have to know you've got the stamina for it," she teased. "You're no good to us if you can't last long enough to catch the snitch when it shows up." She had a point, but it still didn't seem fair. Harry wasn't going to argue, though. After a few minutes, Victor finished his warm-up, and Harry shouldered his broom. It was much the same as last time, just without the enormous crowd of students surrounding them. 1 snitch, 2 seekers, a 15-second wait, and then they would start. Harry hadn't asked how many rounds they would be flying. He wasn't sure he wanted to know. When Claudia's whistle blew, he sped into the air, immediately on the hunt for the little golden ball. Victor followed closely behind, drawing level, and Harry couldn't help but grin. He wasn't sure when he'd next get the chance to fly with his friend. They could still have a little fun with it. He spiraled around Victor, drawing him into a game of follow the leader, which the Bulgarian happily accepted. They jostled for the lead position, pushing each other into more adventurous dives and twists, all the while keeping an eye out for their prize. Harry spotted the snitch first. He veered around, bolting across the sky toward it. Victor realized immediately what he had seen, racing after him, leaning flat on his broom to catch up. The snitch dove, and the 2 seekers followed suit, hurtling toward the ground at phenomenal speed. Harry hadn't flown against someone else with a firebolt since his last encounter with Victor, and it was exhilarating to push his broom to the limit just to stay level. He didn't flinch as the ground loomed closer. He didn't pull away at all. The snitch was determined to stay as low as possible, barely 5 feet off the ground. Suddenly, it stopped descending and took a sharp left. Harry followed suit, but so did Victor, who had the advantage of already being on the left side. Still reeling from the G-force of that sharp dive, Harry stretched forward on his broom and reached out, but it wasn't quite enough. Victor snatched the snitch from the air, mere centimeters from Harry's fingertips. As they slowed down, doing a wide loop to steady their brooms, Harry tried not to let his shoulders slump too obviously. He knew he had blown his chance for sure. But Victor had other thoughts. "I thought we were going to die," he declared, shoving his goggles around his neck to reveal his shocked brown eyes. "You didn't leave the dive, and for a moment I thought we were both going to crash." Their eyes met, and both of them burst into breathless laughter. Good game, Victor, Harry said, swallowing back the lump of disappointment in his throat. I guess you finally got your pride back. Perhaps, but you sure made me work for it. On the sidelines of the pitch, Andy, Claudia and Oliver waited for them. Oliver was beaming like a proud parent, while Andy and Claudia looked utterly stunned. "Kid," Andy began, and Harry braced himself for the polite letdown. "If you can fly like that in a real match, you're hired." Harry blinked in surprise. "What?" "That was incredible. The speed of those turns and that dive. Ollie said you were fearless, but I didn't realize he meant it like that."
To think you fly with that kind of skill and only have school-level experience. With just a year of training with the team, we might actually stand a chance at the Cup. Claudia was at his side, nodding along with every word, seemingly speechless. But Victor caught the snitch," Harry protested. Oliver clapped Harry on the shoulder. "Only barely. Had it flown the other way, I'm sure you would have made it." He grimaced, stretching his back a little. "Flying with you reminds me that I'm no longer 18. Blessed Morgana." He followed this with a string of mumbled Bulgarian. Bewildered, Harry looked up at Oliver. "I think my new team may burn my contract for encouraging this to happen," he said, rubbing his stubbled cheek. "I knew you were good, but bloody hell, Potter," Oliver exclaimed. Slowly, tentatively, Harry allowed himself to smile. You really want me on the team?" he asked, glancing back at Andy and Claudia. "Absolutely," Claudia enthused. "We'll have to run it by the rest of the team and all the management, but after a play like that, I can't imagine they'd have any problems with it." Excitement swelled in Harry's chest, but he held it back, suddenly doubtful. "And you're not just saying this because of the whole Harry Potter thing?" Andy snorted. "I don't care how many Dark Lords you've killed, as long as you keep flying like that." He smirked slightly. "Of course, we'll have to make your contract pretty ironclad. I don't want the investors deciding you're our new poster boy and harassing you into a bunch of media parades and sponsorship deals that have nothing to do with Quidditch. You'll never get a moment's peace." Harry grimaced. He definitely didn't want that. "But you've clearly got the talent. So, if you're up for it, we'd love to have you." He held out a hand, and after a moment's pause, Harry shook it. Oliver couldn't contain his excitement any longer, whooping with joy and lifting Harry off the ground with the force of his hug. "I knew you'd do it," he exclaimed. "They'd be mad not to have you, kid." He set Harry down, beaming at him and ruffling his hair. "I knew from the start. The first time I saw you on a broom, I knew you'd be something special." Oliver winked at Harry. "Once you graduate, give Puzzlemere a call, all right? I'd hate to have to play against you in the National League, too. You're a dear, dear friend, Harry Potter, but please don't join the European League when you graduate," Victor chimed in. "I'd like to reach retirement with my reputation intact." Harry felt overwhelmed by all the praise, his face turning as red as a tomato, with Oliver's arm still draped over his shoulders. "Let me just finish school first, yeah?" he replied after a moment. "One thing at a time." Oliver chuckled, ruffled Harry's hair one more time, and then let him go. "All right, I'm going to leave you lot to discuss contracts and things," he said playfully. "I need to start thinking up ways to apologize to the Scottish team, and I have one last kilt fitting to attend." He practically vibrated with excitement at the thought of his upcoming wedding. "As soon as you're allowed to start telling people, Potter, you owl me, because we are celebrating, all right?" He planted a quick kiss on Harry's cheek. "I'll see you in a few days. Andy, Claude, always a pleasure." He shook hands with both of them and turned to Victor. "And you, let us know if you can stick around for a few more days. We'd love to have you at the wedding."
Victor looked surprised but nodded, shaking Oliver's hand. "I will rearrange my schedule. I will be there," he promised. "Perfect. We'll owl you the details." Waving to them all, Oliver headed back into the tunnel, whistling cheerfully to himself. "As much as I would love to get you to sign a contract before you leave, Harry, I'm not the only one involved in the decision," Andy said with a grin. Harry hoped he was joking. "I'll have the legal team draw something up and get it over to you once everything's sorted, and I look forward to it." "I'm really looking forward to working with you," Andy said. You know I still have school and everything, right?" Harry asked, a hint of concern in his voice. "I really want this position, but I'm not going to mess up my newts for it." Andy chuckled. "Not to worry. We can work around it and see how our schedules line up. The cup won't start until after you graduate, so that's not an issue." He leaned in with a conspiratorial grin. "I'll have you know, Harry, that I'm too smart to anger Minerva McGonagall by jeopardizing her students' chances at good grades." He gave a theatrical shudder. "I swear, I still have nightmares of her yelling at me for being caught out after curfew." Harry snorted. Yes, McGonagall had that effect on people. With the tryout seemingly over, he turned to Victor. "What are you up to for the rest of the day? Did you want to grab lunch or something?" He was still buzzing with adrenaline, but he knew that once it wore off, he'd be starving. "Thank you, but I have a meeting soon," Victor replied politely. "I will owl you, though, since it seems I'll be in the country until the wedding. We should definitely get dinner." He shook Harry's hand. "Well done today. I look forward to playing against you in the cup." With the snitch still in his other hand, he winked. "Next time, I may not be so lucky." After saying his goodbyes, Harry shrank and pocketed his flying gear, then strode through the tunnel toward the apparition room. Once he arrived, he had to bite his lip to stop himself from screaming in joy. He was going to play Quidditch for England. Thinking of home, Harry turned on his heel and landed right outside Serene. He desperately hoped people were home. He had to share his good news. "We're out back," Sirius called, and Harry dashed around the side of the house to find the entire household in the garden, enjoying the beautiful afternoon. Even Buckbeak was sprawled out in a patch of sunlight, fast asleep. "You look happy and sweaty," Draco remarked, giving him a scrutinizing look. "Should I be concerned?" Harry couldn't help but snort at the absurdity of that suggestion, as if... "Do we finally get to hear about whatever you've been keeping under your hat all week?" Remus asked, raising an eyebrow at the teenager. "Don't try to fool me. You've been radiating anxiety since last Tuesday." He tapped his nose for emphasis. Harry bit his lip, realizing he should have known he wouldn't be able to keep it a secret for long. "Well," he began slowly, uncertain of how to phrase it, "I had a meeting of sorts today. Things aren't officially official, but I just made seeker for the England team." He blurted it out, unable to contain his excitement any longer. Draco jumped to his feet in shock. "What?" "Victor arranged a tryout before the battle and all. He's friends with the team manager, I guess. Apparently, Oliver spent ages talking me up, so I went. I flew, and Victor caught the snitch. But I guess they thought I was good enough anyway. So they offered me the spot, and I said yes." He grinned at Draco. "So it looks like we're going to Greece next summer after all." Before he knew it, he was engulfed in a tight embrace from an exuberant Draco. "You're amazing," Draco declared. Then, in a more boastful tone, he added, "I'm going to marry an international Quidditch star." Harry laughed. "You can't tell anyone yet," he said, glancing around to include the others. "Not until everything's signed and official, but yeah, I did that. Sorry I didn't say sooner." He hadn't wanted to face their disappointment if things went wrong. "There's only one thing we can do about this," Sirius declared, rising gracefully to his feet. Harry eyed him warily, wondering if his godfather was about to give him an earful for choosing Quidditch over his studies. Sirius beamed, his face lighting up with excitement. "Carrie," he called out, "we're going to need a cake, a big one." The wedding of Oliver Wood and Lord Cassius Warrington was undoubtedly the biggest social event of the year. With the ministry refusing to host any celebratory balls or dinners until the country was running smoothly and a proper minister was elected, the social calendar had been quite empty until now. Harry was certain that nothing in the future could top this occasion. He had never thought it was possible to have a tastefully Quidditch-themed wedding, but somehow Cassius and Oliver had pulled it off. Puddlemere's stadium was beautifully decorated, the pitch transformed for the ceremony, with the sun shining brightly above. There were at least 200 guests in attendance, friends from Hogwarts, Oliver's Quidditch teammates, and some of Cassius's colleagues. All the people whose social standing warranted an invitation to Lord Warrington's wedding, along with those who had forged friendships during the month they spent turning Hogwarts into a stronghold. Despite the large crowd and the numerous photographers, the atmosphere felt intimate and familial. Harry and Draco were seated near the front with their friends, giving them a perfect view of Oliver and Cassius meeting at the altar, awe in their eyes as they joined hands and prepared to pledge their lives to one another. Throughout the ceremony, which was definitely longer than Bill and Fleur's, Harry kept glancing down at Draco's hand in his, where his engagement ring rested. Every time Draco caught his eye, he would roll his eyes playfully, smile, and kiss Harry's cheek, guiding his attention back to the happy couple. The two grooms looked strikingly handsome in their wedding attire, Oliver in the full formal tartan of his family clan, and Cassius in shimmering gold dress robes that fit him perfectly. Harry had no doubt that both gossip magazines and some Quidditch publications would feature them prominently. The front page of their next issue would feature a moment to remember, as the magical binding around their hands transformed into identical wedding rings. The cheer that erupted from the stadium was louder than any Quidditch match. Harry locked eyes with Oliver as the newlyweds began their journey down the aisle together. Oliver, his ex-captain, had never looked so happy, not even when Gryffindor won the Quidditch Cup, and that was saying something for him. With no war looming over them and every reason to celebrate, the evening included a sit-down dinner filled with heartfelt speeches. Harry and Draco sat at a table with the rest of the original Gryffindor team and their partners. Draco was especially glad to have Blaise by his side in the crowd of lions. Oliver's father delivered a hilarious speech that left both his son and his new son-in-law blushing. He teased Oliver about how he thought nothing could surpass his love for Quidditch until he met Cassius. The speech was sweet, heartfelt, and everything Harry had always imagined a wedding to be. He couldn't help but hope his own would be just as special, even if the thought of Sirius Black giving a Father of the Groom speech made his heart race. Hopefully, Neville's best man speech would balance things out, if he agreed to take on the role, of course. After a wonderful dinner, filled with laughter and joyful conversations, without a single prank from the Weasley twins thanks to Blaise and Angelina's threat to run off to Italy for a week, the space was transformed into a dance floor. At the centre, the 6-tiered Quidditch-themed cake proudly awaited its moment. Draco's arm wrapped around Harry's waist as they watched Oliver and Cassius dance, their foreheads pressed together. "One more year," the blonde whispered in Harry's ear, his smile evident in his voice. Harry ran his fingers over his engagement ring, leaning back against Draco. Just one more year, and they could begin planning their own wedding. Or rather, they could give Sirius, Narcissa, and Andromeda the green light to start planning it for them. There would be no stopping those three. When the dance floor opened to the rest of the guests, Harry and Draco were among the first to step out, swaying together as the band played a slow tune. Harry felt a mix of pleasure and surprise when he spotted Remus and Snape dancing in a shadowed corner of the floor, enjoying a rare moment of public affection. But the serene atmosphere didn't last long. Once the cake was cut and the formalities wrapped up, the journalists were politely escorted out, and the real celebration began. Alcohol flowed freely, and since this was the first time the entire crowd had gathered since the battle, everyone was more than ready to celebrate both Oliver and Cassius's marriage and the sheer joy of the freedom they had fought so hard to achieve. Oliver, ever the life of the party, was one of the first to get tipsy, despite his insistence that a proper Scotsman could handle his drink. He danced with reckless abandon, pulling his Quidditch teammates, both past and present, into the festivities. At one point, he even managed to coax McGonagall into a dance. Harry had to intervene several times to stop Oliver from spilling the beans about his position on the England team. He couldn't help but notice the curious glances from some guests, especially when Oliver just happened to introduce him to various Quidditch players, all of whom were on the England team, and greeted Harry with enthusiastic smiles and knowing looks. As expected, there were fireworks, thanks to Fred and George Weasley's knack for creating a spectacle. The night was filled with lively ceilidh dances, and Oliver, despite being 3 sheets to the wind and barely able to stand, dragged Harry into one. Harry stumbled along, equally uncoordinated but not quite as drunk. By that point, Oliver had stripped off half of his formal attire. His jacket and shoulder plaid were tossed aside in the heat, his sporran lost in the chaos of dancing, and his ski-and-do had been confiscated by an exasperated Cassius before anyone could get hurt. Not that Cassius was much better. He kept sneaking up behind Oliver, trying. Harry couldn't help but grin wolfishly every time he caught Draco slipping a hand under his kilt. It felt like the first time they all had the chance to truly be themselves, young, carefree, and in love. They were just normal young adults celebrating the first of their group to get married, and surely this was only the beginning once the rest of them graduated. In the middle of the dance floor, Oliver and the twins were busy performing some sort of wild jig/war dance, while Cassius, Blaise, and Angelina watched with a mix of despair and amusement. Harry hoped someone in the room had a camera, because moments like these deserved to be captured. He rose onto his toes, hands resting on Draco's shoulders for balance, scanning the crowd for any sign of his friends with a camera. He thought he had seen Sullivan with one earlier. As he peered around the pitch, he rolled his eyes at the number of couples snogging in the shadows, trying to spot his Ravenclaw friend. Then he did a double take, zeroing in on one of the couples. One of them was definitely Sully, and the other, if he wasn't mistaken, was Justin Finch Fletchley. Very interesting. Hoping he'd remember to ask about it come morning, Harry abandoned his camera search and decided to just enjoy the moment. Pansy and Millie dragged him and Draco out onto the dance floor, now that they weren't in danger of being hit by a flailing Weasley. Millie's fiancé, Otto, was sitting at a table with Theo and Susan, looking quite overwhelmed, but happy nonetheless. This wedding was his first proper introduction to Millie's entire friend group. They all knew they would be horrendously hungover in the morning, and Harry doubted Snape would be quite so generous with the hangover potion this time. But it was more than worth it to be this happy. Chapter 109.
Election day had arrived in magical Britain, and the entire country buzzed with anticipation. Harry and his family headed to the ministry early to cast their votes, sending sympathetic glances to the team of harried ministry clerks dealing with the influx of votes coming in by owl and flue. It was as simple as pressing his wand to Amelia's name on the ballot card and watching it vanish in a flash of golden light. They lingered for a bit afterward, helping Susan with her last-minute campaigning for her aunt. Not that the Hufflepuff needed much assistance. She was terrifyingly competent. Once they finished, they made their way to Longbottom Manor, eager for the victory party. Sirius and Charlie swung by the pottery to pick up the Forrester kids, just one last check away from making them their own. The couple had been frantically preparing Grimmauld Place over the past week, planning to move there with Amy and Tahan after they had seen all the other kids off to school. Naturally, they brought Frankie along, and Harry wasn't surprised when the Slytherin boy made a beeline for Remus and Snape. If that boy wasn't officially their ward by the end of the school year, Harry would streak through the whole of Hogwarts. Neville was in fine hosting form, much to his grandmother's pride. More and more people flowed through the flue as the day progressed, everyone who had worked so hard to make this moment happen. Harry left his boyfriend chatting with Tonks and wandered over to squeeze in beside Ginny on an oversized armchair in the much quieter conservatory. "Hey, you," he greeted, slinging an arm around her shoulders. "How's it feeling today?" The day before they had snuck out, or rather, Ginny had snuck out while Harry had left the house with enthusiastic encouragement from his godfather, to meet Charlie's tattoo artist friend for their promised date. Ginny had come back with a gold ring through the brand-new cartilage of her magically altered ear. Ginny touched her regrown ear, a source of irritation for her mother, but a clever distraction from the bar through her left nipple, which Mrs. Weasley definitely didn't know about. "Not too bad. Healing spells are a marvel," Ginny said with a grin, wiggling her eyebrows. "How about you?" "Hardly even feel it." Harry gestured to his new tattoo, a golden snitch fluttering just at the base of his right ribs, which was already fully healed and moving. "And how does Draco like it?" Ginny teased, raising her eyebrows suggestively. "Wouldn't you like to know?" he replied jokingly. Draco was definitely a big fan of the tattoo, even if he rolled his eyes at the seeker puns Harry made. "How does Neville like yours? Has he seen it yet?" Harry asked, remembering how red Neville had turned when they discussed it. "Not yet. I mean, he knows it's there, obviously," Ginny said, gently running a finger over her new earring. "But he hasn't seen it." Then she smirked mischievously. "But I'm staying the night here, so—" Harry laughed, rubbing the fuzz on the side of her head. She wasn't growing her hair out, even though there were potions that could do it in an instant. He was glad. He liked this new look on her. She seemed older, and with another Weasley growth spurt and her muscles from playing Quidditch, she looked like someone you didn't want to mess with. "You know, I'm going to kind of miss our little dorm arrangement from the summer," he confessed, "though I won't miss hearing you and Neville when you forget your silencing charms." Ginny cackled, unapologetic. "I know what you mean," she agreed, curling into him slightly. "It was nice. Our little escape from the world. Much better than my usual dorm mates." She made a disgruntled face. Thanks to her solid friendships with most of the year above, Ginny wasn't very close to the other Gryffindor girls in her year. They were often jealous of her. Ginny reflected on her friendship with Harry. "Tell me about it," she said, recalling how Dean and Seamus hadn't been too bad, but Ron had been a nightmare to live with until he figured out the silencing charm. His snores had vibrated the entire room. But that was no longer Harry's concern. "Between you and me," he said, lowering his voice, "I won't have that problem this year." Ginny raised an eyebrow, suspicious. "You're not moving down to the chamber, are you?" Harry snorted. "Not quite, though I might have if not for this." Since he could walk through the castle walls, it wouldn't even be an inconvenience. Think about it. He had kept it a secret since McGonagall gave him the badge, but with the school year approaching, he didn't mind if Ginny found out. He watched her ponder for a moment before realization dawned on her. "No way!" she exclaimed, her eyes wide. "You—" She tapped her chest, right where a badge would sit on a Hogwarts robe, and he nodded in affirmation. Before he knew it, Ginny tackled him in a tight hug, squealing into his ear. "Harry, that's amazing!" She pulled back, scoffing playfully. "You nerd, Mr. 8 O's. Harry rolled his eyes. They were back to that again. He figured he wouldn't be rid of that nickname until after he got his Newt results. "I didn't think she'd give it to me," he admitted. "I thought I was too much trouble, to be honest." Ginny grinned at him. "You're the good kind of trouble, though," she said with a wink. "Oi, you two!" a voice called out, startling them both. They turned to see Draco standing in the doorway. "The count's almost over. They should be announcing it soon." Harry and Ginny quickly scrambled to their feet and followed Draco into the main parlour. The entire room was clustered around a wizarding wireless with the volume turned up, and the tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. Susan sat closest to the wireless, perched on Theo's lap. Harry gripped the armrests tightly, his nerves palpable. Today he wore a bright orange eye patch that boldly proclaimed, "Vote Minister Bones." He squeezed into a seat next to Tonks, careful not to elbow her in the stomach as he settled in. The snug T-shirt she wore highlighted the unmistakable bump of her 4-month pregnancy, and she couldn't stop grinning about it. Draco perched on the arm of the sofa beside him, resting a hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry instinctively squeezed it back, anxiety creeping in. "You know she's going to win, right?" Tonks said with a teasing glint in her eye. "Hawthorne is a clotpole. No one's going to vote for him." "You never know," Harry replied cautiously. "They voted for Fudge, after all." Draco shushed him just as Susan turned up the volume even louder. "It seems we have the final count coming in," the announcer declared. "And with a staggering 96% of the votes, Interim Minister Amelia Bones is now our confirmed new Minister for Magic. Congratulations, Minister Bones, and commiserations to Mr. Hawthorne." In an instant, Harry was on his feet, excitement bubbling over. Tonks stood right beside him as the room erupted in cheers. Susan burst into tears in Theo's arms, and Mrs. Longbottom didn't even scold the twins when they set off some indoor fireworks. However, the celebration was quickly quieted as Amelia's victory speech began on the broadcast. "Thank you all for putting your faith in me," she began. "I know it isn't easy after such a difficult few years, but the dark times have passed, and I will do everything in my power to help this country step into the light and be the best magical community it can be for all our magical brethren across Britain. This summer has been a summer of change, and while as interim minister I have, with the help of my excellent staff and the dedicated Wizengamot, started to implement some long overdue changes, I truly hope that now I have been elected, I will be able to continue that change for the better. All of you, all of us, we flourished in the face of adversity. Now it's time to reap our rewards and enjoy our peace. Thank you again, and I look forward to ushering in a better, brighter, magical Britain. Oh, she is good, Narcissa mused quietly. She makes it sound like a community effort to set this country right, rather than the swarm of teenagers who secretly took over our government. Her grey eyes sparkled with amusement, clearly teasing.
Susan laughed in response. "Look, if the adults are going to leave a mess, sometimes the kids have to clean it up," she joked.
Just then, Hetty, the house elf, appeared with several bottles of champagne, and soon everyone had a glass, except for Tonks and the kids, who were enjoying sparkling grape juice. "To Minister Bones," Kingsley declared, raising his glass, "and her secret teenage militia." "Minister Bones," everyone chorused happily. "You're moving up in the world, Theo," Draco drawled playfully. Theo smirked, his green eyes fondly fixed on Susan, who had finally stopped crying. "Don't you see, Draco? That was my plan all along." Susan laughed the loudest at that, raising an eyebrow. "And here I thought your plan was to date the future chief warlock of the Wizengamot." "There are multiple stages to my plan, darling," Theo assured her. "I'm playing the long game." Susan snorted, playfully tugging him by the shirt collar into a kiss that had everyone whistling. "I just can't believe we have to go back to school on Thursday," the Hufflepuff girl complained once she pulled away from her boyfriend. "Pretending to be normal students, ugh. Oh, shut up. Like you aren't going to love every second of being head girl," Hannah teased her best friend. She was healing quickly now that she had her chair, and seemed excited to tackle her 7th year. "That will be nice," Susan agreed, "and it'll look great on my resume. I just wish I—" Harry couldn't help but wonder who McGonagall had chosen as head boy. "I hope it's not someone awful. Merlin, what if it's Ron?" he said, glancing around the room. None of the Weasleys seemed offended by the jab at their brother, and Harry sat back with a smirk. Susan had jumped to the conclusion that since none of the Weasleys had immediately claimed the title, it must be someone outside their circle. His gaze landed on Ginny, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. "It's the worst person. I'm really sorry, Susan," she said, her tone sympathetic. "It's going to be such a chore dealing with him." Susan's eyes widened in shock. "You know who it is?" Her expression turned to dismay. "Oh, does that mean it is Ron?" Ginny shook her head slowly, a sad smile creeping across her face. "Worse than Ron. You're going to have to put up with Harry." All eyes turned to Harry, who grinned sheepishly. Surprise?" "Harry!" Susan practically launched herself at him, and Tonks barely managed to dodge out of the way. "Why didn't you tell me, you git? Oh, this is going to be brilliant. I was so worried it would be someone terrible, but it's you. That's great." He laughed, steadying her before she could tumble off his lap. She was still figuring out her depth perception. "If it makes you feel any better, Suze, I didn't tell anyone. Not until Ginny, like 10 minutes ago." "He didn't even tell me," Draco chimed in, shooting a light glare at his fiancée. Harry winced, and both sets of twins gave an amused "ooh" in the background. "Honestly, I sort of forgot," Harry admitted, giving Draco a pointed look. In light of everything else, the head boy badge had slipped his mind. Draco softened a bit, but still looked unimpressed. "You're going to have to make it up to me, Potter," he muttered, once Susan had jumped off his lap and declared it was time for a dance party. As they waited for Amelia and Percy to return home and celebrate, Harry looked up, his eyes smouldering. "Head boy gets a private room," he pointed out in a sultry murmur, pulling Draco halfway over the back of the sofa. "I'm sure that can be arranged." Draco's eyes darkened, and as Harry yanked him the rest of the way into his lap, no one really cared that the two of them were snogging as if there were no tomorrow, left alone on the sofa in the corner. They were all used to it by now. Packing up for school felt decidedly strange this time around. Harry was acutely aware that this was the last time he would ever pack his trunk for a year at Hogwarts. He was also packing up most of his bedroom at Serendu. With no need for an unplottable house to keep Harry safe, the family would be moving out and returning the manor to its summer home status. Grimmauld was ready. The paperwork for the Forrester kids had been signed, and it was time for them all to go home. "Remind me why I'm the only one packing?" Harry asked, glancing over his shoulder at Draco, who was sprawled on the bed, munching on apple slices and watching Harry magically pack books into an expanded trunk. "Because it's your room," Draco replied, a hint of mischief in his tone. "Yeah, but you've basically been living in it for the last 2 summers, Harry shot back without missing a beat. "Half this stuff is yours, I swear." The bedroom, that was actually Draco's, had taken all of 10 minutes to pack, and 5 of those were spent double-checking that they hadn't left any vials of lube or sex toys hidden somewhere that could later embarrass them. "But it'll all go to your room at Grimmauld, which is where I'm likely to spend most of my time when I'm not at school anyway," Draco pointed out. "Won't you go with your mum?" Harry asked, finishing up with the books. Deciding to take a break, Harry flopped down next to Draco on the bed. The Slytherin shrugged. "Potentially, but I'll still come over to see you most days," Draco said with a helpless smile. "As many of our friends have pointed out, we're really quite codependent, darling." He didn't sound upset about it. He almost sounded proud. Harry snorted and leaned in to kiss him. "We're not that codependent," he insisted. "We're just making up for all that time we had to pretend we hated each other." "Whatever helps you sleep at night, love." "You help me sleep at night," Harry replied, his hand sliding down Draco's stomach. The blonde smirked. "Exactly. Codependent." He propped himself up on his elbows and kissed Harry softly, parting his lips and easing him into a deeper kiss. "For heaven's sake, can you two stop for 5 minutes?" Charlie called from the doorway, a box tucked under one arm. "Actually, we just got started, so if you could shut the door," Draco retorted. Charlie laughed and tossed a light tickling charm at Draco in response. "Sissa needs to borrow you for a bit," he said. "Malfoy ward stuff." He looked slightly apologetic. Draco let out a dramatic groan, reluctantly tearing himself away from Harry and rolling off the bed onto his feet. It was unfair how graceful he looked doing that. Harry would probably just resemble a drunk giraffe. "Maybe you'll actually get some packing done while I'm gone," Draco joked. "Sorry, Harry's needed too. Grunt work in the potions lab," Charlie informed him. Harry sighed dramatically. Wonderful. Remus was moving into Snape's quarters at Hogwarts, but Snape didn't want to leave potions ingredients at Serendu for an unspecified amount of time, so everything had to be moved from his lab to the school. Unfortunately, due to the sensitive nature of the ingredients, it all had to be done by hand. They worked in companionable silence. Snape occasionally gave Harry instructions on various tasks, but for the most part the almost 7th year knew exactly what to do with each ingredient. Harry was still getting used to seeing Snape in short sleeves, a change the man embraced now that there was no brand on his arm. "Now that you are no longer in need of training," Snape began, startling Harry, "that means you are also no longer in need of repeated detentions under my care." He levelled a stern look at Harry, the kind that typically had students crying into their cauldrons. But for Harry, it only sparked mild amusement. "If you do get a detention, it will be because you have earned it, and the punishment will reflect that." "No more mouthing off in class, then," Harry surmised, smirking as he placed a box of shrivel figs into the trunk. "Yes, sir," he added with a playful tone. Snape snorted, muttering something that sounded an awful lot like, "I'll believe that when I see it." "I also expect you to put in the appropriate amount of effort in my class. Horace did nothing but sing your praises last year, and I expect you to show that same level of dedication." Harry realized what Snape was getting at, and looked up at him knowingly. "No more masks," he promised, "for either of us. You're the same cranky bastard, and I'm the same insufferable Gryffindor, but none of the rest." He meant no pretending he was worse at subjects than he actually was, no acting like he couldn't stand to be in Snape's presence, no lying to his friends about the time he spent with the man, and no more of Snape pretending he hated everything about Harry James Potter. "None of the rest," Snape agreed quietly. He strode over to Harry under the pretense of checking on the powdered irrumpant horn, but placed a hand on the Gryffindor's shoulder. "I am proud of you, you know," he murmured so softly that Harry almost didn't hear it. His breath caught, heart stuttering at the words. He'd heard them 100 times since the battle, from all kinds of people, but somehow this time felt different. But never from Snape. Do you think Mum would be?" he asked, biting his lip as he studied the man's expression. Snape's gaze swept over Harry in that way that made him feel so very exposed. "Lily would be bragging about her son from here to the moon if she were alive," he said, a faint smile touching his lips. "Not just because of your achievements, though she'd be proud of those too, but because of the man you have become." Harry felt a sting at the corners of his eyes, but he resolutely pushed it aside. Thanks, Severus." He paused, contemplating the words he never thought he would say to the potions master. "I wouldn't be alive if not for you." It wasn't just the training, it was Snape's help within the castle, the one adult Harry could count on even when everything was falling apart. Constant, solemn-eyed, always pushing Harry to be better, to stand taller, to recognize his worth and demand the same from others. "You probably wouldn't," Severus agreed wryly, "but my life would not be worth living had I let you die." Unable to bear it any longer, Harry turned and hugged the lanky Slytherin tightly around the waist, letting a few tears slip onto the man's black t-shirt. Slowly, Snape's arms encircled him, his head tilting down to rest against Harry's. It was a while before they returned to categorizing ingredients. Later they shared dinner in the kitchen, one last time as a family. Of course, it wasn't really a last time. They would be back for visits, definitely. At least 2 weeks every summer, Sirius had promised. No matter how far-flung the family became, how many kids they had, or whatever was happening in their lives. 2 weeks every summer for the entire Black family. "All settled at the manor then, Sissa?" Sirius asked, passing the bottle of wine for her to pour. "Just about," she confirmed. "I dare say it's going to be rather quiet, rattling around that old manor by myself." A note of sadness tinged her voice. "I'll have to find a hobby." "I thought you already had a hobby," Snape remarked, his tone snide. "Meddling in everyone else's business." That made Narcissa laugh. "If you didn't want me to meddle, Severus Snape, you wouldn't have asked me to come with you." "Come with you where?" Remus asked, frowning in confusion. "Is this about that errand you ran the other day?" To Harry's astonishment, Snape blushed. Under the table, Draco gripped Harry's knee tightly. When Harry glanced at him, the blonde looked as if he had just come to an incredible realization. Harry was about to ask him to share when Snape spoke again. "I was going to do this on Palace Pier," Snape said archly, glaring at Narcissa. "But then someone reminded me that such things may cause a fuss among the small-minded muggles. And now someone insists it would be best done before we return to Hogwarts, in case I lose my nerve." Draco's grip grew tighter, almost painfully so, and Harry still felt confused about what was happening. Snape pushed his chair back slightly, turning to face Remus properly. The werewolf looked just as bewildered as Harry felt.
"I am not a man prone to dramatic gestures," Snape said, his voice filled with emotion in a way Harry had never heard before. Remus tensed, dropping his fork and scooting his chair back as well. "Nor am I one for excessive words, unless those words involve the destruction of someone's character." He smirked, and so did Remus, sharing some kind of in-joke. "But I am lucky because despite my flaws, you have never hesitated to accept me as I am, every part of me. You have seen me at my worst, and I sincerely hope my best is yet to come." Things were rapidly piecing together in Harry's mind now, and he wasn't the only one, as Sirius murmured a quiet, "Oh, fuck me." Before Charlie could shush him, Snape stood up and dropped to one knee in front of Remus. Remus let out a soft gasp, his eyes wide with surprise. "Since we were foolish teenagers, oblivious to what the world had in store, I promised you a life together, Remus Lupin. It has taken a while to get here, but I would very much like you to begin that life with me, as my husband." From the pocket of his jeans, Snape produced a ring, a simple gold band adorned all the way around with small amber gemstones. He held it up to Remus, his expression seemingly impassive at first glance, but Harry could see the raw hope shining in those dark eyes. "Severus," Remus breathed, his voice shaky. "I have waited 20 years to hear those words, and my answer hasn't changed. Yes, I'll marry you." For the second time in his life, Harry witnessed Remus Lupin and Severus Snape share a kiss, Remus's hands cradling Snape's cheeks. Silence enveloped the room as Snape slid the ring onto Remus's finger, pressing a kiss to it before rising to reclaim his chair. Then Remus turned, looking a decade younger as he beamed at them all. "So," he said, shifting his chair back to the table, "who's for dessert?" The morning of September 1st was warm, with summer lingering unseasonably late, as if it knew the students of Hogwarts hadn't truly been able to enjoy the start of it. Harry's bedroom window was open, yet the duvet had been kicked down to the bottom of the bed, Draco's feet tangled in the edge of it. His bare chest pressed against Harry's back, spooning up behind him, and Harry would have happily stayed there forever. "I don't want to get up," he murmured petulantly, feeling Draco's warm breath tickle the back of his neck. "It's early yet," Draco replied, his hand sliding lazily across Harry's side. "We don't have to," Draco said softly. They lay there for a while, Draco planting gentle kisses on Harry's shoulder, his hand gliding up and down Harry's side, just light enough to make the skin prickle pleasantly. Harry stretched out a bit more, inadvertently pressing his backside against Draco's quickly hardening cock. Draco hummed contentedly, his fingers brushing over Harry's nipple, still not moving otherwise. He gently scraped his teeth across the sensitive skin of Harry's neck, drawing a soft sigh from him. This dance continued for a while, tiny movements, teasing touches, a slow and lazy journey into wakefulness. But there was an unmistakable intent behind it, a heat building in the aching slowness. Harry wasn't surprised when Draco's hand, which had been stroking his chest, slid down, right beneath the waistband of his boxers. Harry gasped, arching back against Draco as the blonde's fingers curled firmly around him. Draco pressed against him, his hips moving in larger motions now, one leg sliding between Harry's, while his other arm wrapped around Harry's shoulders, arching his back so their lips could meet in a messy kiss. A breathless whine escaped Harry as fingers tightened in his hair, kisses trailing along the shadowed line of his unshaven jaw, until a warm tongue began to drag across his throat. Draco thrust his hips harder, his hand around Harry's still dry, but providing just the right amount of sweet friction. His thumb flicked over Harry's leaking head, making him whimper softly. Teeth nipped at his Adam's apple, the tingling pressure of arousal building steadily within him. Harry reached back blindly, his hand scrabbling down Draco's side, his back, grabbing a handful of his silk-clad backside, urging him to move harder, faster, more. The rhythm between the hand on his own arousal and the solid length pressing into him was almost perfect. Draco's quiet moans mixing with the sounds of their shared pleasure. Moans sang in Harry's ear like a prayer, a desperate plea. He closed his eyes, straining to reach his release, hoping that each stroke of Draco's hand around him would find the perfect angle. The heat coursed through his veins, almost painful as he lingered on the edge, his thighs tensing and toes curling, so close. Bang, bang, bang! "Boys, come on! We've got to pick up the kids at the pottery, and I don't want to be late," Sirius called from the other side of the door, cheerful and probably far too aware of what he had just interrupted. It felt like a bucket of ice water had been thrown over them. Harry groaned, feeling his arousal fade, even with Draco's hand still around him. Draco rolled onto his back with an irritated huff. "Every single time," Harry grumbled, struggling to push through the haze in his mind, trying to comprehend the delicious torture that had come to such an abrupt and unsatisfying end. "It's like he waits until the worst moment." "That would mean your godfather has more knowledge of our sex life than I ever want to contemplate," Draco replied, shuddering. "Sodding Salazar, I'm going to murder him one day." "I'll help you hide the body," Harry promised. He cast a wandless tempest, realizing his clock had been moved to his room at Grimold Place. "Are you kidding me? It's not even 9 yet. I swear to Merlin, I'm going to leave behind a prank that will make Charlie not want to touch him for weeks." He was already brainstorming, running through his mental list of spells, considering what would be appropriate, something that didn't have an immediate counter. "You could do that," Draco drawled, sitting up and giving him a pointed look. "Or you could come and join me in the shower, and we can finish what we started." On second thought, that sounded like a much better idea than Harry's. Sirius was a ball of energy at breakfast, talking a mile a minute. Sirius glanced at the boys, making sure they had everything packed. He reminded Harry to send Hedwig off with his signed contract for the England team before they left, nervously twisting a napkin between his fingers. Harry couldn't even be mad at him for the interruption. His godfather was a bit of a mess, and it tugged at Harry's heart. He felt a bit of a mess himself inside. They were leaving this house, his home, his sanctuary, and heading to board the Hogwarts Express for the very last time. He kept telling himself he was being ridiculous. He could visit Hogwarts whenever he wanted. They literally couldn't keep him out even if they tried, and for the first time there was nothing to fear from the castle. No manipulative headmasters, no murderous dark lords, and no tricks or traps lurking in dark corners waiting for him to stumble into them. Just classes, friends, and Quidditch. McGonagall was right. Without the head boy position, he'd probably go spare with boredom. For the 100th time, he assured Sirius that yes, he had everything he needed. Even if he didn't, he could just ask Kerry to get it or apparate home to grab it himself. Finishing his breakfast, he stood up, then paused. He had left this place for an entire school year before, multiple times. So why did it feel so much worse this time? Sirius draped an arm over his shoulders, pulling him out of his thoughts. "Time to rejoin the big wide world now, kiddo," he murmured. "No more hiding out here and pretending the rest of it doesn't exist." Oh, that was why. Harry swallowed hard against the tears that threatened to spill and nodded sharply.
I'm going to send Hedvig off. He had signed the contract with the England team after having Mrs. Frobisher review it to ensure he wouldn't be stuck with any unreasonable publicity nonsense. It was exciting, and once Andy received it, Harry would officially be the seeker for England. The big, wide world indeed. Sirius nudged him gently. Harry moved instinctively, scratching Hedvig gently on the head before sending her off with the tightly rolled parchment. He took one last look around his room and discreetly wiped his eyes. "You soppy little lion," Draco said, appearing seemingly out of nowhere. His fond expression made Harry's heart ache a little more. "I promise I'll stop crying one of these days," Harry joked. Draco closed the distance between them, pulling him into a warm embrace. "You can cry as much as you like, my love," he whispered, swaying them slightly as Harry buried his face in Draco's shoulder. "We'll be back," Draco continued softly. "Your room will always be your room. No one's going to take it away from you." What was it about his loved ones that allowed them to read the depths of his soul as if it were written plainly on his face? Surely he wasn't that transparent. "I know," Harry murmured, finding comfort in saying it out loud. "And I have my room at Grimmauld too. I know it's better this way. We need a home where we can invite people over. The kids need that, but this place is home too," Draco finished for him. He pressed a kiss to Harry's hair, inhaling the scent of his shampoo. "You can have more than one home, Harry. It's fine." For a boy who once had no home at all, the idea felt entirely foreign. Eventually, Harry straightened up, cleared his throat and wiped his eyes. He didn't want to board the train to Hogwarts looking like he'd been crying like a homesick first year. After all, he was head boy. He was supposed to set an example. "You should wash your face," Draco suggested. "I'll get our trunks downstairs. Oh, and I've been meaning to ask, when did you get your cloak back?" Harry blinked, his emotional spiral momentarily derailed by the unexpected question. "My what?" "Your invisibility cloak. I saw you put it in your trunk last night, and I was going to... I asked, but then I got distracted." He paused, recalling the folded piece of fabric tucked away in his trunk, always useful to have, just in case. His thoughts also drifted to the stone set in a ring and the wand brimming with power, both now safely stored in a small box hidden in a drawer of his desk at Grimmauld Place. There was a voice in the back of his mind that never truly faded away. "Oh, that," he managed to smile. "It just showed up after Dumbledore died. I guess it was the family magic bringing it back. It wasn't technically a lie." Draco furrowed his brow. "How odd," he mused, then shrugged. "Well, I'm glad you have it back. I know how much it means to you." He leaned in and pecked Harry's cheek. "Go on, take a minute to clean up. Sirius will have an aneurysm if we don't leave soon." They were relying on Essie and Tinker to make sure all 4 children were packed and ready in time. Once they left, the pottery would be empty again. For now. Sure enough, Sirius was bouncing with excitement when Harry made it downstairs. Snape looked only mildly murderous, but he'd been in a good mood since the night before. Understandably so. The students would be in shock if Snape dared to smile at the welcoming feast. "Let's go," Sirius urged, making Harry roll his eyes as he jumped down the last 3 stairs. "I'm coming. Keep your hair on." Kerry hurried in from the kitchen, holding a stack of metal sandwich boxes. "Kerry has made lunches for young masters and mistresses' train journey." She handed one each to Harry and Draco, and the last 2 to Charlie.
Harry grinned. Brilliant. Thanks, Kerry. We'll see you at Christmas.
Kerry would, of course, be moving to Grimmauld with the family. At this point, Harry wasn't sure any of them could find their way around without the little house elf. Kerry bobbed her head happily. Kerry looked at the two boys with a stern expression. "Young masters will be staying out of trouble this year," she declared firmly, as if it were a statement rather than a question. Sirius let out a cough that sounded suspiciously like a laugh. "We'll try our best, Kerry," Harry promised earnestly. Kerry scrutinized him for a moment longer before nodding, satisfied. "I'm going to the other house to wait for the masters and the little master and mistress," she announced, her excitement palpable at the thought of caring for younger children. "Perfect. We'll see you there," Charlie replied. "Let's get moving." Together, the 7 of them left the house, with Harry taking one last look at the place where he had first experienced true freedom. They made their way to the edge of the wards. "What's happening with Buckbeak?" Harry suddenly asked, glancing back at the hippogriff sunning himself on the grass. He couldn't bear the thought of leaving him all alone for the entire year. "Oh, I'm going to take him back to Hagrid as soon as I get the chance," Sirius assured him. "I think enough time has passed that he's no longer a fugitive." Harry snorted. "Even if he is, I have a connection with the minister," he joked. They apparated to the pottery, and the gates swung open automatically at Harry's presence. "So this is your house, is it?" Draco asked as they walked up the driveway, his eyebrows raised in surprise. "Oh, right, I forgot you haven't been here before," Harry replied. There had never been a reason for Draco to visit. "Yep, this is it, the Potter family home." He didn't say our home, but the look he gave Draco made it clear. Draco glanced up at the house, then nodded with a faint smile on his face. "It'll do," he said, causing Harry's heart to skip a beat. Fortunately, the house elves had managed to wrangle the 4 children into readiness. Amy and Tahan were already crying, heartbroken at the thought of not seeing their big sister until Christmas. Even the excitement of finally moving in with Sirius and Charlie struggled to lift the spirits of the children. "Come on, loves," Charlie said gently, allowing them to wrap their arms around his legs. "We'll get everyone off to school, then we'll head home. You can decorate your new rooms, and afterward we'll play a bit of Quidditch. How does that sound?" Thanks to some creative spell work and a little help from the Wardstone, Sirius had transformed the roof of Grimmauld Place into a garden, big enough for junior Quidditch. The game had quickly become a favourite pastime for the 2 kids, and that thought finally stopped their sniffles. "Is everyone ready?" Sirius asked, doing a final head count. As he went through Nashira's checklist, Harry sidled over to his 2 house elves. "Thank you both for everything. You've gone above and beyond this past year," Harry said sincerely. They had cared for so many without a single complaint. The world truly did not deserve house elves. "If there's anything I can do to thank you—" The 2 elves exchanged a glance, clearly surprised by Harry's gratitude. "We is doing what we is asked to do, Master Harry," Tinker replied simply. "It is nice having the house in use again," Essie agreed, although she looked like she could happily curl up for a 3-week nap. "Will Master Harry be back?" Her eyes widened with cautious hope. Harry felt a pang of empathy for them. They had been alone for so long before he arrived. "I'm spending Christmas with the Black family," he said, watching as their expressions deflated slightly. "But after graduation, Draco and I plan to move in here, Quidditch permitting." They had considered getting a flat, like they once dreamed, but given the number of houses between them and how often they would likely be out, it hardly seemed worth it. Both elves beamed at the news, bowing to Harry before disappearing when he bid them goodbye. They would probably appreciate the 10 months of respite after the year they'd had. As the group began to walk out to apparate,
Harry jogged a little to catch up. Harry trailed just behind Frankie and Remus, not intending to eavesdrop, but when he heard their conversation, he couldn't help but listen. "Severus and I are getting married," Remus said, a broad smile lighting up his face at the thought. Frankie blinked, his expression turning impassive, that classic Slytherin way of bottling up emotions. "Oh," he replied slowly. "Are you going to have a baby soon, then?" Remus coughed, his eyes widening in surprise. That's a bit more complicated with two men, you know. It's something we're certainly considering." "Oh," Frankie repeated, seemingly unfazed. "But," Remus continued tentatively, "any future babies we might have, they could use a big brother." Frankie's jaw tightened even more. "Harry's doing well so far," he said, his tone neutral. "He is," Remus agreed, his voice warm. "But we were also thinking that you seem quite good at it yourself." Frankie's only response was a sharp intake of breath, his eyes widening slightly, and he took a half-step back, hesitating. "You've got the whole school year to decide," Remus said evenly, "and you can come talk to us whenever you like. You can spend Yule at the castle, or join Nash and the rest. By summer, if you'd like, Severus and I can foster you." "Foster?" Frankie asked, his eyes guarded. "Not adopt?" Now it was Remus's turn to look a little surprised. "We didn't know if you'd want adoption," he admitted, "but we'd certainly like to." With a gentle touch, Remus patted Frankie on the shoulder, his way of coaxing emotions from the reticent Slytherin. "You don't need to decide now. Just think about it." As they reached the gates, Frankie remained pensive and quiet. "Hold on tight, kids," Sirius warned, ensuring each child was securely latched to an adult. He had Amy with him, and she scrunched her face up tight in anticipation. Harry braced himself for the uncomfortable sensation of apparition. With a playful grin, he wrapped his arms around Draco's waist, pulling him in close. "Hold on tight," he whispered into the blonde's ear, before they vanished into thin air. When they reappeared on platform 9 3/4, Draco shot him a mock glare. In response, Harry kissed him gently on the nose, just as Charlie and Tahan materialized nearby. Tahan groaned loudly at the sight. "You two are gross," he declared matter-of-factly. With a laugh, Harry stepped aside to avoid the incoming apparitions, keeping his arms snug around Draco's waist as he planted a messy kiss on Draco's cheek. "Yup," he agreed proudly. "So gross." "Don't you two ever stop?" Ginny chimed in, her freshly shaved hair framing her face, and a new earring with a delicate gold chain connecting her piercings. She led the way for the rest of the Weasley Granger clan, who had come out in full force to send their youngest off to Hogwarts, with Hermione's parents trailing behind. "You lived with us for a month. You know we don't," Harry joked, relishing the way Mrs. Weasley's face turned a shade of scandalized pink. The platform was a whirlwind of noise, colour and energy, a stark contrast to how it had felt just a year ago. Harry felt a rush of joy simply being there, his earlier melancholy giving way to excitement. All around him, friends were saying goodbye to their families and greeting one another, as if they hadn't just spent the last 2 nights celebrating Amelia's victory. The minister herself was there, embracing Susan as if she never wanted to let go. When she finally released her, she turned and pulled a surprised Theo into a similarly tight hug, holding him until he relaxed enough to tentatively wrap an arm around her back. Harry smiled to himself, turning back to his own farewell party, his own family. They were all there, and it felt right. "Here we are, every single one of us," Harry said, glancing around. "Well, everyone except the Tonks contingent. Someone had to hold down the fort at the Ministry so Amelia and Percy could join the Hogwarts run. Remus and Snape typically would have gone ahead to the castle, but both men wanted to see Harry and Draco off for the last time. Plus, Snape had a plan to trick the students into thinking that, because he was at the platform, the curse of the Defense Against the Dark Arts position had struck again, and he would no longer be their teacher. "Come on," Sirius announced, breaking the moment. "Let's start the hugs now, or you'll never make the train on time." He opened his arms to Narcissa, who jumped into them eagerly. Harry turned to Charlie next, mock grimacing as the redhead affectionately ruffled his hair. "Enjoy yourself, kid," Charlie said, "and slow down for once, yeah? I swear to Merlin, you're always going 1,000 miles a minute, spinning all those plates. Just slow it down. Make the most of it. Trust me, you'll regret it if you don't." He looked at the train wistfully, and Harry wondered if Charlie had regrets about his time at Hogwarts. "Also, keep an eye on Nash for us," Charlie added, his dimples returning with his smile. "You're a big brother now, don't forget." As if Harry could ever forget, especially with his heart dancing every time he thought of his new little siblings. Snape didn't do hugs, not in public, so he offered Harry a curt nod instead. Narcissa, on the other hand, was all about hugs. She embraced him warmly and kissed both of his cheeks for good measure. "Look after each other," she advised, her smile soft and genuine. Remus hugged him too, even though they would see each other again in just a few hours. "We're so proud of you, cub," he whispered, nuzzling Harry's temple. "I'm glad I'll be there in person to see you shine in your last year." Harry felt a tightness in his throat at those words, so he quickly turned to head over to the Weasley family. The scene was charged with emotion as Fred and Angelina descended on Harry, ready to pounce on him. Meanwhile, George was wrapped up in a tight embrace with Blaise, as if he were afraid they might never see each other again. "Make sure you leave a solid team behind," Angelina urged, her eyes sparkling with determination. "We need to keep this Gryffindor streak alive, even after you're gone." Harry, who planned to train an entire reserve team this year and hand the captain's badge over to Ginny, nodded and promised he would make it happen. The hugs from Bill and Fleur were brief yet sincere, and finally George pulled himself away from Blaise just long enough to say goodbye to Harry. "Give 'em hell, kid," he said, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he slipped something into Harry's jacket pocket. Merlin only knew what it was. "If you and Neville don't use those powers of yours for some good mischief, we're disowning both of you." "Good to know," Harry replied with a chuckle. He was confident that he and Neville, with their shared ability to walk through walls, would concoct something entertaining to keep McGonagall on her toes. Percy preferred to send him off with a firm handshake and a reminder about the reading for the next Wizengamot meeting. From Percy, that was practically a declaration of eternal kinship. As he deftly avoided Mrs. Weasley, who was busy fussing over Hermione, Harry stood before Mr. Weasley, feeling a bit uncertain. "Oh, come here," Mr. Weasley said softly, pulling Harry into a warm embrace without hesitation. "I've told you before, you'll always be one of my boys," he promised. "Now be good and study hard." His eyes twinkled as they parted. "Yes, sir," Harry chirped obediently, a smile spreading across his face. Finally, he turned to face Sirius. There were no words exchanged between them, just a fierce, almost desperate hug. Harry fought back tears, determined not to cry again that morning, his throat aching with the effort. "You've come so far, kiddo," Sirius whispered, his voice low and filled with pride. "Just a little bit more to go." He pressed his lips to Harry's cheek, his eyes filled with warmth and encouragement. Harry loosened his grip, revealing something suspiciously shiny. If I don't get a letter from McGonagall telling me you're in trouble at least once per term, I'll be very disappointed in you," Sirius mock scolded. Harry laughed and hugged him one last time. "Up to no good, as always," he assured. "Marauder's honour." "That's my boy," Sirius said, squeezing Harry's shoulders. "I'll see you at Yule, Dad." Sirius blinked rapidly, a broad smile stretching across his face. "See you at Yule, son." He paused for a moment. "But you've got the mirror if you need me, or if you just want to chat. Save Hedwig for the rest of the family." "I'll call at least once a week, I promise." Harry had to repeat that promise several times to the twins as they hugged his legs. Then it was time to board the train, the warning whistle blowing as steam billowed from the chimney. Others were doing the same, calling their last goodbyes and hurrying onto the red steam engine, eager to find good compartments with their friends. Narcissa and Frankie quickly disappeared, excited to find friends they hadn't seen in over a year. Harry waved to his family one last time before the train rounded the corner. He squeezed Draco's hand and turned away from the window. "Here's the real challenge," Ginny declared, "trying to figure out how to fit all of us in the same bloody compartment." Harry looked around, snorting at the sight. Their group had certainly grown. "We'll figure something out," he said confidently. In the end, figuring something out meant taking 2 compartments next to each other, crammed full to bursting, with the occupants regularly hopping between the 2. For the first time, Harry wasn't spared the tedium of the prefects' meeting. He walked in beside Susan, their badges proudly pinned to their chests. Susan's eye patch was yellow, emblazoned with the words "Head Girl" in bold black letters, just in case someone didn't get the memo. He watched as Hermione nearly swallowed her tongue at the sight. Every moment of the tedious meeting was worth it. With the new 5th-year prefects now assigned to train patrols, the 7th years, along with their one 6th-year companion, were free to return to their compartments. Harry made sure to walk behind Sullivan, tapping the Ravenclaw on the shoulder. "Hi, Harry," Sullivan greeted cheerfully. "Ready for your last year?" "Just about," Harry replied, suppressing the wave of emotion that threatened to surface. "Now, I have a question for you, Sullivan Fawley," he said playfully, watching as Sully raised an eyebrow warily. Mischief danced across Harry's face. "Is Justin Finch-Fletchley as good a kisser as the rumour mill says?" Sullivan paled dramatically, then flushed bright red. "What? No one was around, we checked." "What do you mean? You were right in the middle of everything," Harry exclaimed, his eyebrows shooting up in surprise. "Wait, which time are you talking about?" Sullivan asked, panic creeping into their voice. "I meant at the wedding. How many times have there been?" Harry inquired, genuinely interested. Sullivan cursed under their breath. "Enough," they replied tersely. "Enough to confirm the rumours?" Harry pressed, a teasing edge in his voice. Sullivan let out a small meep and anxiously tugged at their short ponytail. "Maybe. Okay, yes. There have been many times, and, hopefully, there will be many more." After a brief pause, a smirk crept onto their face. And, if anything, the rumours were understating. Harry wolf-whistled quietly, clapping Sullivan on the shoulder. "Get in, Sully," he teased, earning a quiet groan in response. "Don't tell anyone?" Sullivan pleaded. We're still figuring things out." It sounded like they had plenty figured out, but Harry decided not to pry. "Your secret's safe with me," he promised. Relief washed over Sully's face. By the time they reached their compartments, the playful banter had lightened the mood, setting the tone for the year ahead. In the compartments there was no trace of the earlier conversation on either of their faces. Harry hadn't realized how many friends he had among the lower years, or how many of his friends were friends with others, until they started stopping by to say hello. Sure, having Ginny, Luna and Sullivan with them helped, but many were there for other people too. A lot of them were members of the HA, and they almost seemed disappointed that the end of the war meant there was no longer a need for training. "We can still do a study group," Harry assured everyone who asked. "But I know this year's defense professor, and honestly, you're not going to need my help." When pressed further, he kept tight-lipped on the subject, even with his closest friends. He didn't want to spoil Remus's fun. Changing into their robes got a bit awkward with so many of them crammed into a small space, but they managed with a bit of magic. The seventh years fell silent after that, and their 3 sixth-year friends followed suit in sympathy. "Cheer up," Ginny finally said, perched comfortably on Neville's lap and looking around at all their solemn faces. "At least this time you can have a totally normal year at Hogwarts." They all exchanged glances and burst into laughter. "What the heck does that even look like?" Pansy exclaimed, shaking her head. "I think you're pushing your luck there," Hannah agreed. "We've still got the trouble magnet over there after all." "Hey!" Harry protested indignantly. "Not all of it has been my fault." "Just most of it," Parvati chimed in, her voice soft but managing a shaky smile. She and Lavender had taken some quiet time to mourn Padma on this final train journey, but now they were back, trying their best to keep their spirits up. It wouldn't be easy, in so many different ways, but they would manage. When the train pulled into Hogsmeade Station, none of them moved at first. Finally, Harry shifted from his position, half squishing Draco against the window, and rose to his feet. "Let's get going," he said. "McGonagall will kill us all if we're late to the feast," Harry declared, forcing a rakish grin. That comment sparked them into action. They quickly resized their trunks for the elves to move and squeezed their way out of the train. As always, Hagrid towered over them, lantern in hand, happily waving at Harry between his calls for the first years. Susan and Harry hung back for a moment, making sure all the students got off the train and into the carriages, ensuring that no poor firsties were left behind when Hagrid set off to the boats. By the last 2 carriages stood Draco and Theo, along with Daphne, Ginny, Neville, Luna and Hannah. Harry felt torn, but he knew what he needed to do. "Go with the others," he told Draco, leaning in to kiss him softly. Draco, being the most wonderful person in the world, understood completely. "Come find me after the feast," he requested, and Harry grinned. "I can slip through the walls, my love," Harry pointed out. "I can steal you away in the night." Draco's eyes sparkled, and he couldn't resist one more kiss. "I like the sound of that," he agreed. They parted ways. Draco headed off with Theo and the 3 girls to one carriage, while Harry turned to his fellow heirs in the very last one. "Shall we?" he asked. Hannah got settled first, levitating her wheelchair up and adjusting the carriage bench to suit her. The other 3 piled in beside her. As the carriage began to roll, they joined hands, all 4 of them, waiting for the moment they crossed the wards. They saw it before they felt it. Looming on the horizon, twinkling with the light from 100 different windows, Hogwarts Castle stood tall and proud, utterly unchanged by the world around it. Harry had worried it would hurt to look at it after some time away, remembering all the death and destruction that had occurred there. And it did, just a little. But it felt good, too. Wonderful things had happened to Harry at Hogwarts. In fact, incredible experiences had touched everyone there, and they would continue long after he was gone. Hogwarts would endure, a sanctuary for young people, a place where they could find peace with the magic flowing through their veins. As they passed through the wards, all 4 of them shuddered in unison. It felt like sinking into a warm bath, like reuniting with an old friend, like coming home. They held hands all the way up to the castle. "A normal year," Neville murmured, his expression one of bewilderment at the very idea.
"What does that even look like?"
"I have no clue," Harry replied, meeting his best friend's hazel eyes. He felt Luna press warmly against his side and caught sight of Hannah's ever-sunny smile. "But I'm really eager to find out." As Draco had said, he could have more than one home, and Hogwarts would always be one of them.